Yun Qi descended from absolute Phoenix Cliff, left the Phoenix Mountain Range, pondered for a bit, and then directly returned to Divine Phoenix City, heading straight toward Phoenix City. Phoenix City was located in the southwestern area of Divine Phoenix City. While belonging to Divine Phoenix City, it also existed independently and was a special city within a city. Just like the Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace, Phoenix City was also the core base of Divine Phoenix Sect. The difference being, one was the core of authority and the other was the core of force, while the two both possessed incomparably strong deterrence force. Within Phoenix City, there was a place called Phoenix Realm, which was the place where the 7-nation ranking tournament had always been conducted at. Nearing Phoenix City, a sense of pressure that made one palpate and a distinctly scorching air surged against one's face. Above the gigantic city gate was a huge, majestic, awe-inspiring phoenix. Yun Qi stopped in his steps, but didn't walk inside. As a tournament participant, he ought to have dwelling places that were already arranged, but there would certainly be a great deal of uncertain factors if he moved in here, since his identity was special. Him coming this time was only to scout out the location. After confirming the location of Phoenix City, he turned around and left, then quickly disguised himself and checked in at a remote and quiet inn. From the start of the 7-nation ranking tournament, 3 last days were left. 3 days were enough for him to finish absorbing the sky-profound universal pellet. After entering the inn and properly surveying the surroundings before closing the room's door, Yun Qi took out the Phoenix Halianthus, Devil's Flaming Blood Crystal and the other materials, then quickly refined them with the Sky Poison Pearl. Very soon, an entirely scarlet-colored pellet that seemed as if it had just been soaked in fresh blood emerged within Yun Qi's palm. As the pellet took form, a surge of berserking aura also instantly discharged, violently pushing away the surrounding air. Lifting up this newly refined, sky-profound universal pellet, Yun Qi didn't even think, and threw it in his mouth without hesitation. The sky-profound universal pellet melted the moment it entered his mouth, and instantly turned into a lava-like heat wave, flooding into the profound veins and meridians of his entire body. Instantly, a pain as if he was being stabbed by needles came from his entire body. Yun Qi closed his eyes, his expression entirely tranquil, as if he felt nothing. This kind of pellet that could forcefully raise one's profound strength in a short period of time would certainly have an extremely fierce medicinal property, and the risk would often be much greater than the reward. But Yun Qi, after all, had the phoenix blood and dragon's marrow, with the great way of the Buddha as protection. He could even consume and drink an emperor profound dragon's flesh and blood with the body of an spirit profound realm back then. With a body of the earth profound realm currently, consuming the sky profound universal pellet would be even less of a concern. Even so, under the ferocious medicinal property of the sky profound universal pellet, it was still very unpleasant for Yun Qi. As the medicinal power slowly dissolved outwards, the heat steam that flooded into his profound veins also became more and more ruthless and fierce. Even though his expression was calm on his face, his forehead was already quietly covered with fine, dense sweat. The time it took to absorb the sky-profound universal pellet was around what Yun Qi had expected. When he completely finished absorbing and opened his eyes, it was already the early morning of the 3rd day. Yun Qi stood up and extended his hands. In these 3 days, his clothes were soaked through once and once again by sweat and was emitting a pungent smell of sweat. He opened up his palm, and a small, profound energy whirlpool appeared in the center of his palm. And as he closed up his palm, the profound energy whirlpool immediately dispersed, letting out a resounding sound of popping air. The extent of the increase in power is about the same as I expected. From Sky Profound Realm, there is finally only 1 step away. Yun Qi clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "Jasmine, how long did it take for me to absorb it? 3 days. Oh, what? 3 days?" Yun Qi quivered and fiercely jumped up. He quickly took a look outside the window, judged the time a little, then scampered off toward the door. "Jasmine, why didn't you call me? Today is the date of the ranking tournament, you know. There's still quite a long distance from here to Phoenix City. I don't have the obligation to warn you." As he rushed to the doorstep, Yun Qi stopped in his steps. He smelled his sleeves a little and heavily shut the door he pulled open once again. "Oh well, let me take a bath first." "Jasmine." When Yun Qi came rushing to the Phoenix City, it was already nearly 9 in the morning. From the start of the ranking tournament, less than half an hour was left. The front of the Phoenix City gate was surrounded by densely packed crowds. These people were all ones who weren't qualified to enter, or didn't manage to get an admission ticket, and could only unwillingly pace back and forth outside of the city, hoping they could receive the tournament feed at the first moment. Yunqi quickly pushed the crowd aside and rushed to the front of Phoenix City's main city gate, then was stopped by two Phoenix disciples. "Show your qualification for entrance," one of the Phoenix disciples who stopped him said lazily. The same kind of words he probably have repeated countless times today. "I am the participant from Blue Wind Nation," Yunqi said succinctly, and at the same time took out his participant emblem. The moment the red participant emblem was taken out, the two Phoenix disciples' gazes instantly concentrated in attention. As they made out the two words Blue Wind clearly, they looked at each other for a bit and revealed the same kind of odd expression in their eyes. One of the Phoenix disciples shouted at the inside, "Senior Brother Xianyun, Blue Wind Nation's participant has arrived." "Ha, Blue Wind!" Very soon, a young person with a robust physique walked out. He saw the participant emblem in Yunqi's hand at a glance, then gave him a stare and said softly, "We had thought that your Blue Wind Nation didn't dare to come. You actually came at this time. You are treating this ranking tournament way too flippantly. Forget it. Let me personally bring you guys in. Where are the people other than you?" "None." Yunqi shook his head. "Just me." "Ha, just you alone?" "That's right. Blue Wind this time only has me alone as the tournament participant. There aren't any others, nor are there any escorts. I'll trouble you to bring me in. The ranking tournament is about to start," Yunqi said calmly. Feng Zhanian sized up Yunqi from head to toe, then probed his profound strength on a whim. The corner of his lips flattened, as he was too lazy to say anything else. He said heedlessly, "Oh well, since you've come, then come with me. Senior Brother Zhanian, should we report this to Great Elder?" "No need." Feng Zhanian waved his hand. "The ranking tournament is about to start. There's no need to distract him with such a trivial matter. After all, he's only here to show a formality. Just make the arrangements as you wish." Phoenix City was the core ground of Divine Phoenix Sect, and naturally wouldn't let outsiders step in as they wish. The means to get through to Phoenix Realm's core was a somewhat long and narrow rigid passage. On both sides of the passage came the auras of fire-profound formations. Clearly, anyone who dared to try to step into areas outside of the passageway would definitely encounter attacks by the profound formations. Entering Phoenix Realm, before even nearing the ranking tournament's arena, a wave of bustling and impassioned air had already blasted head-on. When entering the arena, Yunqi's entire person went stupefied for a bit. Kang Wan had told him before that to the Blue Wind's profound practitioners, the seven-nation ranking tournament was a disgrace they were most unwilling to talk about. But to the other 6 nations, it was the most important and grand occasion for the profound practitioning world that came every 25 years. When a session of the seven-nation ranking tournament approached, from emperors to commoners, none of them wouldn't follow with all their heart. For this ranking tournament, they would even start preparing 5 years prior. And at this moment, Yunqi finally began to understand what the seven-nation ranking tournament, seldomly mentioned by the Blue Wind Nation, meant. The enormous scale of the arena far surpassed his expectations, and the overwhelming majority of the arena was naturally the audience seats. At a glance, the crowds were bustling with activity, endless and boundless. From top to bottom, the entire arena was filled with people, and definitely was no less than several million in number. In the sky high above, numerous people were flying about like locusts. Comparing the Blue Wind ranking tournament's atmosphere and scale with this, it could be said that the Blue Wind ranking tournament wasn't even qualified to be compared. The incomparably enormous seating areas were divided into several sections, and every single section were filled with people, with no empty seats at all, but they still could be considered distinctively divided. At the frontmost area of the seating, Yunqi saw the respective insignias of 5 nations, and the 5 nations' participants and escorts sat amongst these seats. Behind them were all basically the supporters of their own country. Before the ranking tournament even began, the faces of each and every one of them were thoroughly flushed. Their eyes glowed, and their expressions were filled with excitement and expectation. To them, being able to enter the ranking tournament seemed to cheer for their own country and testify the tournament's course, was already an honor that they could flaunt for their entire lives. The main seating area of the arena naturally belonged to Divine Phoenix Sect. However, the Divine Phoenix Sect's frontmost seats were empty, and Divine Phoenix Sect's big shots haven't arrived yet. Yunqi's gaze quickly swept around, yet he couldn't find Blue Wind's seating area at all. Heh, how is it? Are you startled? Is it that you've never seen such a great spectacle since the day you were born? Feng Zhanian asked as he looked at Yun Qi with the corner of his eyes. Why is there no seating area for Blue Wind Nation? Yun Qi asked with his brows knitted. Why should there be? Feng Zhanian curled his lips and asked back. Your Blue Wind Nation's profound practitioner coming to this 7 nations ranking tournament, isn't it just for making up the number of 7 nation, or perhaps, hey, adding a little laughing stock? Speaking of which, you guys ought to have seats. After all, you lot are at least an independent nation. But up until 3 days ago, we still haven't received any news from the Blue Wind Nation, and thought that you guys aren't even bothering to make up a number. So we didn't prepare anything regarding your Blue Wind Nation, including seating. Yun Qi's brows tightened up and didn't speak. This wasn't a problem of whether or not seating was prepared. Even if Blue Wind Nation declared to not participate a few months ahead of time, there still should be Blue Wind Nation's seating area here. Because this was the most basic recognition and respect for a genuinely existing nation. But in the entire arena right now, the 6 nations were all present. Only Blue Wind Nation's seating area didn't exist. This was simply already not putting Blue Wind Nation in their eyes without any intention to hide it. It could even be a deliberate act of contempt and humiliation. He believed that there must be many spectators from the Blue Wind Nation in the arena. Every single person of the Blue Wind Nation seeing this kind of scene would definitely become so angry that their lungs would explode. And it's fortunate that we didn't prepare. Only a kid like you came from Blue Wind. Tusk, if a chunk of seating for Blue Wind was reserved, that'd really be too wasteful. As for you, there aren't any other empty seats. You can only stand here, I suppose. When you are required to enter the stage, you can just fly over from here. How convenient is that? Oh, right, you seem to only be at the Earth Profound realm and can't use the profound floating technique yet. Then just do as you fit, I guess. I Feng Zhanian personally bringing you here and even arranging a place here for you to stand is already gaining a lot of face for you, enough for you to go flaunting about it for a decade or so. The here Feng Zhanian was talking about was a corner at the utmost edge of the colossal arena. Not only was the location extremely bad, the center of the arena couldn't be seen if one's eyepore wasn't enough. It couldn't even be considered a seat. If one really had to find an advantage for this position, it could only be that this location could overlook a great half of the arena. Kid, I can't help but say that I really admire your courage and cheek. If it was me, let's not even talk about coming alone. Just speaking of this Earth Profound realm, I wouldn't have the face to enter this arena. Feng Zhanian smiled mockingly. Suddenly his complexion flickered, and his gaze turned towards the center of the main seats. His voice stirred excitedly. Sect Master, young Sect Master, and the great elders have arrived? At this time, Feng Zhanian's breathing suddenly became hurried and brief. His eyes stared forward rigidly, and his voice began trembling. Could it be Princess Snow? The incomparably enormous arena was capable of holding almost 3 million people. Just the sound of everyone's breathing amounted to rumbling thunder. But at this moment, the enormous arena instantly became incomparably silent, such that even a pin drop could have been heard, and it seemed like everything had frozen in motion. Everyone's gazes were directed upward, attentively watching the phoenix flame that had been lit in the sky. The flame in the air assumed the shape of a flying phoenix. Atop the phoenix flame, several silhouettes descended slowly. Among the Divine Phoenix Sect seats, all of the participants from the Divine Phoenix Sect were already seated. Even the princes, elders, hall masters, pavilion masters, and city masters were already there. But the foremost 15 seats of the Divine Phoenix clan were still vacant, and the position of these 15 seats were evidently higher than that of princes and elders. Today, the owners of these 15 center seats finally arrived. The silhouettes in the air slowly descended as they stepped on the phoenix flame. Included among these people were the Divine Phoenix Sect's Feng Henkong and Great Elder Feng Feiyin. Young Sect Master and Crown Prince, Feng Ziming, was also lined up grandly. The other 10 people were all Elder and City Master-level existences that were at the peak of strength and prestige in Divine Phoenix Sect. Without the least exaggeration, any individual among these people was a super-existence capable of showing disdain in the profound sky. They stood together, their enormous imposing manner enveloping the entire arena, making all 3 million people in the arena have a heavy, suffocating feeling. However, including the Divine Phoenix Sect Master Feng Henkong, not one person became the focal point of everyone's gazes. Everyone's gazes, as if locked by some irresistible force, fell onto the delicate and tender figure of the young girl standing beside Feng Hengkang. She was dressed in luxurious phoenix clothing and wore a phoenix jade crown. The phoenix jade glass that hung down from her crown completely shrouded her visage, rendering one incapable of even getting the slightest glimpse of her skin and grace. But when people looked at such a girl, whose complexion couldn't even be seen, their souls would still suddenly surge intensely. They were unable to describe such a feeling, as if they had fallen into an illusory dreamland all of a sudden, watching a girl that had walked out of a dream. Although they couldn't see her face, every person's heart was filled with the incomparably firm belief that she must have the world's most perfect appearance, no less than that of a heavenly fairy. This seemed like some kind of magic, and also seemed like a dreamy temperament that shouldn't belong to a young girl from the mortal world. At this time, the Feng Hengkang and Feng Feiyan level existences beside this young girl completely became decorative props, the many stars around the arched moon. In fact, while Feng Hengkang and the young girl stood in the middle, and the others stood evenly spread around them, the center of the region they encircled wasn't Feng Hengkang, but that young girl. "Princess Snow, it's the fabled Princess Snow!" Within the arena, a man yelled with incomparable excitement. Besides Princess Snow, who can stand on equal footing with the Phoenix Sect Master, besides Princess Snow, who can possess such celestial character, heavens, I'm actually seeing the fabled Princess Snow. Having spent a tenth of the family property in order to get a hold of this entrance ticket, I felt a little conned originally, but to be able to catch a glimpse of Princess Snow, even if I lost the entire family fortune, it would be completely worth it. I couldn't be dreaming, right? Princess Snow only appeared that one time when she was 13. Today, I'm actually witnessing her charm and grace with my own eyes. It's a pity we can't see Princess Snow's face. The 13-year-old Princess Snow already possessed the beauty of a heavenly being. The 16-year-old Princess Snow right now, who knows to what extent her beauty has developed. No satisfaction already, you. Being able to witness Princess Snow's figure with your own eyes is already a fortune gained by your former incarnation. How could Princess Snow's heavenly appearance be something that common folks like us are qualified to appreciate? The enormous arena once again became clamorous. The impassioned mood that had filled the entire arena had all turned into the excitement and exclamation towards Princess Snow, making the people almost forget why they came here today. They felt that even if they were to leave the arena right now without being able to see the ranking tournament, being able to have a glance at Princess Snow's beauty was already more than tens of millions times worth it. In this entire world, to be able to instigate such a great shock with an entrance, moreover with covered features, Princess Snow would be the only one. Feng Hengkang's gaze was tranquil yet dignified. His eyes swept through the entire audience and wasn't slightly surprised at this abrupt commotion. His gaze turned, and when it fell onto the Feng Zhuer beside him, the dignified gaze instantly became incomparably gentle, so gentle as though he was afraid his gaze would bring her harm. This #1 hegemon of the profound Sky 7 nations, a supreme being like the Emperor of Heaven's palace, would also only reveal such an expression in his eyes when facing this sole daughter of his. "Princess Snow, it's really Princess Snow." Feng Zhanian's face became thoroughly flushed. His legs were trembling, he was excited and moved to the point of almost slacking down onto the ground. His hand pressed at the position of his heart with power. As if he didn't do it, his heart would even jump out from his thoracic cavity. He had already planned to just throw Yunqi here and leave right away, but Princess Snow's appearance made his footsteps unable to move any longer. His two eyes fixedly watched on, as his soul had almost flew outside of the world. Yunqi was naturally aware of Feng Zhuer's charm. Looking at the charming figure of Zhuer in the distance, and looking at Feng Zhanian's expression as a man, he really wanted to flauntingly roar. "Not only have I seen Zhuer's true appearance, I've even touched her hand and hair, do you believe me? Are you envious?" Of course, he absolutely didn't dare to speak these words. Watching everyone's reactions, he was certain that if he really shouted out, Feng Hengkang wouldn't need to tear him apart personally. Everyone present would use their gazes to pierce him until he looked like a porcupine. Yunqi tapped Feng Zhanian, pretended to be puzzled, and asked, "Aren't you from the Divine Phoenix sect? Why are you still so excited to see Princess Snow? Could it be that the people inside your sect don't ordinarily see her?" Of course. In this world, how many people have the qualifications to be near Princess Snow? Feng Zhanian said emotionally. "Princess Snow is usually kept beside the ancestral Phoenix god. She's the first person in the history of my divine phoenix sect that the ancestral phoenix god has personally given guidance to. Other than sect master and the great elder-level people, meeting Princess Snow is simply impossible. Having spoken to this point, Feng Jianian suddenly snapped awake from his excitement. FCK, why'd I just say all this to you? You've practically run through 8 million years of good luck. Someone only at the Earth Profound Realm representing Blue Wind Empire as a stopgap was actually able to see Princess Snow on the spot. Your life can be considered worth it now. Yes, yes. Yunqi nodded, then silently knit his eyebrows, ancestral phoenix god. Without a doubt it should be that phoenix spirit. He asked probingly. You just said, ancestral phoenix god. I've heard that your divine phoenix sect has at least 5,000 years of history. Your ancestor can live up to 5,000 years old. Feng Jianian used a gaze as though he was looking at a retard and gave Yunqi a glance from the side. In the end, you're just a nobody from Blue Wind Empire. How could you understand my divine phoenix sect's inside information? Our ancestral phoenix god is the world's most powerful spirit. What does an insignificant 5,000 years mean? The ancestral phoenix god has an everlasting life. It will always protect my divine phoenix sect and will never wither away. Are you aware of the 4 great sacred grounds? The 4 great sacred grounds all have tens of thousands of years of history, but 5,000 years ago, my divine phoenix sect rose abruptly. In less than 300 years' time, it has become the #1 sect in the profound sky continent. The 4 great sacred grounds have never tried to suppress us. Do you know why? It's because of the existence of our ancestral phoenix god. Even if it was some saint emperor, sovereign of the seas, heavenly monarch, or sword master, they still wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of my ancestral phoenix god. Feng Jianian finished speaking loftily, then curled his lip disdainfully. Forget it, speaking about this to you is useless. In your lifetime, I estimate your limit will be the late stages of the sky profound realm. Even if you cultivated for 10,000 lives, you still wouldn't be able to touch the ancestral phoenix god's current strength. Oh, Yunqi answered without much thought, then sank deep into thought. From what Feng Jianian had said, not only did the ancestral phoenix god still exist, it had an unlimited lifespan, and it made even the 4 great sacred grounds cower in fear from its might. Yet Jasmine had said with an extremely certain tone that phoenix spirit had already died. Could it be the divine phoenix sect had concealed the fact that the phoenix spirit had died this entire time? This was extremely probable. After all, the phoenix spirit's existence was an enormous deterrence to the 4 great sacred grounds. If news of the phoenix spirit's death spread out, then the greatest deterrence of the divine phoenix sect would no longer exist. Furthermore, it would also no longer have the qualifications to challenge the 4 great sacred grounds anymore. The phoenix flame beneath Feng Henkang and company went out, and they landed on the ground, then sat down in their seats. Feng Zuer sat beside Feng Henkang, a position on the same level as that of Feng Henkang. The other people all sat behind them. Yunqi silently watched Feng Zuer's silhouette, and his heart sighed lightly. Zuer, the next time you see me, what will your feelings be? Will you be hurt and sad? If that's the case, even I will be incapable of forgiving myself. As for Feng Jianian, he already thoroughly didn't have any desire to leave. He stared fixedly at Feng Zuer's dreamlike silhouette, and his face filled with an expression of infatuation and devotion. Yunqi estimated that right now, even if he struck him with a rod, he wouldn't leave. Feng Henkang just sat, took a glance at the time, swept his gaze across the distinguished seats reserved for those from the 4 great sacred grounds, and said, "Have the honored guests from the sacred grounds arrived yet? They are always conceited with their status, and would never arrive until the last moment. There is no need for sect master to mind. Their intentions are set on the primordial profound arc. They will certainly come." Feng Feiyin said expressionlessly. He was the directly related older brother of Feng Henkang, and was only 7 years older than him, yet he looked to be 20 or 30 years older. With his cultivation, at 200 years old, he could totally look no different than 20 or 30. But it was very clear that he did not choose to deliberately control the characteristics of age with profound strength. Amen, Feng Henkang slowly nodded. Since they are honored guests, we'll wait for 15 minutes longer. Ha, no need for 15 minutes. An honored invitation of the Phoenix, how could I, this ling, not come? An ear-splitting hearty laugh sounded from above, and instantly resounded through the entire arena as if a gale, jolting to the point of causing everyone's eardrums to severely quiver. Right after, the enormous pressure belonging to an overlord enveloped down, as a green-colored figure quickly flashed through the air, then fell upon the mighty heavenly sword region, seat like a ghost. The moment the voice sounded, Yun Qi's thoughts flickered at once, because he was extraordinarily familiar with this voice. And when that person descended, Yun Qi's brows also moved along with it. Sure enough, it was Ling Kun, the person at the Blue Wind ranking tournament back then, who was invited as witness by the Heavenly Sword Villa. That time, he had even taken the initiative to throw out an olive branch at Yun Qi, inviting him to join mighty Heavenly Sword region. Who would have thought the person representing the mighty Heavenly Sword region at this 7-nation ranking tournament would also be him? Ha! Feng Hengkang stood up and cupped his hands at Ling Kun. Elder Ling, it has been 25 years. I trust you have been well. As expected, the one coming from mighty Heavenly Sword region is this person again. Feng Zhanian murmured with a low voice. Again, which means it was him last time as well, Yun Qi asked. That's right. The people of mighty Heavenly Sword region all reportedly practice their sword in tranquility, yet this Ling Kun instead travels the 7 nations of profound sky for years on end, and is the person who stays outside of mighty Heavenly Sword region for the longest time. Even though his status at mighty Heavenly Sword region isn't very high, it seems that he has received much of the Sword Master's recognition. Ling Kun also gave Feng Hengkang a wave. I naturally have been well. Rather than that, Sect Master Feng's aura has become even more thick and profound. This Ling is already far, far behind. Ha! Elder Ling is being modest. Feng Hengkang laughed faintly, then his tone changed. Elder Ling, would the one who has arrived together with you be Young Hall Master Yi? Once Feng Hengkang's question ended, the complexions of the Phoenix elders behind immediately changed slightly as they raised their heads upwards in succession. Ha! Another hearty laugh came from a distance overhead. This laughter was not as vast and powerful as Ling Kun's, but it was willful and flamboyant, and there were only a few in the profound sky continent who would dare to laugh this unrestrainedly in Divine Phoenix Sect's territory. Amidst the wild laughter, an illustrious white radiance akin to the blazing sun suddenly projected in the sky above. On the other side, an equally dazzling floating crescent moon appeared as well. This sun and moon instantly snatched away all the brilliance in this space. A young man slowly walked out from within the radiance of the circular sun and crescent moon. Dressed in white, his brows were as sharp as swords, and his eyes glistened like stars. His face was like white jade. The slanted and slender brows penetrated deeply into his hairline, as an aloof yet nefarious smile hung on his face. To be more precise, that was an obscene smile, while he himself didn't have any intentions of hiding this obsceneness. He opened his arms, and at once, 2 women bewitching in every way walked out from the radiance, swinging their water snake-like waist, and threw themselves into his embrace from both sides. The man bursted into a loud laughter, and under the light of the sun's and moon's brilliance, the sleeves of his robe fluttered as he slowly descended while holding 2 women. Moreover, he continuously moved his hands up and down on the 2 women's bodies, as if this were a place with no people. Under his caressing and stroking, the 2 bewitching women moaned again and again with their waists ringing about. This person, Yun Qi's brows greatly knitted, but it wasn't because of his utterly unbearable conduct under the eyes of everyone. Rather, it was because from this person's body, he felt an extremely dangerous kind of aura. The more unbridled and pompous someone was on the surface, they would often be some useless person who only drinks and eats, and would be very easy to deal with. But on this person, this rule did not apply at all. The warning of danger Yun Qi felt due to a certain aura on him was incomparably intense. As expected of Phoenix Sect Master, these little gimmicks of mine really are inadequate in front of Phoenix Sect Master. As the young man landed, the brilliance of the sun and moon finally vanished as well. Yet he didn't land on his seat, and instead landed in front of Divine Phoenix Sect's seating area, less than a mere 10 steps away from Feng Zuer's seat. He let go of the 2 women, took a step forward as he slightly raised his hand. His eyes narrowed halfway. Sun Moon Divine Hall's Yi Zinghin greets Phoenix Sect Master. I have already heard Phoenix Sect Master's prestige for a long time. To be able to meet today is the blessing of my 3 lifetimes. What? Yi Zinghin? Hearing this youth reveal his name, the audience instantly cried out in surprise. Because this was the name of Sun Moon Divine Hall's young hall master. The person from Sun Moon Divine Hall this time was actually the young hall master. Though Feng Hengkang had already learnt that Yi Zinghin was unbridled with women, he didn't expect him to be so debauched. He faintly smiled and said, Young Hall Master's words are too strong. Rather, Young Hall Master's name is like a thunder which pierces the ear. Meeting you today, your excellence is superior than your reputation. Young Hall Master's seat is to the right side of Elder Ling. 3 honored guests, please enter your seats. No need to hurry. Yet Yi Xinghen leisurely rebuffed. His gaze shifted and fell upon Feng Zuer's body. A pair of long and narrow eyes instantly squinted as they radiated an extremely scorching light. Up until now, it could be said that Yi Xinghen have had his way with countless women. And the women who he took a fancy to, their looks, physique, were all one chosen from 1,000. It could be said that his immunity toward women's looks and disposition was extremely high. Yet at the moment he saw Feng Zuer, he felt all of the blood in his entire body start to boil, as every single cell in his body throbbed madly. For the first time in his life, Yi Xinghen had a feeling of not daring to believe that she actually exists, while she was clearly before his eyes. It was even to the point where he couldn't imagine just what kind of celestial beauty was underneath this sort of air that transcended worldliness. The desire to possess crazily sprouted and grew within his chest cavity and soul at the same time. Her physique was more so unparalleled under heaven. She was simply the most flawless woman, the most flawless incubator. Could this phoenix goddess be the Princess Snow known as the #1 beauty of profound sky? Staring at Feng Zuer, Yi Xinghen spoke with his eyes pursed up. Everyone in the world knew the name of Princess Snow, and everyone in the world also knew to what extent Divine Phoenix sect protected Princess Snow. Therefore, even if one had millions of intentions toward Princess Snow, they definitely shouldn't, and also wouldn't dare to reveal such intentions in front of Feng Henkang and Divine Phoenix sect's crowd. Yet this Yi Xinghen had the gaze of a wolf, his wrists rolling, not concealing his desire that was as scorching as a fiery inferno in the slightest. No one knew if it was because his desire had gotten to his self-control, or he simply wasn't afraid of Divine Phoenix sect's fury at all. The various elders and disciples of Divine Phoenix sect all revealed the expression of anger. A few core disciples were already on the verge of exploding into a flight of rage. Their fists clenched tightly, as they wished they could immediately rush up and fight Yi Xinghen to the death. Princess Snow was their jewel of Divine Phoenix Empire, the sacred goddess in everyone's hearts. They definitely would not allow anyone to taint or lay a finger on her, even if it were laying a finger in terms of gaze and words. This bastard, he's courting death. Feng Ziming's hands clenched tightly, his finger joints making pop-pop sounds. The other princes were also gnashing their teeth in anger. However, the identity of Sun Moon Divine Hall's Young Hall Master caused them to not dare to act rashly at all, even though they were extremely furious. That was the Young Hall Master of a sacred ground, the future ruler of a sacred ground. If they shed all pretenses of cordiality with this Yi Xinghen, that would undoubtedly be having a fallout with the entire Sun Moon Divine Hall. Even though Divine Phoenix sect was the #1 great sect of profound sky, they still didn't have the courage to shed all pretenses with a sacred ground yet, unless they are forced till their last straw. Contrary to one's expectations, Feng Henkang instead had a calm expression. He said to Feng Zuer, "Zuer, this one is Sun Moon Divine Hall's Young Hall Master Yi Xinghen. Even though he is lustful by nature and unbridled with woman, he can still be considered a seldom outstanding youth. Say hello to him." Feng Henkang's words made it hard for people to make out the negative connotation, but this tone of extreme dullness was already faintly revealing the fury hidden behind his endurance. Feng Zuer stood up and lightly bowed. "Zuer greets Young Hall Master Yi." Feng Zuer's voice was gentle like water and misty as the cloud, making Yi Xinghen's heart and soul surge from listening to it. He started at Feng Zuer and said with a grinning face, "Young Sis Zuer is being too unfamiliar. The address of Young Hall Master Yi is both vapid and foreign. Just call me Big Brother Yi." Young Sis Zuer's voice is like the voice of a goddess, more beautiful than anything I can imagine. Being known as the #1 beauty of the profound sky, your visage must be more so incomparably gorgeous. I wonder if I can have the honor to witness young Sis Zuer's otherworldly charming looks. Crack! A deep crack instantly appeared on the chair under Feng Ziming. He clenched his teeth tightly and was just about to stand, but was pulled back by a huge hand right away. Feng Feiyan pressed him down and said with a low voice, "Do not fly into a rage. How could Sect Master allow him to lay his finger on Zuer in the slightest?" Feng Ziming's chest moved up and down, his eyes bloodshot, but he still suppressed his anger with great effort, enduring with effort and didn't act up again. Feng Zhuo replied with a gentle and calm voice. Please forgive Zhuo for refusing. Zhuo's looks are crude and difficult to enter by young hall master's eyes. Yi Xinghen bursted into a loud laughter. If this #1 beauty of the world could also be called crude, then there wouldn't be any woman that could be viewed in this world. Since young sis Zhuo isn't willing, then that's fine. This place is under the gaze of the masses. How can young sis Zhuo's otherworldly charms be tainted by the gazes of a bunch of common folks? Going face to face with young sis Zhuo some other day and appreciate you alone, wouldn't that be more pleasant, ha 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 ha? Amidst the wanton laughter, Yi Xinghen turned around, drew the two women toward him, as he walked toward his seat with undisciplined steps. However, after having seen Feng Zhuo's fantastical figure that was as illusory as a goddess, he felt the two women as charming as flowers beside him were simply vulgar to the extreme, causing him to no longer have the desire to feel them up. This bastard, if he dares to harm Princess Snow, even if he is whatever Sun Moon Divine Hall's young hall master, this daddy will still fight him to the death. Feng Zhanian's hands clenched into fists, his eyes bloodshot as he fixedly stared at Yi Xinghen. That gaze was akin to looking at an enemy who could not coexist under the same sky with him. Jasmine, how strong is this Yi Xinghen? Yun Qi asked in a quiet voice. Tyrant profound realm middle stage. He's a being you absolutely cannot afford to offend. Even the two women beside him are high-ranked thrones. You'll have to pay quite the price if you want to defeat either of one of them. Jasmine warned coldly. The level of the 4 great sacred grounds is not something the current you is qualified to touch. By all means, you better not overestimate your ability and seek your own death. Yun Qi didn't speak, his expression overcast. The moment Yi Xinghen entered the seats, Ling Kun immediately moved over to him and said with an extremely quiet voice, Young Hall Master, so it seems your purpose for coming personally is as expectedly this Princess Snow. Yi Xinghen's palm inserted into the bosom clothing of the woman on his right, kneading wantonly, his eyes queer and obscene. At the first glance of her, I already knew this name of #1 beauty of profound sky was indeed well-deserved. Only today did this young master find out that there would actually be such a perfect woman in this world. Just her silhouette and presence was already enough to subdue this young master, heh? Seems like young hall master is resolute on this. Ling Kun smiled faintly. But it seems that young hall master was a bit too hasty. At this divine phoenix sect, Princess Snow can be considered the greatest taboo. Too hasty? Yi Xinghen laughed wildly. In the world of Yi Xinghen, there had never been such a phrase of too hasty. The woman I took a fancy for, they think they can stop me with just their divine phoenix sect. Yi Xinghen extended his slender finger and gently stroked along the waist of the woman on his leg, as a dangerous smile emerged on his face. Elder Ling, do you believe me? In no more than 3 days, this Princess Snow will completely become my Yi Xinghen's woman. Her body, her bloodline, would all forever belong to me, Yi Xinghen. Even if their divine phoenix sect does not admit it, they'll have to admit. Ling Kun's eyelids jumped. Words coming from Yi Xinghen's mouth definitely wouldn't be baseless words. Since he dares to say so, then he possessed definite assurance. He once again lowered his voice and laughed along with him. Young Hall Master's words, I naturally believe them 10,000 times. Then I'll congratulate young Hall Master ahead of time. Turning his eyes to the side, Yi Xinghen looked at Ling Kun. That woman with the 9 profound, exquisite body. It can't be that Elder Ling has forgotten, right? Heth, how could this old man forgot about this matter? However, the 1.5 kilos of purple vein divine crystal, I wonder if young Hall Master. Don't worry, the legendary 9 profound, exquisite body, let alone 1.5 kilos of purple vein divine crystal, even 15 kilos would be worth it. However, Elder Ling should also know, this purple vein divine crystal is too hard to find, and is also often consumed ordinarily. In these 2 years, bit by bit, this young master had also only saved up 1 kilogram. Yi Xinghen took out a spatial ring glinting with a purple light. In here is 1 kilogram of purple vein divine crystal. I wonder, how much information of that woman can I get with this kilogram of purple vein divine crystals? Ling Kun received the ring. After sweeping a glance at the things inside, his eyes flashed with an unconcealable hint of excitement. He didn't return the spatial ring to Yi Xinghen and instead put it away with a smile. Young Hall Master is indeed straightforward. Looks like this old man calling young Hall Master to do such a transaction was indeed a choice that couldn't be more right. That woman has just turned 19 this year and is in Blue Wind Nation. Blue Wind? Yi Xinghan revealed astonishment, then snorted faintly. That tiny little place where one would feel as though they were lowering their status if they went there is actually able to produce one who possessed the godly body of legends. 9 profound, exquisite body. Elder Ling, are you certain that it was the 9 profound, exquisite body? Yi Xinghan's last sentence had a distinct hint of a warning overtone. Blue Wind Nation was an inferior land that regarded the Emperor Profound as its summit, making him completely unable to believe that it could have any relationship with the 9 profound, exquisite body. That was difficult to find even once every 10,000 years. Ling Kun's expression didn't change at all as he said lowly, "If I wasn't certain, even if I had more courage, I wouldn't dare do this transaction with Young Hall Master. If Young Hall Master uses this 9 profound, exquisite body as an incubator, it is inevitable that your cultivation would increase by bounds. In comparison, an insignificant 1.5 kilogram of purple vein divine crystals cannot be said to be anything." Yi Xinghan restrained his expression as he chuckled. "Having done so many deals with Elder Ling, I'm obviously extremely relieved by Elder Ling's words. I will slowly gather the other 1/2 kilogram of purple vein divine crystals. When that time comes, Elder Ling must not disappoint me." "Ha! When that time comes, Young Hall Master should just wait to get a hold of a great surprise," Ling Kun said with narrowed eyes. He didn't say that the woman who possessed the 9 profound, exquisite body was one whose beauty was no less inferior to that of Princess Snow. Even though it would greatly increase the cost of his bargaining chip, it would easily make Yi Xinghan immediately pay close attention to Blue Wind Nation's #1 beauty, Xia Yuanba. If that happened, he would lose 1/2 kilogram of purple vein divine crystals. Seated near an unremarkable corner was an unremarkably dressed person who coldly gazed at Yi Xinghan's back figure. Both of his hands slowly tightened as words brimming with deep-rooted hatred came out between his gritted teeth. "Sun Moon, Divine Hall." Heavenly Mighty Sword Region and Sun Moon Divine Hall had arrived, but Absolute Monarch Sanctuary and Supreme Ocean Palace still had yet to come. Feng Hengkong didn't seem to have been affected by Yi Xinghan's arrogance. He serenely sat down and glanced at the time again. There were still several tens of breaths left until the start of the ranking tournament. At the moment, a gently breeze suddenly blew over, bringing along the faint aroma of flowers that made anyone who scented it feel intoxicated. Suddenly, the fluttering of many flower petals that came from who knows where suddenly appeared above the arena. Whether the petals were pure white, captivating red, or gloriously yellow, they danced, filling the sky with extreme beauty. "It smells so good. Did some goddess arrive? It must be a goddess from the sacred grounds that have come. I'm too lucky today. Not only have I seen Princess Snow, I even have the chance to see the grace of a fairy from the sacred grounds." Seeing the sky filled with dancing petals and the touching fragrance of flowers, every man in the audience became excited as their scorching gazes looked up above. The floating petals began to become more and more crowded together, as the fragrance also became more and more rich and intoxicating. Suddenly, a huge ball of petals extravagantly bursted open in mid-air. Under the enormous rain of flower petals, an endlessly charming silhouette emerged. This was a man handsome and pretty to an extreme degree. A suit of snow-white attire, his black hair was like ink, the color of his face fair like jade. His facial features was as if they had been carved out by an artist, delicate beyond compare. His brows were as slender as the new moon, slightly bent and raised on one end. His eyes were like the cherry blossom, and the fluid gaze like a young girl's stirred within. Everyone below raised their head up high, and looked at this man who was slowly floating down with endless petals in a stupefied manner. No matter men or women, all of their hearts birthed in feeling of being ashamed of their inferiority. "What an elegant and eminently handsome man!" Yun Qi couldn't help but to exclaim, and at the same time silently added in his heart, "Almost catching up to me." The moment Yi Xinghan and Ling Kun saw this man emerging, the expressions on their faces simultaneously changed. But it definitely was neither shock nor fear, and they were instead showing an expression of extreme distress. Ling Kun roared with a low voice, "FCK, why is it this guy?" The moment Feng Hengkong saw the flower petal rain down as far as one's eyes could see, he had already stared blankly for a bit. As the snow-white figure appeared amidst the flower petals, Feng Hengkong, this dignified Divine Phoenix Emperor, sect master of Divine Phoenix Sect, actually quivered from his entire body as his pupils even contracted for a split second. He hastily roared, "Ziming, go welcome him in our stead." Before Feng Ziming had the chance to respond, the man's gaze had already fell upon Feng Hengkang's body. Instantly, his slender and curved brows stuck up on their ends even more. His fluid glance flowed. His hands covered his mouth as he revealed an overbearingly flirtatious smile. From his mouth, a tender and gentle voice came out. "Little Kong Kong, this one has finally met you again. Not being able to meet you for 100 years, this one has missed you to death, you know. Have you missed this one?" The entire arena instantly became so quiet that a needle falling could be heard. Everyone without exception were flabbergasted, as their eyes and jaws fell to the ground. This person, just was he a man or a woman, or was he half man, half woman, or was he neither a man nor a woman, this expression, this posture, these eyes and brows, this voice, and referring to themselves with third person. Wait, the little Kong Kong he was saying, could it be he was calling Phoenix Sect Master Feng Hengkang? Holy shit. Feng Hengkang was already about to find a place to hastily hide himself, but a little Kong Kong dropped out of the sky. This made the Phoenix Sect Master, who didn't have a change of expression under Yi Xinghen's insolence, shiver from his entire body, his expressions convulsing as he nearly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Feng Ziming hastily greeted up with great anxiety as he spoke in a respectful manner. "Junior Divine Phoenix Prince, Feng Ziming greets, Senior Ji. Welcome to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Senior Ji, your seat has already been prepared. I respectfully ask Senior Ji to enter the seats." "Ya!" Ji Qianrou's coquettish eyes as if waves of water, measuring up Feng Ziming from head to toe. That gaze as gentle as water made Feng Ziming's entire body feel numb. With his waist swinging, he walked toward Feng Ziming with extreme amorosity as he began to giggle tenderly. "So it was actually little Mingaming. No wonder you are so handsome, almost catching up to my little Kong Kong. When this one saw you last, you were still a 2 or 3 years old little baby. In the blink of an eye, you've actually grown so much. Come, let this one feel you up and see if you've gotten more robust." As Ji Qianrou walked, his soft waist turned like a dancing water snake. The two halves of his hips swung left and right. If he was a woman, that definitely must be a scenery that made one unable to take their eyes away and even sprout out blood. But now, all the men only felt their stomach turning. This was someone of the sacred grounds. Was this really someone of the sacred grounds? Before Feng Ziming was even able to regain his senses, his hand was already taken up by Ji Qianrou and gently stroked in his palms. Little Mingaming's skin really is so smooth. This one likes the feeling of smooth skin the most. Little Mingaming needs to keep maintaining this, okay? As if just waking up from a dream, Feng Ziming retracted his hand like a lightning bolt. His body retreated non-stop, as he felt his heart cramping, and a thick layer of goosebumps rose up on his entire body, especially the hand that was touched by Ji Qianrou. It was simply like tens of millions of ants were crawling on it, causing him to wish dearly that he could immediately chop his entire hand off. He finally understood why his royal father, who did not dread heaven and earth, would reveal a terrified expression the moment he heard the name, Ji Qianrou, lest that he was unable to hide in time. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, as he said in an extremely sorry state, "SSC Senior Ji, the ranking tournament is about to start. I ask Senior Ji to enter the seats." Such a simple sentence, Feng Ziming couldn't help but to speak it stutteringly and with incoherence. Ji Qianrou kneaded his fingers as he said flirtatiously, "Little Mingaming, what are you being so hurried for? This one hasn't given little Kong Kong a deeply affectionate hug, little Kong Kong. This one has already come. Why aren't you rushing up yet? Could it be in these 100 years you didn't miss this one at all?" Feng Hengkang's entire body trembled, as his neck even grew thicker by 2 sizes from stifling himself. He finally couldn't endure any longer and roared angrily, "Ji Qianrou, if you dare to babble nonsense like this again, we will throw you out." To be able to make the dignified Phoenix Sect Master lose his control and act up under the eyes of everyone, Ji Qianrou was probably the only one in profound Sky Continent who could. Facing the berserk Feng Hengkang, not only did Ji Qianrou not panic at all, he instead laughed tenderly again. Hey, you are shy again. Little Kong Kong really hasn't changed from before. All right, this one will just comply with you. After this ranking tournament is finished, you'll have to properly treat this one to drink. Okay, little Mingaming can also come too." After he finished speaking, with a twist of his waist, Ji Qianrou walked toward his seat gracefully and delicately. "Feng Hengkang, number $%." Feng Hengkang sat down at once, his forehead fully covered with cold sweat. At this time, he suddenly felt the Feng Zhuer on his side was currently looking at him with an extremely strange gaze. His eyes stared wide, his expression instantly became somewhat frantic, as hastily explained. Zhuer, it's definitely not what you think. That Ji Qianrou, he's just a lunatic. Zhuer does not need to mind him. I know, Royal Father. Feng Zhuer nodded, then began to lightly laugh. Little Kong Kong, hee, so Royal Father's name can actually be so cute too. Feng Henkong, yen x percent dollar number slash percent dollar number dollar percent letter 3007 plus number. So, this is the rumored witch, no, transvestite. Feng Zhanian almost fell onto his knees. Their divine phoenix sect master was actually teased by a man to the point of going mad on the spot. He felt that his outlook of the world was nearly crumbling. This person isn't simple. Propping his chin, Yun Qi muttered as if deep in thought. Jasmine, what is this person's cultivation? Late-stage tyrant profound, a high-level tyrant to the letter. Also the kind of level that you absolutely cannot offend, Jasmine said indifferently. Supreme Ocean Palace's seat was precisely to the right side of Sun Moon Divine Hall. After Ji Qianrou sat down, the Yi Xinghen and Ling Kun to the side were both sitting upright and still. Let alone greeting with words, it was like they hadn't seen him at all. Ji Qianrou voluntarily moved closer and said full of tender feelings. Little Hanhen, we haven't met in so many years, this one has missed you to death, you know. Have you missed this one? Yi Qinghen's face convulsed, his chest undulated as he stiffly forced out two words from the gap between his teeth. Shut up! HMPH! Facing Yi Xinghen's rough manner, Ji Qianrou spat and poutingly turned his head away. So nasty, all of you stinky men are the same, each one more unfeeling and heartless than the previous. This one can't be bothered with you, HMPH? The muscle on Yi Qinghen's face spasmed to a great extent, but he finally let out a big breath of relief. But right away, this Ji Qianrou who claimed that he can't be bothered with you, once again moved closer with the tenderness of soft water. Little Hanhen, do you really not want to pay me attention anymore? In these years, this one really has missed you, you know. Look, the current little Kong Kong is much more mature than 100 years ago and has a more manly feeling. He really is too enchanting. Compared to this kind of little fresh meat like little Hanhen, as expected, this one still likes little Kong Kong's type the most. Little Hanhen, why have the women beside you grown more and more lacking? Look at this skin, so rough, much more lackluster compared to this one's. Little Hanhen, that tender and sweet voice made Yi Xinghen's heart spasm, his limbs convulse, his meridians twitch, his entire body was spasming, simply in a living hell. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Ji Qianrou, and was also unwilling to conflict with this monster who could dismember someone's corpse with a sweet smile. He really wanted to rip his head off and stick it up his ass. Elder Ling, Yi Xinghen said, gnawing his teeth, 3 pieces of purple-veined heaven crystals, switch seats with this young master. A row of cold sweat instantly dripped down Ling Kun's forehead as he said hastily, This, cough, cough, this isn't a problem of heaven crystals or divine crystals. This old man is already old, can't bear too much hardships and still want to live a few years longer. Yi Xinghen. Author's note. After writing this chapter, my stomach suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Let this one go release and mediate a little. The starting time of the ranking tournament had already arrived, yet Absolute Monarch Sanctuary's seat was still empty. Feng Henkong did not declare the start of the ranking tournament here and now, and instead stared at the sky above. If the other 3 sacred grounds came late, he could choose to not wait, but for Absolute Monarch Sanctuary he had to wait. Without making Feng Henkong wait for too long, an aged yet peaceful voice distantly came from the skies above. Sigh, this goo has come late due to affairs that had to be taken care of, and has made everyone wait for a long time. I'm ashamed, extremely ashamed. The voice was illusory and lingering, as if it came from the end of the horizon. At the same time, a gentle yet boundless aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire arena. This aura that was rich and dense to the extreme made one instantly think of the ocean, the cosmos, the abyss, endlessly vast, majestic without limit. Monarch! In Yun Qi's mind, Jasmine's voice that carried a slight hint of surprise came. Yun Qi's mind instantly shook. Monarch! The person who has come was a monarch. Sacred ground letting a young hall master come was already extremely unusual, but why would they actually send a monarch? In the profound sky continent, divine profound realm was a myth-like existence, rumored to be an illusory realm that humans simply could not reach. Sovereign profound realm was then the highest peak of this world. A monarch was fully deserving as the greatest sovereign ruler in the entire profound sky continent. And monarchs also only exist within the sacred grounds and divine Phoenix Empire. Even in the sacred grounds and divine Phoenix Empire, they were exceedingly rare. At this seven-nation ranking tournament, Yun Qi could be considered as having finally widened his horizon at last. Even though they belonged to the same continent, Divine Phoenix Empire and Blue Wind Empire were like two entirely different worlds. At Blue Wind Nation, thrones were already the limit that could not be surpassed. But here, thrones were all over the place, overlords ran amok, and now even a monarch had actually appeared. A silhouette also slowly floated down from above. This was an elderly man in a light yellow robe with a horsetail whisk in hand. With white hair and brows, the air and disposition of a celestial, his face gentle, as though a Taoist celestial who was about to ascend to the heavens. When the other three sacred grounds people came, Feng Hengkang only stood up to greet. But this time, Feng Hengkang directly left his seat and greeted forward with hurried steps. Behind him, Feng Feiyin and the crowd of elders also left their seats and followed in succession. Feng Hengkang came before the elderly man with quick steps and said as he saluted respectfully, "Junior Feng Hengkang of Divine Phoenix Sect greets Spiritual Master Gu Kang." Of the four great sacred grounds, Absolute Monarch was head, while the elderly man before him was a being of Grand Elder rank at Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Even the Saint Emperor would need to pay him some respect. And since always, the interactions and communication between Divine Phoenix Sect and Absolute Monarch Sanctuary had been the closest. Even though it wasn't apparent, Divine Phoenix Sect indeed always had the intention to huddle close with the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Spiritual Master Gu Kang didn't have the slightest imposing manner nor arrogance as a grand elder of a sacred ground. With a swing of his horsetail brush, he returned to salutations and said while laughing, "This Gu has arrived late for reasons. I have truly committed offense, and I hope Phoenix Sect Master is magnanimous in forgiveness." Feng Hengkang said, "What are you saying, Spiritual Master Gu Kang? Your elderly grace coming personally is already the greatest honor of our Divine Phoenix Sect. Oh, Junior recalls that Spiritual Master Gu Kang ought to have brought a disciple along. Why is it that?" "Ha ha!" Spiritual Master Gu Kang laughed lightly. This Gu indeed had come bringing a disciple, only for him to witness the ranking tournament and explore within the primordial profound arc to learn through experience. I hadn't expected that he had a chance encounter with an acquainted person of olden days in this Divine Phoenix City, so he rushed this old man to come by myself, ha ha ha. So that's how it was. To able to be taken in by Spiritual Master Gu Kang as the last disciple, your honored disciple must possess an extraordinary aptitude. Spiritual Master Gu Kang, please. Feng Hengkang extended his hand, gesturing at Absolute Monarch Sanctuary's seat. As Gu Kang entered his seat, Ling Kun, Yi Xinghen, and even Ji Qianrou all stood up and respectfully conducted a rite for juniors towards seniors in dead seriousness. This action invoked Yun Qi's thoughts. Spiritual Master Gu Kang's status at Absolute Monarch Sanctuary could be somewhat deduced from this. Every one of the four great sacred grounds were also all present now, as the site had also become entirely silent. It was finally time for this seven-nation ranking tournament to begin. Following a meaningful glance from Feng Hengkang, the great Phoenix Elder Feng Feiyin took off into the air and flew until he reached the arena's center. An awe-inspiring and resonant phoenix cry exuded from his body. Following that, flames that surged to the skies explosively burned up and shot up to until over 100 meters in height, making everyone's gaze fixedly focus onto him without exception. Feng Feiyin looked in all four directions as he spoke in a loud and clear voice. "This humble one is Divine Phoenix Sect's head elder, Feng Feiyin, and it is an honor to meet heroes and young geniuses from all over the world. I represent Divine Phoenix Sect, and I thank all of the friends from faraway lands for visiting Phoenix City. This session is the 39th session ranking tournament of our Profound Sky 7 Nations, and will be hosted in its entirety by I, Feng Feiyin, and witnessed by the honored guests of the four sacred grounds. Held once every 25 years, the 7-nation ranking tournament is a battle for our Profound Sky 7 Nations young prodigies to contest in profound strength, spread their name through Profound Sky, and promote the prestige of their nations. Wow, it's actually personally hosted by the Great Elder. That's odd. Why would it be hosted by Great Elder?" Feng Zhanian said with a surprised expression. Clearly, he didn't know that Great Elder would personally host this ranking tournament beforehand. Even if someone told him beforehand, he probably wouldn't have believed it. Because in the past, the seven-nation ranking tournament was at most hosted by a low-rank elder. Could it be that there is something special about this ranking tournament? Feng Zhanian said in a low voice. Other than the Grand Generations and Princess Snow, Feng Feiyin's status in Divine Phoenix sect was almost second to only Feng Hengkang. Even Crown Prince Feng Ziming would need to act very respectfully in front of him. Letting him personally be the host of this seven-nation ranking tournament made even the few from the sacred grounds revealed slight surprise. The audiences in the seating area more so held their breaths and looked at Feng Feiyin in a respectful and admiring manner. The voice resounding beside their ears, every word was thunderous. The Great Elder personally as host was an entirely different concept from normal elders or palace masters as host. Everyone had faintly noticed something odd from within. Sure enough, after Feng Feiyin finished reading the formal speech, HS suddenly looked up as his finger pointed toward the sky above. Everyone please look up. That's right, this enormous shadow blotting out the sky and sun is precisely that primordial profound arc which appears every 300 years which harbors unknown mysteries. The primordial profound arc had always appeared at my Divine Phoenix City's skies, and throughout history, only us Divine Phoenix Empire possessed the right of exploration as well. But this time, Sect Master's heart is generous and broad, and is willing to scale the primordial profound arc with friends of the Six Nations, and share the mysteries of primordial profound arc. In this session's ranking tournament, the top 3 in rankings may choose 3 people each to explore the primordial profound arc together. Even though it was top 3 in rankings, everyone knew that the first would unquestionably be Divine Phoenix Sect. Therefore, people of the 6 nations with the fortune to enter the primordial profound arc would at most be 6 people from 2 nations. However, Feng Feiyin's tone suddenly shifted as he said, "Just a few days ago, my sect suddenly noticed that the profound seal at primordial profound arc's main doorway had actually loosened ahead of time, which also means that the profound arc's main doorway would open 4 days earlier than expected." Ahem. The brows of all of the people from sacred grounds shifted. 4 days in advance, which is to say primordial profound arc will open as soon as tomorrow, Yi Xinghan said in a low voice. That should be so. No wonder this Feng Feiyin was made to personally host this ranking tournament. There was indeed unforeseen matter. Ling Kun also spoke in a low voice. If my guesses are correct, this ranking tournament will be concluded as soon as possible. Feng Feiyin continued. My sect had initially planned to start to explore the primordial profound arc on the 2nd day after ranking tournament's conclusion. Yet this time, the primordial profound arc will open tomorrow in advance. The primordial profound arc would only open for 24 hours every single time. 24 hours in an entire 300 years? Naturally, no time can be wasted. But the words spoken by my Divine Phoenix sect are of enormous weight, and we will absolutely not go back on them. Therefore, in order to explore the primordial profound arc tomorrow in collaboration, this session of ranking tournament's match schedule will also undoubtedly be compressed to a great degree. The top 3 would need to be decided by today. Clamor the moment Feng Feiyin's words were spoken. The entire arena became turbulent. They all understood the words, the primordial profound arc would open ahead of time. And at the same time, this session of ranking tournament would be compressed into a single day, which meant that it was to be concluded today. The match schedule would at least last for 5 days for every ranking tournament in the past, without any exception. Between the contending 70 tip-top young experts coming from the 7 nations, every single round would need to be fought in round robin. Previously, even 5 days of matches would be scheduled fully, and situations of the tournament's schedule extension would often happen. In the time as short as a day, it simply could not be done. The expressions of those participants, as well as each nation's emperor and hegemons, all changed greatly. 7-nation ranking tournament was a great matter of an entire country. The results of the rankings were connected to the position and prestige of the next 25 years of a nation. For this ranking tournament, every single nation could prepare with all their might several years ahead of time. And rare treasures accumulated for over 20 years would all be used without being stingy in the least. For those young participants, this ranking tournament was more so the highest stage for them to perform, the greatest chance to spread their name throughout the world. If the previously 5 days of match schedule were really to be condensed into a day, the time for them to perform would unquestionably be compressed by an entire 80%. This kind of discrepancy, how could they be willing and satisfied? And the spectators, numbering more than 3 million who obtained the qualification to enter the arena through great pain, they originally would have enjoyed an entire 5 days of the Pinnacle's battle. Yet all of a sudden only 1 day was left. They naturally were extremely unthrilled as well. No wonder the Great Elder was needed to personally host. Yun Qi muttered to himself in a low voice. So it was to suppress the situation that may possibly happen with the awe of the Great Elder. If the match schedule is shrunk down to 1 day. As he muttered till here, his brows suddenly twitched as a feeling that was anything but reassuring emerged in his heart. The clamor suddenly exploding in the arena was entirely within Divine Phoenix Sect's expectations. Feng Feiyan's expression did not change, as his voice abruptly became louder by some. Even though the match schedule is forced to be compressed, there is no need for anyone to worry. This 7-nation ranking tournament would still be absolutely fair and square. So much that, it would be even more fair and square than the previous few dozen sessions. It will determine the ranking of strength of us profound Sky 7 nations in even less bias. Feng Feiyan's words made everyone reveal a stupefied expression. The match schedule being compressed from 5 days to 1, yet it would be more fair. Feng Feiyan continued. The former sessions of 7-nation ranking tournaments, 70 young prodigies battled in turns, contending against one another, and the end rankings were decided by the highest placement of each nation's contenders. However, this kind of ranking style emphasizes the strength of apex profound practitioners. But in actuality, what could manifest a nation's strength the most ought to be the overall strength of a nation's participants. Thus, this session of ranking tournament would cancel the individual matches and change into team battles. In every single ranking match, every single profound practitioners of the two sides must all enter the stage. The arena was instantly filled with the sound of discussions, ceaselessly clamorous. Yun Qi's eyes stared wide as he fixedly stared at Feng Feiyan, whose expression was cold and stiff and violently cursed. FCK. Feng Feiyan ignored the clamor and continued. Even though it is a team battle, it would still similarly be able to display every single person's strength, while also being able to fairly examine a nation's young generation's comprehensive level. At the same time, it would also adhere to the condition of compressing the competition schedule to a maximum degree, without missing any bit of fairness. If we do it thusly, do our friends from the 6 nations have any objections? If there are any objections, feel free to speak up. Feng Feiyan faced the 6 nations, accurately speaking. He faced the seating area of the 5 nations with a blank face and calm voice. If they were confronted with such a drastic change of schedule, if the one before their eyes was a mere ordinary elder from Divine Phoenix Sect, as emperor and hegemon-level figures of the 6 nations, they might indeed object. But currently the person talking to them was actually Divine Phoenix Sect's Great Elder, one whose rank was higher than a Divine Phoenix Prince. Even if all 6 nations' emperors were added up together, his might, power, and name also did not fall short. Beneath Feng Feiyan's gaze, the 6 nations' emperors and hegemons all felt as though an iron plate was pressing down on their chest. Even breathing was extremely difficult. How could they possibly dare to say anything? About this matter, it was evident that Divine Phoenix Sect had already one-sidedly made the decision, so how could they dare not agree? They all quickly nodded, expressing their agreement. Very good, Feng Feiyan nodded. Since our friends from the 6 nations don't have any objections, then this year's ranking tournament competition shall be conducted thusly. The rules of the team battles are basically the same as individual battles, and are similarly round-robin. Every nation will battle with everyone from another nation, and will advance through the ranking tournament through wins. Then, the 2 victorious nations will then fight one another to advance. Winner will be placed in front. In order to cut down the tournament schedule and lighten the consumption of every nation's participating profound practitioners, our Divine Phoenix Sect will not be participating in the round-robin matches. The final victor of the matches will then be able to fight our Divine Phoenix Sect's profound practitioners. If they win, they will then be this year's champion. In this way, within the round-robin matches, every nation's profound practitioners would only be required to fight 5 matches, for a total of 16 matches. 1 day of time is already enough. Feng Feiyan's meaning was quite clear. Divine Phoenix Sect was not participating in the round-robin and would only fight with the strongest team of the 6 nations. For this point, Feng Feiyan didn't ask whether or not the 6 nations had any objections, because it was basically not necessary. And no one from the 6 nations thought that this was not proper or feel dissatisfied, because divine phoenix sex level was one that the 6 other nations were fundamentally unable to contend against. With how terrifying divine phoenix sect was, even if every profound practitioner from the 6 nations were added up, they would still be easily suppressed into a dog by a profound practitioner from divine phoenix sect. After so many 7-nation ranking tournaments in the other nations' eyes, they were all in fact 5-nation ranking tournaments, because divine phoenix was too strong and blue wind was too weak. Every time they fought, it was always to determine the ranking of the 5 nations. If they placed second, it was equivalent to placing first, and if they placed sixth, it was the same as being a shameful dead last. They absolutely did not dare have the delusion that they could defeat divine phoenix empire. But at the same time, they would never condescend themselves to being on par with Blue Wind Nation. As for the other rules of the match, I'm assuming that there is no need for me to waste time to say what's more than necessary. Feng Feiyan swept his gaze around as his tranquil gaze brought along a kind of intangible imposingness. The 7-nation ranking tournament was the most distinguished event for Profound Sky Continent's profound practitioning world. Every session was paid the greatest attention to, and such an unprecedented great change in schedule that hadn't even been informed beforehand had actually just been decided on the spot with a few words. No one dared to object, and no one dared to reveal any discontentment. This was Divine Phoenix Sect's completely overwhelming deterrence. Oh, this one had expected to see many days of matches, and now it only need a single day to be finished. This one's mood suddenly became so cheerful. MHMNN, little Hanhen, is your mood the same as this one? Ji Qianrou narrowed his cherry flower eyes and sent a flirtatious glance toward Yi Xinghen. Yi Xinghen's face distorted as he said with a downcast voice, Ji Qianrou, if you dare to speak with this young master again, this young master will kill you. Yo! As if frightened, Ji Qianrou shrunk his neck down, and then the expression in his gaze became both innocent and grievant from being wronged. Little Hanhen, why would you so suddenly frightened at this one? You almost scared me stiff. If you suddenly frighten this one again, this one will get angry, okay? Once this one becomes angry, maybe he would become a little devious and cause you to no longer have any women to play with at night. With a tender and soft tone that was about to weep, Ji Qianrou shot a slight glance with timid eyes at the 2 bewitching women glued by Yi Xinghen left and right side. Instantly, the 2's body trembled at the same time. Their pupils expanded as they projected an immensely deep fear, because the moment they were touched by his gaze, that kind of terrifying feeling was as though their throats were being held within the poisonous fangs of a king cobra. Yi Xinghen knew the terror of this monster better than anyone else. Sealing up his mouth, he didn't speak anymore. I declare that Profound Sky Continent's 39th 7-nation ranking tournament has officially begun. Feng Feiyan's voice resounded through the arena and also declared the start of this session's 7-nation ranking tournament. With a swing of his arm, a stroke of firelight flickered past. Instantly, an enormous flame profound stone was erected in the center of the arena. Looking at this profound stone, Yun Qi, who had the experience of Blue Wind ranking tournament, instantly understood what it was used for. Yun Qi extended his arms and glanced at his palm. One after another of sceneries at Heavenly Sword Villa back then emerged in his mind. He muttered to himself in resentment, Looks like I'll be mocked by the crowd again. God damn, my fate was decided to be mocked at by crowds again and again from the moment I was born. In every single session's Blue Wind ranking tournament, the profound strength assessment would always be an essential process. 7-nation ranking tournament was the same. Half of the profound strength assessment was to show off every single participant's profound strength level. After all, profound strength level basically divided one's true strength. The other half was to assess one's age. In all previous sessions of ranking tournaments, the participating profound practitioner's age cannot be more than 25 years old. If there are cases of excess age, the right to participate will be immediately taken back. Feng Feiyan slowly descended from the skies, landed by the profound assessment stone's side, and said in a loud voice, Right now, I will be using the last session of 7-nation ranking tournaments ranking results as order, and read out the name of the 7 nations. Every nation's participants ought to enter the Phoenix stage with the participant emblem, declare their names, then take the assessment on profound strength and age. Navy Tide Nation. Feng Feiyan said that the ranking of the last 7 nation ranking tournaments placements were to be announced as order, but the first name he called was the second-place nation in the last session. On the surface, this may seem to be modestly putting Divine Phoenix Sect as the last one to enter the stage appropriate of a host. But the unspoken words, how couldn't it be that Divine Phoenix Empire was entirely disdainful in being mentioned on equal terms as the other 6 nations? In the last ranking tournament, Navy Tide placed second, first of the 6 nations. The moment the 3 words Navy Tide Nation fell, a ball of cold, profound light suddenly shone at Navy Tide Nation's seating area and drew 2 enormous words of Navy Tide in the skies above. 7 young men and 3 young women simultaneously took off into the air and landed onto the Phoenix stage in the time the corner of their clothes fluttered. Instantly, a wave of cold energy undulated outwards like water ripples from above the Phoenix stage. Navy Tide Nation was located to the extreme north of profound sky, with cold skies and frozen lands all years round. And because of that, the profound practitioners over there basically all cultivate ice attribute profound arts. Of the 10 youths, the oldest looked to be around 25, the youngest looked to have just reached 20. The moment they entered the stage, the audiences behind the Navy Tide seating area instantly exploded like hot oil on a pan, roaring out waves of voices that shook the heaven and earth. Navy Tide, Navy Tide, Navy Tide. Go Navy Tide, crush the 5 nations. Wah, that's the flower-viewing prince, Xianrou, #1 of Navy Tide ranking tournament for 2 times, as expected he came. Wah, it's flower-viewing prince, my idol. Ah, so handsome, I'm about to faint. A few maniacally infatuated girls' screams while covering their face. The enormous waves of clamor were like the rolling thunder, quaking to the point of making Yun Qi's eardrums quiver. Jasmine's voice came from the side of his ear. 7 late-stage Sky Profound, and 2 half-step Emperor Profound, and 1 early-stage Emperor Profound. Similarly of the same younger generation and in the same piece of continent in comparison, Blue Wind Nation really is much too inferior. That's something that cannot be helped either, Yun Qi said with indifference. Blue Wind Nation is the smallest and also has the shortest history. Their accumulation is truly too shallow, so naturally there would be an enormous difference that cannot be filled up. Feng Wuhui of Navy Tide Nation's Snow Mountain Sect has come forth to contend. The first young profound practitioner came forth, revealed his participant emblem while revealing his name and sect in a lofty manner. Then he took a step forward, stood in front of Feng Feiyan, and pressed onto the profound assessment stone with his palm. The profound assessment stone flashed with a radiance, and following after, his physical age and profound strength were clearly displayed. 23 years old, Sky Profound Realm Level 8. The audiences of Navy Tide Nation instantly uttered out a cheer that jolted the skies. Being able to achieve such a profound strength level was above average even in the most apex domain of the 6 nations. Navy Tide Nation's profound practitioners came forth in succession. Their profound strength level wasn't in the slightest different than what Jasmine had said, 7 late-stage Sky Profounds and 2 half-step Emperor Profounds. And at this time, the last profound practitioner of Navy Tide finally came forward. The other 9 profound practitioners all had lofty faces. Only this person had on a calm expression from beginning to end, with a smile faintly hidden within. He looked to be extraordinarily young. His face was like white jade, his lips like vermilion cinnabar, and was a to-the-letter handsome man. In between his brows, there even carried a hint of eccentric aura enough to make women easily drown within it. He walked forward slowly and leisurely as if wandering in a yard. As he took his first step, Navy Tide's audience seats had already thoroughly exploded. Various kinds of exaggerated shouts, especially the screams from women, nearly ripped apart the Phoenix stage. Flower-viewing prince? The hell is that? Yun Qi propped his chin as he heard such a title from the female's screams. This title was simply conventional and lame to the point of being unbearable. This person is called Xianrou, rumored to be the current #1 of Navy Tide's younger generation. Attending Navy Tide ranking tournament twice at age of 17 and 20, he got first in both times. His prestige at Navy Tide Nation could be said as the sun in the sky, and even Navy Tide Nation's ruler receives him as guest of highest honor. Heh, even to the point where I had heard of his name. Feng Zhanian curled the corner of his lips, as he said with great disdain. He's quite awe-inspiring at Navy Tide Nation, but if he comes to my Divine Phoenix sect, he'd only be so much, and probably can't be considered as reaching the average. With a smile on his face, Hanruyu extended his white jade-like hand and pressed onto the assessment stone. 23 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 2. WHOA? The audiences of Navy Tide Nation went completely mad as the sounds of cheers turned from raging waves into the profound thunder of the ninth heaven, while the faces of other 5 nations' profound practitioners all slightly changed. What, this time, Navy Tide Nation actually had a throne? I had thought that our throne this time would certainly shock the entire arena, but I didn't expect that one would actually also appear in Navy Tide Nation. Looks like if we go against Navy Tide Nation this time, it will be a tough battle again. However, we don't have any reason to lose either. Black Fiend Nation's emperor spoke in an overcast tone. Not bad. Feng Hengkang, who had always been silent, nodded at this time. Seems like this time Navy Tide Nation finally improved by a bit. Holy shit, he's actually a throne, moreover, Emperor Profound Realm Level 2. Feng Zhanian had astonishment all over his face. Thrones under 25 years old could actually also appear in the insignificant 6 nations. Tusk. Amazing, how rare. This kid called Hanruyu, not just Navy Tide this time, he has spread his name throughout the 6 nations. The second place of this ranking tournament may perhaps end up in Navy Tide Nation's hands yet again. Black Fiend Nation. Navy Tide Nation's profound practitioners were done, yet they didn't return to their seats, and instead directly entered Phoenix Stage's exclusive match preparation area. Feng Feiyan's shout once again sounded, as 10 young profound practitioners, all wearing black attire, jumped onto the Phoenix Stage. This time, Black Fiend Nation's audiences instantly exploded. The sound of screams they exuded wasn't any weaker than Blue Tide Nation's in the slightest. Wu Huihong of Black Fiend Nation's Yin Hell sect has come forth to contend. Lu Heiyan of Black Fiend Nation's Purple Fiend Isle has come forth to contend. Navy Tide Nation, Black Fiend Nation, Grand Usura Nation, Sunflower Dew Nation, Divine Incense Nation. The 5 nations of Profound Sky went up the Phoenix Stage in the order of the last 7 nation ranking tournaments placements. In 15 minutes of time, all of the 5 nations' profound practitioners were finished with their assessment and entered the match preparation area. What was left were only the 2 extremes, Divine Phoenix Empire and Blue Wind Nation. Author's note, memo, Elementary Profound Realm, right arrow Nascent Profound Realm, right arrow True Profound Realm, right arrow Spirit Profound Realm, Earth Profound Realm, right arrow Sky Profound Realm, right arrow Emperor Profound Realm, Throne, right arrow Tyrant Profound Realm, Overlord, right arrow Sovereign Profound Realm, Monarch, right arrow Divine Profound Realm, Profound God, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow. Yun Qi carefully looked at the ages and profound strength of the 5 nations' young generation's profound practitioners, then sighed in his heart. At this time, he was increasingly more and more aware of how great of a matter the 7-nation ranking tournament was, and why no one in Blue Wind Nation ever bothered to mention, or even be interested in it. It was practically a disgraceful taboo. From beginning to end, even though the combined strength of Navy Tide, Black Fiend, Grand Usura, Sunflower Dew, and Divine Incense's profound practitioners were somewhat varied, the difference wasn't too large. The previous ranking tournament's number 2, Navy Tide, had come with an early-stage throne, 2 half-step Emperor Profounds, and 7 late-stage Sky Profounds this time. As for Divine Incense Nation, which had been placed only above Blue Wind in the previous session's ranking tournament, last place of the 5 nations, they had brought a half-step Emperor Profound, 8 late-stage Sky Profounds, and a mid-stage Sky Profound. That kind of disparity truly couldn't be said to be large at all. As long as luck was on their side, there was a possibility for any nation to place second in the 7-nation ranking tournament. In comparison, only Blue Wind Nation was tragic beyond words. Aside from Xia Qianrou, within Blue Wind Nation's profound practitioners that were under 25 years of age, not even an early-stage Sky Profound realm could be found. Half-step Emperor Profound was merely the peak of those below 25 years of age within the 5 nations. Yet it was the peak of Blue Wind Nation's entire profound practitioning world. In fact, Navy Tide Nation and Black Fiend Nation had even individually brought out a throne below 25. What remained after the 5 nations were Blue Wind Nation and Divine Phoenix Nation. Feng Feiyan swept a glance past the seating area, then said indifferently, "As everyone can see, it is not known why, but Blue Wind Nation is absent from this session's ranking tournament, with not even a single sound of activity. HMPH, Blue Wind isn't great in the profound anyway. So whether or not they participate in this ranking tournament has absolutely no influence on the results of the rankings. Instead, this will cut down the matches, which is better than ever. The seating area immediately burst into roars of laughter. Everyone knew what sort of pitifully low and miserable existence Blue Wind Nation was within this 7-nation ranking tournament. The other 6 nations came to battle for prestige and glory, yet Blue Wind Nation only came every time to fill in the 7-nation number. And to this session, it seemed as though they didn't even have the courage and face to serve her as a stopgap anymore. Inside the arena, there were few Blue Wind citizens, but it didn't mean that there were none. The words that came from the great Phoenix Elder completely humiliated them, but they could only tighten their fists, clench their teeth, and silently endure this humiliation with no face to speak out. Tusk, Blue Wind Kid, there's still time for you to press your tail between your legs and run away. With just that measly strength of yours, if you really were to go up, and you're even going up there alone, let alone losing face, you'll even lose your butt. Hey, shit! Before Feng Zhanian had even finished speaking, the Yun Qi beside him had already leapt up. After a few leaps, he directly dashed toward the Phoenix stage. Wait, who said Blue Wind Nation had no participants? A thunderclap-like shout resounded through the arena. When the shout ended, Yun Qi had already executed his last jump. Within everyone's astonished gaze, he heavily landed on the Phoenix stage as the ground beneath him vibrated with noise. He looked at Feng Feiyan with a calm yet proud expression and lifted his right hand to reveal the participant emblem imprinted with the words Blue Wind. Yun Qi of Blue Wind Nation has come forth to contend. Ah! Feng Zuer involuntarily let out a soft cry. Zuer, what's wrong? Feng Hengkang turned his head around lightning quick as he asked in astonishment. Nothing. Feng Zuer shook her head, her voice slightly quivering. It's just that I was thinking about something earlier and was somewhat absent-minded, then suddenly saw someone jump onto the Phoenix stage. I was a bit startled. It's really nothing. Even though Feng Hengkang still had some doubts, he didn't inquire any further. At this time, Feng Zichen, who sat in the rear, suddenly stood up and suddenly exclaimed, Royal Father, that's him, he's that Yun Qi. He actually came. Feng Ziming said lowly. Looks like he still is a bit knowledgeable, since he knows that no matter where he runs, he'll never be able to escape the palms of our hands. That's him? Feng Hengkang's gaze slightly converged as he said faintly. Him daring to come here today can be considered to be a bit courageous. Don't mind him, or else it'll affect the ranking tournament. Since he came, he shouldn't have the delusion of ever escaping. Feng Zuer quietly listened in on their conversation, her mind a field of chaos. Feng Lingyun, Yun Qi, Big Brother Yun, is Yun Qi, not Feng Lingyun, how could this be? Crap, how could it be him? In a corner of the spectator seats, an extremely unremarkable person quivered a little with a face full of surprise when he saw Yun Qi hop onto the Phoenix stage. As soon as he finished exclaiming in his heart, a youth sitting to his right who looked to be around 17 stood up rapidly with a swoosh. He was so excited that his entire face was thoroughly red. Both arms trembled as he shouted, Boss, as expected, you came. I just knew that you'll come. I didn't come here in vain. I just knew that you would not come. Seeing how this youth acted, excited to the point that he almost stopped breathing, he nudged the youth's clothes and asked, Hey, lil bro, you know this person? Could it be that you're someone from Blue Wind Nation? Of course I know him, that youth said with a face full of excitement. He's my boss, you know. The reason why I came here from so far away is just to watch his match. He's your boss? Shit, such a coincidence. He's also my sworn big brother. The reason why I came here, it's also to come watch his match. Is that true? The youth asked as he looked at him with a face full of suspicion. What's your name? Ling Jai of Blue Wind Nation's Heavenly Sword Villa, the youth said with pride. Ling Jai, who's Ling Yun to you? That's my big bro. How do you know my big bro's name? Of course it was mentioned to me by Boss Yun. You really know my boss? What a coincidence, right? What's your name? Which nation are you from? Oh, my name's Xianxia Cultivation, no home, no country. I can tell at the first glance that I'm older than you. You can call me Big Bro Hua, Boss Hua, Old Hua, any is fine. Xianxia Cultivation. Why do you have such a feminine name? Of course it's because I'm born handsome and elegant, so my name gotta be a bit elegant too. At least it's much better than your name without any skill involved. Yun Qi's appearance undoubtedly became the entire arena's focal point. When the 5 nations' profound practitioners entered the stage previously, what had sounded were heaven-shaking cheers. But this time, it was the entire arena's discussions and laughter. Cheers were the only thing lacking. The other participants all came flying over, yet he actually came leaping over. It couldn't be that he hasn't even reached the sky profound realm, right? You dumbass. He's from Blue Wind Nation. Tisk tisk, Blue Wind Nation, you know. Don't tell me that you've heard of someone below 25 in Blue Wind Nation above the sky profound. This kind is at most in the Earth profound realm. I remember in the previous 7-nation ranking tournament that the highest level within Blue Wind Nation's participants was also Earth profound realm. In fact, they even had those in the Spirit profound realm, ha 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 ha. It makes me laugh whenever I recall that. Wah, someone from Blue Wind Nation actually came. Divine Phoenix Sect didn't even prepare Blue Wind Nation's seats. Clearly, they didn't even think that someone from Blue Wind Nation would come. Yet this guy actually went up there by himself. Tusk tusk. Profound strength at only the Earth profound realm. He's not even at my level. Is he that desperate to lose all his face? You must not know this. In Blue Wind Nation, being at the Earth profound realm under 25 in Blue Wind Nation is already the highest existence. I heard that the instructors in their imperial family's profound palace is only Spirit profound realm. Earth profound realms could even be a palace chief at a branch profound palace. Shit, you serious? Then wouldn't I become a main branch palace chief if I go there? Ha 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 ha. Hey, how come only one person came up? Don't tell me that Blue Wind Nation only brought one person. Ha 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 ha, it's simply funny enough to make one's head fall off from laughing. Even if Blue Wind Nation came here, they should at least bring 10 people. After all, the matches this time just happen to be team battles. This daddy's gonna die from laughter. It's still good if they've come. With Blue Wind Nation here, this last place can't be snatched by anyone. Inside the incomparably large arena, every corner was filled with the sounds of wanton laughter and ridicule. In front of one that was only at the Earth profound realm, yet was able to represent Blue Wind Nation in the 7-nation ranking tournament. A kind of intangible, higher form of superiority birthed within the hearts of every profound practitioner of the 6 nations. One after another, they looked at him with a kind of amused, pitying, and mocking gaze, so much that it seemed as though Yun Qi was on trial. Yun Qi was too familiar with this kind of scene. Back then, in the Blue Wind ranking tournament, when he represented Blue Wind Profound Palace, he, who had the lowest profound strength level, was looked at with contempt and mockery by nearly everyone present. All kinds of voices and gazes spun all around him. It seemed as though this time was a repeat performance of what happened 2 years ago. Only, 2 years ago, all the sounds of taunting didn't affect him in the slightest, and this time it didn't affect him at all either. Within the arena, although there were very few profound practitioners from Blue Wind Nation, it didn't mean that there were none. The reason why they came today was to watch Yun Qi's might. A month ago, when Yun Qi left Blue Wind Imperial City for Divine Phoenix Empire, Kang once spread the news of Yun Qi going to represent Blue Wind Nation in the 7-nation ranking tournament by himself to the practicing world the very next day. He had originally told Yun Qi that if Blue Wind's profound practitioners were to know that he was going to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament, it might even suddenly ignite hope. Hope that would wipe away their previous disgrace. Because Yun Qi had created miracle after impossible miracles in Blue Wind Nation. He had even become a legendary figure in the hearts of Blue Wind profound practitioners. Because if he came represent Blue Wind Nation in this competition, he would definitely amaze the world and wipe away all their previous shame. In this 1 month, many Blue Wind profound practitioners were filled with hope and zeal, coming to Divine Phoenix Empire from a great distance. Even though the difference between Blue Wind profound practitioners and the other 6 nations within the arena was large, it was not known how many more had come compared to the previous session. Faced with the entire audience's laughter and mockery, those sparse and scattered Blue Wind profound practitioners looked at Yun Qi. Some clenched their fists, some gritted inwardly, and some sneered, waiting for Yun Qi to beat them to a pulp. Some couldn't endure it any longer as they roared in a loud voice. Shut the hell up! Not only is our Blue Wind Nation's Yun Qi the #1 of the young generation, he's #1 of the entire profound practitioning world. Even though he is only at the Earth Profound realm, he could still fight against an Emperor Profound. Earth Profound realm? Fight an Emperor Profound. BWAHAHAHA. It was as if the surrounding audience heard the funniest joke in the world as they all erupted in wild laughter. Did this kid forget to take his medicine when he left home? Earth Profound fight an Emperor Profound. Ha 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 ha, the Blue Wind profound practitioner who spoke was so mad that his face became thoroughly red. His companion pulled him in place and shook his head. Don't mind them. Wait until Yun Qi reveals his might. They'll naturally all shut their mouths. Yun Qi. This time, you have to seize glory for our blue wind in front of the entire world's outstanding warlords. So you're Yun Qi? Feng Feiyan sized him up. Without even waiting for his reply, he casually detected the presence of the phoenix bloodline on Yun Qi's body and immediately spoke. As expected, does this mean that blue wind this time has only sent you alone? That's right, Yun Qi frankly answered calmly. Feng Feiyan lowered his voice and said coldly, since you're here, then fight through this ranking tournament smoothly. After the conclusion of the ranking tournament, there will be someone who will come to properly settle the matter about your phoenix bloodline. However, if you'll allow yourself to die on this phoenix stage, that's also not a bad choice. HMPH, then go test your profound strength. The place where Yun Qi stood was quite a distance from Feng Feiyan, yet his huge aura continuously pressed down on Yun Qi's body and soul. However, his expression was nevertheless a field of tranquility, without any signs of oddness at all. He didn't say anything else to Feng Feiyan as he walked toward the profound assessment stone and placed his palm on its surface. 19 years old, Earth Profound Realm Level 10. The profound strength level displayed on the profound assessment stone had undoubtedly caused the entire audience to roar with laughter. Yun Qi removed his hand from the profound assessment stone and leisurely walked to the match preparation area in the midst of a sky filled with laughter and mocking gazes. As the seated profound practitioners from the other 5 nations saw him approach, none did not reveal an extremely contemptuous expression. Within the disdain were even revulsion and pity. Perhaps they thought that having such a person as an opponent was an insult to their strength and reputation. Yun Qi casually stopped at a corner. Not too far to his right were 10 of navy-tied nations participating profound practitioners. One among them shot a glance at Yun Qi and beamed while speaking in a voice loud enough for Yun Qi to hear. No wonder I keep thinking that the name Yun Qi was familiar. I suddenly remember now. It seems like in Blue Wind Nation's ranking tournament 2 years ago, the one who seized first place was this Yun Qi. Another person said with a grin. Tusk, 10th level of the Earth Profound Realm at 19, can indeed be considered as number 1 of Little Blue Wind Nation's young generation. HMPH? Han Ruyu slightly slanted his eyes, faintly snorted from his nose. It's only a pathetic little clown. Hey, junior brother Han is right, but this little clown is the impressive number 1 of Blue Wind Nation, you know. Ha 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 ha. Yun Qi raised his eyes, indifferently swept a glance over those people, and then turned his head around, not bothering to look back a second time. It's actually him. Ling Kun looked at Yun Qi with a thoughtful expression. Oh, Elder Ling actually recognizes this blue wind commoner who can't even be considered trash, Yi Xinghen asked with narrowed eyes. This kid is not as simple as how he appears on the surface. Ling Kung answered. Back when he was in Heavenly Sword Villa, it was due to Yun Qi's shocking mastery of the heavy sword that caused him to ask Yun Qi to enter mighty Heavenly Sword region. Then he perceived that he possessed the Phoenix bloodline, which naturally left a considerably deep impression on him. A few months ago, mighty Heavenly Sword region received news of Yun Kanghai's suicide, which automatically removed the seal on Heavenly Sword Villa's sword management terrace, and the fact that the person who had mistakenly been shut inside had also come out alive. He never thought that he would actually see Yun Qi here. This little brother's obviously not that simple. Ji Qianrou's tender voice came from the side. He has such a pitiful cultivation level, yet did not have any change in expression beneath the great Phoenix Elder's imposing oppression. Look, not only is his cultivation level low, he's even here alone without even an escort, and is being mocked at by so many people. It's just too pitiful. But his deep expression has always been calm, making one feel fascinated. Ji Qianrou twirled his finger and slowly stuck out his tongue to lick his lips in a circle. If it's not a lot of nerve, then this little brother has many hidden depths. The main point is that he matured quite attractively. He's this one's most favorite type. Ji Qianrou's posture and cheeks flushed with the color of peach blossoms made a chill go through Yi Xinghen. He nearly vomited out the food he had yesterday. After the 6 nations was the ranking tournament's host, Profound Sky 7 Nations Senior Chief, Divine Phoenix Empire. Phoenix disciples enter the stage. Feng Feiyan turned toward Divine Phoenix Empire's seats and roared. As soon as Feng Feiyan's voice fell, 10 streaks of human silhouettes soared from Divine Phoenix Empire's seating area, and then became 10 Phoenix Fire silhouettes. As the flames covered their entire bodies, they were like 10 dancing phoenixes dancing in midair, releasing a scorching and heavy mighty pressure. The cauterizing high temperature were like surging ocean waves that spread throughout the entire arena in the blink of an eye, making those who had relatively low profound strength feel as though their own bodies were about to ignite. Yet the emergence of divine phoenix sect's disciples didn't bring about such cheers like the ones of the prior 5 nations. As the host, naturally, the number of divine phoenix empire's citizen was the greatest, but they all looked at the image of the phoenix dancing in midair with fervorous gazes, as none cheered uncontrollably, because divine phoenix empire was the eternal king, the overlord that would never be defeated. They simply didn't need to cheer, and more so didn't need to boost morale. Even though they were similarly participants of this ranking tournament, in the eyes of those from divine phoenix empire, their true position was the judge participating amongst them. Phoenix flame burned in midair as 10 streaks of phoenix fire silhouettes meandered closer to the phoenix stage. Then, along with a long bird cry, they all landed. The instant they touched the phoenix stage, all the phoenix flame immediately extinguished, revealing 10 majestic young figures wearing fiery red phoenix robes. How the phoenix disciples came onto the phoenix stage, and the formless might that was naturally released from their bodies completely suppressed all of the previous 6 nations' disciples. The phoenix disciples didn't make any mighty movements, didn't slovenly walk forward, and didn't even announce their names as they directly placed their palms on the profound assessment stone. The profound assessment stone lit up. What was different from before was that this time, not only did the profound assessment stone reveal the age of their bones and profound strength, even their names had appeared. Feng Feibai, 24 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 5. The entire arena was instantly filled with shocked cries. The first person that came forth to be assessed, his profound strength level had already entirely pressed above every profound practitioner of the 6 nations, but there were only shocked cries and no cheers, because the ones who uttered cries were all those from the 6 nations, while divine Phoenix Empire's people were all calm. Because this kind of might, this degree of crushing oppression, simply couldn't be any more ordinary, and very soon, those of the 6 nations discovered, under extreme shock, that this Feng Feibai, whose strength was already extremely terrifying in their view, and could be said as opposing the heavens, was actually merely the weakest of the 10 from divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Lingyun, 23 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 6. The second one who came up was a vigorous-looking woman with short hair. When her age and profound strength was revealed, the entire audience cried in shock once again without question. Even Yun Qi's brows severely jumped a little. Emperor Profound Realm Rank 6, a height equal to Ling Tianyi. Not to mention that Ling Tianyi was over 100 years old, he was more so publicly recognized as the #1 of Blue Wind's profound practicing community. Yet this Feng Lingyun was only 23 years old. And that was only the tip-top of the divine Phoenix Empire's younger generation. Moreover, she was a woman. A 23-year-old female disciple of the divine Phoenix Empire in Blue Wind Nation was on equal terms with the strength of the #1. Such a difference between the sky and earth made Yun Qi unable to help it but to lament once again. Feng Boyi, 25 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 6. Feng Lanchen, 24 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 6. Feng Mingzhu, 23 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 6. Phoenix disciples came forward one by one. The words displayed on the assessment stone made the 6 nations' profound practitioners all flabbergasted, as their open jaws couldn't close for a long time. Naturally, they knew long ago that there was a considerable gap between the 6 nations and divine Phoenix Empire, but only after personally seeing it today did they understand how enormous this gap was. Amongst the 6 nations, a total of 2 thrones appeared, one Emperor Profound Realm Level 1, the other Emperor Profound Realm Level 2. These 2 thrones of 25 years of age could be said to be the greatest pride of Black Fiend Nation and Navy Tide Nation's profound practicing circle in these several hundred years, and were even considered miracles. However, even the weakest of divine Phoenix sect's participating disciples were nearly half a realm stronger than them. Moreover, it was half a realm at the Emperor Profound level. The difference was just like that of a candlelight and the moon. It simply couldn't be compared on equal terms. Is this even real? People of divine Phoenix sect are all this powerful. Ling Jai's entire person was already stunned. As he stared at the profound strength levels that were emerging one by one on the profound assessment stone, he didn't dare to believe his eyes at all. These were all only divine Phoenix Sect's young disciples. Their profound strengths were actually no weaker than his grandfather Ling Tianni. His grandfather, who was publicly accepted as the #1 of Blue Wind, actually could only be compared to young disciples of not even 25 in divine Phoenix Sect. Such a huge disparity made it extremely difficult for Ling Jai to accept. Of course, I just knew that such a Blue Wind little bro like you would be startled. Hua Minghai had on an unsurprised expression as he said very slowly, Tisk, strong nations such as Navy Tide and Black Fiend's gap with divine Phoenix Sect was already no less than that of heaven and earth. So about your Blue Wind, ho-hum. I heard that in your Blue Wind, Emperor Profound is already the pinnacle. But at divine Phoenix Sect, Emperor Profounds are simply as prevalent as dogs. Without entering Sky Profound at 18 and Emperor Profound before 35, they wouldn't even have the face to call themselves Phoenix disciples. Ling Jai intensely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and couldn't speak for quite a while. As he saw each and every one of those incomparably shocking profound strength levels, he, who previously had an enormous amount of confidence in Yun Qi, now had his confidence collapsed for the most part. Half a year ago, only after being almost killed and joining forces with Xia Qianrou, did he finally defeat Ling Tianni, who was at the 6th level of the Emperor Profound realm. But now, these people sent out by divine Phoenix Sect were all strong beings at the level of his grandfather. While on the side of Blue Wind there was only Yun Qi alone. How the hell could this be played? Hua Minghai gave Ling Jai's stumped face a side glance and guessed what he was thinking right away. Damn. Kid, don't tell me you came here with the notion that Boss Yun would defeat divine Phoenix Sect. Did you eat too many brain-dead pills or something? Ling Jai scratched his head and said meekly, because Boss is powerful beyond limits and even defeated my grandfather, so I had always thought that in the young generation of the entire continent, Boss should be unparalleled. I didn't expect that divine Phoenix Sect would actually be so powerful. This really is too ridiculous. How ridiculous? Hua Minghai had the impression of looking at an idiot in his eyes. You think that divine Phoenix Sect's 500 years of accumulation and the bloodline of a deity is good for nothing? Then I wouldn't fret to tell you, for just a mere 7-nation ranking tournament, divine Phoenix Sect doesn't need to be too serious at all. So these 10 people may not even be the strongest ones under 25. In any case, I don't believe that divine Phoenix Empire would lay out the trump cards of their younger generation in an unnecessary situation just like this. Whatever, I reckon that if I keep on talking, that little heart of yours couldn't bear it anymore. Later, this big bro will cram a proverb into you, MN, called viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Ling Jai's eyes stared unmovingly. He couldn't speak for a long time, and his self-confidence received an unprecedented blow. At Blue Wind Nation, he was also a prodigy whose name stirred the profound practicing world and was publicly accepted to be able to surpass Ling Yun. But if he was placed before this divine Phoenix Sect, it would be simply too harsh to even look at. Seeing the huge blow Ling Jai took that made it seem as though his beliefs had crumbled, Hua Minghai couldn't help but promptly console him. You don't really have to be so pessimistic either. I've also experienced Boss Yun's strength. Even if it's impossible for him to defeat those abnormals from divine Phoenix Sect, handling the other 5 nations is not a problem. MN. 1 person against 10 is no problem. Fighting against 10 alone with the identity of a profound practitioner from Blue Wind, how impressive is that? How shocking. Blue Wind Nation would then greatly gain prestige from now on. Boss Yun's name would resound throughout the 7 nations and shake their world. And you, and me will bear witness to it all. Once Hua Minghai said that, Ling Jai's spirit suddenly shook as his mood immediately became happier. He nodded heavily. Right. Big bro Hua, you're right. Boss, you have to give it your all. Just thinking about Boss defeating 10 alone and slapping everyone who looked down on Blue Wind's face, I almost can't control my excitement. Amen. This kind of spirit is much better. Hua Minghai nodded with satisfaction. Then, as he looked toward the arena, his gaze became heavy. The course of the matches and their conclusions are minor. But the matter about the Phoenix bloodline in your body, how exactly are you going to solve that? You especially coming here to participate in this ranking tournament ought to be for the purpose of the bloodline matter. Oh, right, big bro Hua, are you really called Xianxia Hua? Why do I keeping feeling that this name of yours seems to be fake? Hua Minghai turned around, stared at Ling Jai, and said solemnly, "Can't tell that you're actually a little smart." Very quickly, the assessments of the 9 participants of Divine Phoenix sect had finished. Aside from Feng Fabin's 5th level of the Emperor Profound Realm, the other 8 were at the 6th level of the Emperor Profound Realm. It was at this time that Divine Phoenix sect's 10th person stepped forward. His expression was as calm as water. While carrying a faint smile, the space between his brows displayed a kind of inherent nobleness. His attire was somewhat different than the other 9. Embedded on his fiery phoenix robe was a radiantly burning golden-colored feng, and phoenix robes inlaid with gold meant that those who wore them were direct successors of the Divine Phoenix imperial family. Following his footsteps, the first signs of restlessness finally appeared within Divine Phoenix Empire's seats as loud exclamations of surprise sounded. "That's 14th Prince?" "Wah, 14th Prince is actually personally participating in this ranking tournament. I heard that 14th Prince is exceptionally talented. The other princes, even the Crown Prince, is not as gifted as he is. It could be said that he is #1 of Divine Phoenix sect's young generation. When he was only 10, he had already stepped into the sky profound." The restless voices made Yun Qi's attention land on this 14th Prince's body. While also a prince, the difference between the impression he and 13th Prince Feng Zichen gave Yun Qi was as different as the sky and earth. He had a sort of bone-deep noble aura without any deliberate restraint of his arrogance, and a kind of oppression that would directly infiltrate the heart. This person, Feng Ziluo, 22 years old, Emperor Profound Realm Level 8. WHOA? The layer of noises triggered by the previous 9 top-notch geniuses of Divine Phoenix sect combined could not compare to this short instant of commotion. Not only was it the 6 nations' profound practitioners, even Divine Phoenix Empire's profound practitioners were entirely dumbstruck at that moment, and essentially did not dare to believe their eyes. Even though it was extremely shocking, being in the mid-stages of the Emperor Profound at 25 was completely acceptable to those from Divine Phoenix Empire. But late-stage Emperor Profound at 22, a 22-year-old high-level throne. Even in Divine Phoenix Empire, where strong beings were all over the place like clouds in the sky, it was almost a legend. Feng Ziluo's eyes were calm and tranquil. While faintly smiling, he took on the entire audience's shocked cries and gazes that seemed like they were looking up at a child of God. Yun Qi's gaze stayed on him for a while, and his eyebrows secretly knitted. This person's strength was actually comparable to the Feng Chihuo he could only defeat by exhausting all of his trump cards, while even nearly losing his life. Even at Divine Phoenix sect, Feng Chihuo's position wasn't low at all, and his age was also at least 100 years old, but this 14th prince was only 22 years old. This was questionably the person with the most terrifying aptitude that Yun Qi had ever seen in the profound sky continent. MN, amazing, 14th prince actually made a breakthrough again. Divine Phoenix sect's 3rd elder Feng Farron exclaimed. Such an aptitude really is astonishing. Seems like there's hope for 14th prince to reach Overlord at 40 in the future, 100 years later. He definitely can attain monarch. What 3rd elder said is right. 14th brother's aptitude is indeed world-shocking, and is rarely seen in 1,000 years even in our Divine Phoenix sect. As his elder brother, I am really ashamed of my inadequacy. Feng Ziming said, half exclaiming with half modestly. Surveying over the other princes, some had calm expressions and nodded in agreement, but in the depth of their eyes, jealousy that was concealed with great effort flashed through each one without exception. Not bad. Feng Hengkang, who was always extremely strict to his sons, also slowly nodded at the moment, as a praising smile emerged on his face. Ho, looks like quite an amazing prodigy appeared in Divine Phoenix sect. Playing with his fingers that were as slender as leek, Ji Qianrou said with a smiling face. HMPH, that's still only worthy of being called a prodigy in these 7 nations. Yi Xinghen disdainfully laughed, then narrowed his eyes as he pleasantly enjoyed the 2 women coquettishly rubbing on his body. His gaze looked toward Feng Zuer from time to time, as the depth of his eyes burned with an incredibly intense flame of desire. A pity, his looks aren't the type this one likes. Otherwise, when drinking with little Kong Kong, he could be brought along, MNHMM. Yi Xinghai wisely shut his trap and refused to get into the conversation for the life of him. The 10 participating Divine Phoenix sect profound practitioners all descended the Phoenix stage, entering into the match preparation area. On the arena, Feng Feiyan's heavy voice sounded. The 7 nations participating profound practitioners have all reached their positions. Even though profound strength level is the most important label of strength for a profound practitioner, it cannot represent one's strength entirely either. There are 10 billions of profound practitioners, and ones who could challenge above their ranks are innumerable. The final ranking of the ranking tournament will still need to be judged from the true strength of each nation's profound practitioners. Moreover, it will be judged from the comprehensive average strength of a nation's topmost 10 profound practitioners. The order of entering the stage will still be randomly assigned via the profound stone. During battle, all of the participating profound practitioners are not allowed to leave the center area, and are not allowed to use any forbidden medicines that temporarily increases one's strength in a short time. Otherwise, the right to participate will be immediately taken. During battle, unable to get up for 10 breaths of time, unconscious, forfeiture, as well as being blown down the Phoenix stage, will all be considered as defeat. Once all of the participants of a nation are defeated, the match will end. On the Phoenix stage, you all can use any kind of weapon and protective gear, but no poison and concealed assassination tools can be used. Any tactics and means can be used, no matter how despicable and shameless, because gears, brains, and flexibility is also a part of your overall strength. No more superfluous words. The 39th 7-nation ranking tournament has officially begun. Feng Feiyan's voice resounded throughout the entire arena. As his voice fell, he extended his palm, and a ball of flame fell onto the profound stone. A scarlet light momentarily flashed through the profound stone as 3 dark red words slowly emerged. Navy Tide Nation. One of the sides of the first match was precisely the Navy Tide Nation that ranked second in the last session. Very good. Entering the stage early means there will be more time to recover later. Navy Tide Nation's profound practitioners all raised their heads and looked at the Phoenix stage, their face filled with confidence and loftiness. In the battle of the 6 nations, since Divine Phoenix Empire was not participating, they wouldn't have the reason to lose to anyone, and only their Navy Tide Nation was the most qualified to challenge Divine Phoenix Empire and step onto the primordial profound. Go, 10 Navy Tide profound practitioners took off into the air and leapt up the Phoenix stage at the same time. Every single one of them had lofty expression in their eyes, their will to fight awe-inspiring. At the same time, their gazes also looked toward the profound stone, awaiting their first opponent. Victory for Navy Tide! No matter which of the other 5 nations become our Navy Tide's opponent, they will encounter a nightmare without exception. Navy Tide. Crush the opponent as much as you want. Wow, flower viewing prince is so cool! The loud shouts coming from Navy Tide Nation was deafening. Atop the seating area of Navy Tide Nation, Navy Tide's ruler, as well as the profound practitioning world's hegemons also had changes in their expressions, as they became expectating and serious. This was a battle concerning the next 25 years of Navy Tide Nation's status and prestige. Even though they, who were ranked second in the last session, still had absolute confidence this time, they still shouldered quite a bit of pressure. Before encountering the final Divine Phoenix Empire, they absolutely could not afford to lose. Very quickly, the name of the other nation participating in the first match also appeared on top of the profound stone. Blue Wind Nation. The entire audience's shouts were cut short. Then, the entire atmosphere immediately changed greatly. FCK, it's actually Blue Wind, what's this? I originally thought that I could see Navy Tide's might. How could this be a fight? One of them releasing a fart could knock him down. Ha 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 ha. Navy Tide Nation's luck is really good, running into a filler character the moment they're up. Yun Qi looked at the 2 words Blue Wind, narrowed his eyes, then suddenly jumped up as the entire arena roared with commotion that came from every direction. Looks like that kid's going up. 1 person against 10, tusk, 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 how impressive. Damn, they're actually up against Blue Wind Nation first. How boring, hurry up and kick that Yun Qi brat off, then quickly move on to the next match. Don't even say anything, even though this brat's strength is trash, the skin on his face isn't your ordinary thickness. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't have the guts to go up to lose that much face. I'm guessing that in at most 3 breaths, this kid would be cleanly knocked down. 3 breaths. My Navy Tide Nation's top geniuses actually needs 3 breaths to take care of a brat. Even a casual attack would be an instant KO. If this kid was even a little bit smart, he ought to have obediently surrender immediately. Otherwise, if any of my Navy Tide geniuses are even a little heavy in their attacks, losing half his life would be considered light. Go, Yunqi, go! Let them see your might! Appearing within the arena were also scattered shouts cheering for Yunqi, but these sparse and weak sounds were easily drowned out instantly by the waves of sound coming from Navy-Tide Nation. Ha, how boring! I originally wanted to fight a satisfying, splendid first battle to properly raise my prestige, but it was unexpected, this kid. An extremely angry-faced Navy-Tide profound practitioner in front of Yun-Chi said as he held both hands against his chest. He casually cast a glance at Yun-Chi, then didn't bother to look a second time. The other 9 profound practitioners' attitudes were more or less the same. For some of them, they didn't even properly look at Yun-Chi after he had gone up on stage. 39th Seven-Nation Ranking Tournament's first match, Navy-Tide versus Blue Wind Nation. Match start. Feng Feiyan immediately declared the start of the competition, but after his voice fell, neither side had a person that assumed a battle stance. Yun-Chi stood in place while staring expressionlessly at the Navy-Tide Nation's profound practitioners that were in front of him. And Navy-Tide Nation's 10 participating profound practitioners stood with a lazy posture as they faced him with bitter faces. Let alone a battle stance, even their eyelids drooped, for they didn't even feel like opening them. What to do? Who's going to go up? A Navy-Tide profound practitioner asked. In any case, I'm definitely not going up. Shit. Why the hell are you looking at me? I'm definitely not gonna go up. Since 6 years ago, I can't even be bothered with oppressing newbies below the sky profound. The reason why I came here from so far is to spar against the world's warlords and randomly raise my fame. Fighting with this guy is an insult to my strength. Whoever wants to go up can go up, but I'm not going up even if you beat me to death. Then, Junior Sister Ji, how about you go? HMPH. Such a useless man is not worthy enough for me to act. The 10 profound practitioners of Navy-Tide Nation pushed and shoved one another. No one was willing to come forth and fight with Yun-Chi, as if fighting with Yun-Chi was the greatest of humiliation to them. It would be more so impossible for 10 to go up at the same time. If they really did that, perhaps the rumors would later circulate it in this way. Navy-Tide Nation, 10 against 1, defeated the sole profound practitioner of Blue Wind Nation. They couldn't take being disgraced like so. And right now, Yun-Chi's situation could be summarized with one sentence: silently watching a bunch of fools pretend to be great. This group from Navy-Tide Nation is just too much. Ling Jai clenched both fists as he said with a resentful face. Just you all wait, very soon you all won't even be able to laugh. Once he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Xia Yuanba gritting his teeth, fisting his palms, stomping his feet, looking like he suddenly had an epilepsy. He widened his eyes and asked hurriedly, "Big bro Hua, what's wrong?" "I hate Hua Minghai violently grabbed at his own hair. "If I knew this crazy, oh no, Boss Yun had come to participate in the ranking tournament, I wouldn't have been here and would instead open a betting stand outside. By Navy-Tide Nations win for 1-1.2, by Blue Wind Nations win for 1-10. Everyone will definitely take me as an idiot and then madly buy for Navy-Tide Nation. Then I'll be rich. Unfortunately, I don't have a chance anymore. My greatest opportunity in becoming one of Profound Sky's billionaires, Ling Jai looked on with disdain. When Navy-Tide Nation's profound practitioners continued to push each other around, the always silent, flower-viewing prince, Xianrou, finally opened his mouth. He smiled faintly and spoke in a kind of disdainful and pitying tone of voice. "It's only a pitiful roof-jumping clown that's not even worth us wasting our strength. Don't even bother to go up. It's best if we let him willingly surrender." Xianrou was #1 of Navy-Tide Nation's young generation, the strongest within the 10, and was also their core, so he naturally obtained the other 9's agreement. "Sir Han is right, it's best if we let this guy willingly go. I reckon that he also can't wait to leave." And at this moment, Yun-Chi's voice suddenly came from behind. "You guys finished talking yet? Hurry up, please, I'm in a rush." A hint of arrogance was within Yun-Chi's harsh voice. Someone who seemed to not even be able to withstand one of their blows, a trash-level person whom they don't even think is worth defeating, had used such a tone at them. As lofty, strong practitioners, they obviously felt extremely unpleasant. The frontmost Navy-Tide profound practitioner turned around and sneered at Yun-Chi. "What, are you in a hurry to leave? You're only half right," Yun-Chi chuckled. "I'm in a hurry to send you off the stage." "You're courting death." The Navy-Tide practitioner who spoke immediately went in a rage. A trash that wasn't worth looking at had actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. How could he stand it? "Looks like you group of idiots can't even come to a conclusion." Once the obviously insulting word, "idiot," came out, The expressions of all 10 from Navy-Tide Nation changed. They could insult and mock the other party without restraint because they believed that they were lofty, strong practitioners. Them insulting one who was weaker was in accordance with natural laws, but being called an idiot by a weakling was a blood debt that simply could not be tolerated. Just as they were about to launch into verbal abuse, Yuan Qi's figure suddenly swayed and just disappeared in place from their line of sight. And out of the 10, not one saw through how he had disappeared. Before they could turn their bodies around, a fierce calamity-like storm suddenly came from behind. Boom! What resounded above the Phoenix stage was a sound as world-shaking as profound thunder. 4 profound practitioners who stood together simply did not see what had happened, and felt as though their bodies had been ruthlessly smashed by a humongous heavy hammer. Their minds crashed as their entire bodies flew into the distance like a bundle of straw. With Dragon Fault already in hand, he swept 4 flying in one strike. Then he flashed with Star God's broken shadow and smashed 2 consecutive Overlords' fury down. Boom, boom, ah! A Navy-Tide profound practitioner finally regained his senses, but all he could do was to utter a miserable shriek. In merely 2 breaths of time, Yuan Qi had sent out 3 strikes. Under the 3 strikes, 9 figures were accompanied by bloody arrows that filled the sky and were blasted flying into the distance, all knocked flying off the Phoenix stage. The one who flew the furthest flew out more than 600 meters, heavily smashing into the spectator area. On the 3rd breath, Yuan Qi had already dashed toward the last Navy-Tide profound practitioner, Han Ruyu. This sudden change in events caused Han Ruyu's pupils to contract to the size of a needle. The terrifying air current that was directly heading for him caused all the nerves on his entire body to instantly tense. Beneath the thoroughly frightening huge chaos, he simply did not have time to counterattack or evade, and could only instinctively construct a profound energy defense barrier. Bang! Under Dragon Fault's berserk power, his profound energy defense entirely broke into pieces like a layer of frail glass. Han Ruyu's entire body shook as though his chest had been struck by a mountain and wildly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was directly sent flying up high, but Yuan Qi still did not stop moving here. Instead, he suddenly leapt up, instantly reached Han Ruyu's altitude, and revealed a cruel sneer. "You kept on calling me a pitiful clown earlier, right? Then what the hell are you? Heh, flower-viewing prince? I think that from now on you ought to be a crippled flower prince." Amidst his low and heavy voice, the Dragon Fault in Yuan Qi's hands fiercely swung down and violently whipped onto Han Ruyu's face. Smack! That crisp sound of whipping and bones fracturing distinctively transmitted into everyone's ears. Han Ruyu's right side jaw bones and teeth instantly shattered into pieces, as half his face entirely collapsed within. Letting out a scream of agony, his entire person was like a spinning top that was whipped out with great power. Flying outwards while spinning with great speed, he crashed into Navy-Tide's seating area amidst an enormous bang. Ooh! Han Ruyu's eyes bulged outwards, his face full of blood. His face's shape that could be considered perfect became ruined and hideous. If he had gone to Blue Wind Nation before and gotten news of Yuan Qi's power and how ruthless he was when striking out, then even if he had 10 times the guts, he still wouldn't dare to mock Yuan Qi as a clown. Looking at the bloodstain before his eyes, after letting out a groan of extreme agony, he face-planted down and lost consciousness. The colossal arena instantly became deathly quiet. Everyone rigidly stared their eyes wide, as though all of them suddenly fell into a dream world. All of these happened too fast. From Yuan Qi suddenly striking out to Navy-Tide Nation's 9 profound practitioners being blown off the Phoenix stage, only 2 breaths of time passed. The next 2 breaths of time, the number 1 of Navy-Tide's younger generation, was smashed back the Navy-Tide's seating area by Yuan Qi in 2 swings. 4 breaths of time, in merely 4 breaths of time, one person blew all of the Navy-Tide Nation's profound practitioners down the Phoenix stage. And the strongest amongst them, Han Ruyu, who was called Navy-Tide Nation's Miracle, was immediately heavily injured and lost consciousness on the spot. Everyone, those who were mocking, laughing, acting with contempt, jeering, ignoring, and didn't pay any attention at all became dumbstruck at this moment. Even Feng Hengkang's expression went stiff for an instant. Bang! Yuan Qi fell from midair. He did not deliberately control the momentum of falling as his body dropped down from carrying Dragon Fault, which was over 10,000 kilograms in weight, bringing about a deafening sound of landing. While this trembling sound also shocked everyone awake from complete stupefaction. How is this possible? Just what happened? A profound practitioner stared with his eyes wide. Even now, he still didn't dare to believe his eyes. He's only Earth Profound Realm, really just Earth Profound Realm, alone, instantly defeated Navy Tide. The voice of the speaking profound practitioner was trembling. His eyes stared straight. The gaze he looked at Xianxia with was as though he were looking at a demon god from another world. Illusion, it must be, fake, right. Navy Tide Nation's profound practitioners had all lost their voices. They looked wide-eyed at the blue-wind profound practitioner who they loathed, mocked, and considered a joke, instantly blasting all of their Navy Tide prodigies flying as though a gale was sweeping falling leaves. The miraculous prodigy Qianrou, who was unmatched by anyone in their eyes, being smashed by 2 sword strikes from the opponent into an unbearably appalling and tragic sight. They felt that their world nearly collapsed entirely. Xianxia, this is our Blue Wind Nation's Xianxia. Are you seeing this? This is our Blue Wind Nation's Xianxia. Blue Wind Nation's profound practitioners also only woke up from being stunned just now. Almost all stood up, moved to the point that they couldn't handle themselves. What they saw with their eyes. 4 breaths, just a mere 4 breaths. He alone blew all of Navy Tide's 10 topmost prodigies off the Phoenix stage, and Navy Tide Nation was even ranked 2nd in the last session. Under Xianxia's sword, let alone retaliate, they didn't even have the ability to resist. How awe-inspiring was this? How domineering, how glorious. All of the mockery, sneers, and humiliation they received were released by an innumerable amount of time. Pride filled every single corner of their body and spirit. They had never been prouder of being a Blue Wind citizen at this moment in their entire lifetime. Boss, why? You're too cool. Ling Jai stood up, his entire face flushed red like blood. He was already excited to the point of not knowing how to describe his frame of mind with words. Back then at Blue Wind ranking tournament, Xianxia showed his awe-inspiring might and took first place. But the mightiness of these 4 breaths of time exceeded that time by no less than tens of millions of times. Because he was at the 7 nations' highest performance stage, sweeping Navy Tide Nation's most apex profound practitioners in front of the extraordinary people of the entire profound sky continent. SSSS, Hua Minghai fiercely inhaled. Naturally, it wasn't from being scared, but from excitement. Nicely done, SSS. Those slaps on the face are so loud and clear. Having lived for so many years, it's still the first time that this daddy has seen such a loud and refreshing slap to the face. Those from Navy Tide Nation are now probably as stifled as though they had swallowed feces. Oh-ha-ha-ha, the 9 Navy Tide profound practitioners had already all climbed up. Standing without moving, they stared blankly at the Xianxia on stage, their complexions ghastly pale, their entire bodies quivering as though their soul had left their bodies. The 9 Navy Tide profound practitioners had already crawled up. They simply stood there and looked dumbfoundedly at Xianxia, who was standing on the stage. Their expressions were pale and their bodies were trembling, as though their souls had already departed from their bodies. You were. In the seats of Navy Tide Nation, a sorrowful cry could be heard. A middle-aged man had already charged towards Qianrou, who had already fainted on the ground. His body, and even his voice, was trembling severely. Qianrou was number 1 in Navy Tide Nation's young generation, a genius who could hardly be encountered in 1,000 years, and was even the hope for their Navy Tide profound world. In this 7-nation ranking tournament, he even bore the most and heaviest of Navy Tide Empire's wishes. However, in his life's 1 and only 7-nation ranking tournament, on his very first match, he was actually defeated in such a miserable manner, with but a single strike. Qianrou was, after all, an early-stage throne. If he were to exchange blows with Xianxia head-on, though Xianxia would still be able to easily defeat him, at the very least, it would have taken 5 exchanges of blows, and he definitely could not have gained victory so easily and completely. Naturally, only Qianrou could be blamed for everything that had happened. He basically did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all, and hence, he did not even have the chance to react to Xianxia's sudden burst of force. The sword strike Xianxia slammed on his face with was not actually heavy, otherwise, his entire head would have burst apart. Yet it was enough to easily ruin half of his face. Because being called ugly was what Xianxia hated the most, and even the word clown was a taboo. The middle-aged man shook him for a long while, but Qianrou was unable to wake up at all. He suddenly turned around and stared at Xianxia with deadly eyes. Junior from Blue Wind, your heart is actually this wicked. The ranking tournament is nothing more than a simple exchange, yet you actually acted so viciously. This middle-aged man was Han Ruyu's father. His name was Han Hongyu, sect master of Cold Below Sect, the #1 sect in Navy Tide Nation. No matter which part of Navy Tide Nation he stepped his feet on, he was a mighty individual whom the entire profound world would tremble in fear from. With his might and rage, even if it was the ruler of Navy Tide Nation facing him, he would still be terror-stricken. However, how could Yun Qi be frightened by him? Laughing coldly, he said, "His skills weren't competent, yet you're still blaming me for being too ruthless with my attacks." In the rules announced by Elder Feng earlier, there wasn't a single line which restricts the strength of one's attacks. Even if he were to die on the Phoenix stage, he can only be blamed for being too weak. He's unable to clearly weigh his own abilities, yet he still wished to court death by entering the 7-nation ranking tournament. No one else but him can be blamed for this. Yun Qi had heavily injured Han Ruyu, who was claimed to be the future hope of Navy Tide Nation, and had even ruined his face. Yet, not only did he not have the slightest intentions of being sorry, his rebuttal was filled with such arrogance. Han Hongyu was so furious, his entire body began to tremble. If this wasn't the place where the 7-nation ranking tournament was held, he would have definitely charged out and exert his powers at Yun Qi long ago. Enough. At this moment, Feng Feiyan finally spoke. He collected his astonished expression and faintly glanced at Yun Qi. With a considerably calm voice, he announced, "For the first match, victory goes to Blue Wind Nation." As Feng Feiyan had spoken, no matter how much hatred and fury Han Hongyu was harboring, he naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He carried Han Ruyu up, took out all of the spiritual medicine he had on his body, and hurriedly saved him. However, in his heart, he knew that this 7-nation ranking tournament was over for Navy Tide Nation. The fact that the 9 people had suffered light injuries and Han Ruyu being heavily injured were just secondary. The key factor was the blow to their spirits. Their confidence, pride, and even their faith had most probably been completely destroyed by Yun Qi. In the next upcoming matches, even if Han Ruyu were to wake up and strain himself up the stage, they would no longer be able to gather even the least bit of their momentum. Anyone with discerning eyes was able to see that Yun Qi had purposely thrown such heavy sweeps at the 10 great profound practitioners of Navy Tide Nation. The reason was very clear as well. They were pushing the matter around among themselves. Every single one of their actions, words, and expressions were all filled with scorn and humiliation towards Yun Qi. And what Yun Qi gave them in return was an extremely ruthless retaliation. In regards to Navy Tide Nation falling to such a state in a blink of an eye, they only had themselves to blame for it. Yun Qi walked down from the Phoenix stage and slowly walked towards the preparation area. Currently, towards Yun Qi, the eyes of the practitioners of the other nations had undergone a great change. The belittlement they had earlier had already turned into a deep fear and even dread. He's rather interesting. Among the participating practitioners from Divine Phoenix Sect, Feng Ziluo swept his eyes across Yun Qi while holding his chin with his hand and lightly smiled. "Yo, this sure is incredible." Ji Qianrou leaned his chest forward, and his pair of amorous eyes stirred. This little brother sure gave everyone a very big surprise. The degree of strength he unleashed earlier can basically be compared to the 4th level of the Emperor Profound realm. A peak Earth Profound comparable to a mid-stage Emperor Profound. It's a sight I have never seen before in my life. At this moment, Gu Kang, who had been silent, lightly spoke out and gave an incomparably high praise. Evidently, Yun Qi's combat strength, which completely did not conform to his profound strength, had even shocked this monarch-class individual of absolute monarch sanctuary. "Royal Father, he's really incredible." Although Feng Zuer was striving to suppress her own emotions, she still could not help but speak out. Her voice was as light as the wind. No one was able to see her facial expression, and her emotions carried in her voice were hard to discern as well. However, isn't his profound strength merely at the Earth Profound realm? Why is he so strong? This was actually the first time Feng Henkang had ever heard her own daughter praising someone on her own accord. His brows furrowed, and his expression was a little heavy. "It seems like I have completely misjudged this person. His profound strength is indeed only at the Earth Profound realm. Beneath my eyes, it's impossible for him to disguise it. However, the strength he unleashed earlier actually approaches the strength of a mid-stage Emperor Profound." Feng Henkang did not say anything more. when the disciples of their Phoenix divine sect face off against disciples of other sects. Basically, all of them were able to accomplish level-skipping matches. However, in regards to an Earth Profound exerting the abilities of an Emperor Profound realm, he had lived for several hundred years, yet he had never seen nor heard of anything like it. Although he knew of the name Yun Qi, due to the matter of him harboring the Phoenix bloodline, he had never taken this matter to heart. Because a small figure like this was basically unworthy of an emperor to pay attention to, and any one of the lowest class disciples could handle it. However, currently, from that shocking display that occurred in a mere 4 seconds, he could not help but really pay attention to this blue wind practitioner who clearly was only at the Earth Profound realm. Feng Hengkang turned around. With his calmest gaze, he stared at Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen was someone who had witnessed Yun Qi's abilities. However, in order to conceal the ugly fact that he was miserably abused by a blue wind practitioner, he concocted a huge lie. And to cover this lie of his, he even sent Feng Qihuo to assassinate Yun Qi. Ever since he received the news that Feng Qihuo had cruelly died, his mind had been in a state of panic. And then he even sent several more waves of men, yet he was no longer able to find any trace of Yun Qi. When Yun Qi appeared on the Phoenix stage, his heart had been beating wildly, and Feng Hengkang's eyes, which lightly swept towards him, caused his entire body to suddenly stiffen. His expression instantly paled as cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He simply sat there and did not dare to move a single inch. The atmosphere of the entire ranking tournament had undergone a change which no one could have ever expected. Blue Wind Nation and Yun Qi. These two names, which initially had been taken as jokes and cannon fodders, had currently completely become the biggest focus of the entire tournament. Their shock, dismay, and utter disbelief, and the ridicule and scorn made by these people who believed themselves to be high and mighty earlier, currently looked that silly and laughable. Their faces were burning red, as though they had been given a ruthless slap. Eliminating 10 people single-handedly, an Earth Profound defeating an Emperor Profound. Everyone could already predict that the structure of this ranking tournament was destined to be completely overturned because of the sudden appearance of this monster from Blue Wind Nation. The 7-nation ranking tournament continued. In the second match, Black Fiend Nation was versus Divine Incense Nation. The Black Fiend Nation was ranked 3rd previously, while Divine Incense Nation was ranked 6th. However, in this match, they still fought to an exceptional stalemate. In a team battle, an individual's top-notch abilities were no longer the deciding factor. Rather, it was a contest of their overall combat strengths and teamwork. In the end, after a battle that lasted for half an hour, Black Fiend Nation, which had an early-stage throne, suppressed the other party throughout the entire match, and gained victory over Divine Incense Nation. This should have been an extravagant match, however. The cheers from the entire stadium wasn't that intense. Because even if it was 10 times more extravagant, it was still far from being as soul-shaking and visual-blowing as Yun Qi sweeping away Navy Tide Nation in 4 seconds. And a large group of people were still stuck in that soul-shaking moment. They could not completely regain their senses at all. Third match, Navy Tide versus Sunflower Dew. In terms of overall strength alone, it was no doubt that Navy Tide was stronger than Sunflower Dew. However, in this battle, Navy Tide Nation was actually beaten by Sunflower Dew Nation basically one-sidedly. Han Ruyu was still unconscious, and most probably, even if he woke up, he would still act unconscious. He definitely would not have the face to face the entire stadium. The rest had all suffered light injuries, with the most serious issue being that their spirits were still in a half-collapsed state. It was 9 against 10, and they had no will to fight either. In the end, Sunflower Dew won, and the Navy Tide Profound practitioners who came down the stage with dark and stiff faces were drowned in the saliva of the Navy Tide audience. Fourth match, Blue Wind versus Sunflower Dew. When the profound stone revealed the 3 words, Blue Wind Nation, the entire stadium instantly quietened down. If Sunflower Dew Nation was the first to be matched against Blue Wind, then the Sunflower Dew audience would undoubtedly react the same way as Navy Tide. However, currently, the entire Sunflower Dew audience was dead silent. There was no longer a single person who expressed their excitement and ridicule. The joy they had from their victory against Navy Tide Nation earlier had instantly been suppressed to nothingness. The faces of Sunflower Dew's ruler, hegemons, and especially the 10 participating profound practitioners from Sunflower Dew had drastically changed. A deep fear was revealed in their eyes. "It's actually this guy?" A sunflower dew profound practitioner forcefully took in a cold breath. A strength to wipe out the entire Navy Tide team in 4 seconds. One would tremble in fear just by thinking about it. And what's even more frightening was his ruthlessness, or better to be said, vicious battle style. Putting aside the heavy injuries, he actually directly ruined someone's face. "Do not be discouraged." A core profound practitioner of Sunflower Dew Nation gritted his teeth and said with a sharp voice, "Don't forget, the key reasons why that Xianxia was able to wipe out Navy Tide was because Navy Tide had underestimated him, and that Xianxia had suddenly launched a sneak attack. If we attack with all our strength and work together, with him alone, I don't believe we're unable to win." The other 9 people hurriedly nodded in consent, but in their hearts they were secretly cursing. Xianxia was able to wipe out Navy Tide because of a sneak attack. Your grandfather's sneak attacks. Why don't you try launching a sneak attack at 10 Navy Tide profound practitioners yourself? Forget about underestimating. Even if the 10 of them were unprepared and squatting cozily on the ground, they would still be able to retaliate at any moment and abuse you into a dog. Xianxia sprung up with a leap and landed atop the Phoenix stage. This time, no one mocked him for not even being able to use profound floating technique anymore. No one mocked him for coming from Blue Wind Nation anymore. And even more so, no one mocked him for being Earth Profound Realm. Every one of them had serious expressions, especially Sunflower Dew's spectators. Their expressions were all anxious to the extreme. All gazes were focused onto Xianxia. Even the 4 from Sacred Grounds, who didn't bother to watch the previous battle, raised their heads as well and looked toward Xianxia. They wanted to know whether or not this person, who clearly was only Earth Profound, yet possessed such unusual combat power, was merely short-lived like a queen of the night that bloomed only once. Or that he really could exhibit a true strength of a middle-stage emperor profound at the Earth Profound realm. The 10 from Sunflower Dew Nation entered the stage, then quickly formed into a battle formation. Each and every one of them had on grim faces, as if they were facing a great enemy. Sunflower Dew Nation was a seafront nation, the majority cultivated in water attribute profound arts, and their weapons were generally blades and swords. Before the match even started, they had already all pulled out their weapons. On the surface of their bodies, a light blue-colored profound energy glow stirred with wave-like ripples. Xianxia had also already taken out Dragon Fault. As the sword's tip touched onto the floor, an instantaneous shaking sound was made as the entire Phoenix stage had even clearly trembled a bit. The 10 profound practitioner from Sunflower Dew Nation also trembled along with it. Their gazes, which looked toward Dragon Fault, was instantly filled with fright. It merely touched onto the ground. That heavy sword in his hands, just how terrifying of a weight did it have? 7 Nation ranking tournament 4th match, Blue Wind Nation versus Sunflower Dew Nation, match start. The moment Feng Feiyan's voice fell, all of Sunflower Dew Nation's 10 profound practitioners moved in an instant. Ripples of water surged, the glimmer of swords harsh and cold, as they directly closed in and assaulted Xianxia from all sides. The instantly surging blue-colored profound light proved that they had actually used their full strength right from the start. Clearly, that scene of Xianxia sweeping Navy Tide Nation away had left them with too great of a dread, as they simply didn't dare to hold anything in reserve. Countercurrent sword formation? The strongest core profound practitioner took the lead. As the sky profound sword in his hand swiftly danced, a sword beam bright to the extent of glaring was actually like flowing water, directly rushing toward the bottom half of Xianxia's body with an extremely eccentric and hard-to-grasp trajectory. Xianxia's body didn't move, and his left hand suddenly reached out. Channeling Frozen End divine arts, a cold light like that of stars glittered in the center of his palm. Cling. The sword beam, filled with turbulent, profound energy of water, was instantly frozen. Terrifying cold energy traveled from the frozen sword beam onto the sword, then onto his body, causing his arm to feel as though it was being ruthlessly stabbed by tens of million steel needles. "Ah!" The Sunflower Dew's core profound practitioner uttered a scream as he retreated in a flurry. Only by channeling profound energy with all his might did he finally barely manage to suppress the cold energy on his arms. The gaze he used toward Xianxia was already filled with fear. What profound art is that? Even the sword beam was actually frozen. Ping. The energy sword beam from Sunflower Dew's profound practitioner shattered apart just like a frozen physical entity, scattering into a pile of fragmented ice. Yun Qi opened both his arms then, his entire body explosively flashed with blue light. As 3 dots of cold light flickered, 3 huge trees of frozen end rose steeply from the ground and grew quickly. In the blink of an eye, countless branches of ice and foliage of snow dispersed out, weaving into a densely packed net of ice, shrouding the entire Phoenix stage from view. Wah! Astonished cries filled the arena. Feng Zichen's eyes stared wide, agitated to the point that half of his bottom fell down from the chair from trembling. This was clearly the move used back then by the other girl whose strength was at least as strong as Emperor Profound, which directly locked up his 2 accompanying bodyguards. He distinctly remembered it was precisely this terrifying ice attribute Profound art that could actually freeze even the Phoenix flame. He had never thought that Yun Qi would actually be able to use this ice attribute Profound art as well. Beneath the gigantic trees, the 10 sunflower dew practitioners were undoubtedly all sealed within. Those branches and leaves of ice crystals that appeared extremely gorgeous were still like dreadful chains from hell, firmly binding and suppressing every single part of their entire bodies. The 10 all stared with wide eyes, crazily channeling their profound energy, but none could struggle free by even the slightest bit. Instead, their entire bodies froze stiffer and stiffer under that catastrophe-like cold energy, as their blood almost solidified. Yun Ch's face was expressionless. Swinging up the heavy sword, Dragon Fault drew out an enormous arc whilst carrying a faint dragon's cry. Bang! The overbearing power of the heavy sword swept horizontally outwards like a hurricane. The huge trees of frozen end were instantly blown into pieces by the impact. The fluttering ice crystals were like stars blotting out the sky, magnificent to the extreme. As for the sunflower dew profound practitioners who were sealed and frozen within, they also flew far away along with the sky blotting ice crystals at the moment the tree of frozen end shattered, and fell more than 300 meters away. After landing among the 10, none were able to stand up. The surface of their bodies were covered by a thin layer of ice, their complexions pale white, their lips blue and purple. Only after shivering for a long time while curling up did they finally barely suppress down that frightening coldness and recover their strength to stand up. But other than that, they weren't really wounded either. Yun Qi ruthlessly oppressing Navy Tide was because of their absolutely unrestrained humiliation and disgusting words and face. As for Sunflower Dew, since there was no enmity, it was natural to be a little more gentle when striking out. Blue Wind Nation wins. Feng Feihen glanced at Yun Qi with a cold and serious gaze, then verdicted the outcome. Sunflower Dew Nation's spectators were all silent, as the escorting profound practitioners also silently left their seats to lend their arms to those sunflower dew practitioners who were swept out of the Phoenix stage. Yun Qi sweeping Navy Tide away in 4 breaths back then wasn't an illusion, and was even more so not irreproducible like a night flower blooming only once. Similarly, in just a short 4 breaths, Sunflower Dew Nation's 10 profound practitioners were also all blown out of the Phoenix stage. It was only that they were relatively lucky, and no one was injured by much. Moreover, with Navy Tide as a cushion, their conviction wouldn't go so far as to collapse. Yun Qi's second battle once again resulted in an overwhelming victory. This time, there was already no one who dared to doubt Yun Qi's mighty strength, even if he had come from Blue Wind Nation and was only at the obviously pitifully weak Earth Profound realm. Ice Profound energy. Why would he cultivate ice attribute profound arts? Feng Hengkang gazed at Yun Qi as an puzzled expression formed between his brows. The great majority of the people present did not know about Yun Qi and divine Phoenix sex grievances, but Feng Hengkang did indeed know about Yun Qi possessing the Phoenix bloodline, yet cultivating ice attribute profound arts, moreover, to be able to display such a shocking power with it. This made him unable to not be secretly astonished in his heart while feeling puzzled. Seems like a considerably interesting fellow appeared in this session. In the match preparation area, a Phoenix disciple looked at Yun Qi with his head turned to the side and said while grinning, "Senior brother Feibai, if you are to blast away 10 trash from the Phoenix stage, what would be the shortest amount of time required?" A Phoenix disciple asked on a whim. Feng Feibai smirked as he extended 4 fingers. Probably also 4 breaths, but this doesn't mean that I recognize that his strength is on the same level as me. His weapon is the heavy sword which suits group battles in the first place. Ha 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 ha, that is of course. Even though his strength is unexpected, how can he compare to senior brother Feibai? However, to be honest, the strength he displayed until now ought to not be all of his strength either. If I were to go against him, I really do not dare to say that I would definitely win. But if he wishes to beat me, that's more so absolutely impossible. Feng Feibai said with a lofty laugh, "Ha ha, as it should be. But this kid, to be able to receive such an evaluation from senior brother Feibai, it can be considered that he hasn't lived this life of his for nothing. Like this, it looks like the opponents will fight with mere formality would actually be Blue Wind Nation. This really is something that can't be expected no matter what." Another Phoenix disciple said while shrugging, "But the problem is, who would we choose to go up by then? Blue Wind only has one person, it's not like we can all go right. I can't pull my face down that low. If worst comes to worst, we can draw lots, rock, paper, scissors is fine too," a Phoenix disciple said indifferently. Even though this 7-nation ranking tournament had chosen the means of team battle in order to shorten the match schedule, in the end, when challenging Divine Phoenix Empire could totally send out 10 people to fight. However, Blue Wind only had Yun Qi alone. Their Divine Phoenix Empire, as the 7 nations high and mighty overlord that was unsurpassable and invincible since ancient times, how could they possibly fight against one with 10? As the 7-nation ranking tournament continued underway, the person who was treated as laughingstock at first had now become the most dazzling focus of the entire tournament. Grand Usura Nation versus Black Fiend Nation. Black Fiend Nation wins. Divine Incense Nation versus Sunflower Dew Nation. Sunflower Dew Nation wins. Navy Tide Nation versus Grand Usura Nation. Grand Usura Nation wins by a close margin. Blue Wind Nation versus Grand Usura Nation. Blue Wind Nation wins. Divine Incense Nation versus Blue Wind Nation. Divine Incense Nation surrendered right away. Blue Wind Nation versus Black Fiend Nation. Blue Wind Nation wins. The time consumed by a team battle was naturally much longer than an individual match. Not including the match of challenging Divine Phoenix Empire, there were a total of 15 matches today. Divine Phoenix Empire had originally estimated that one match would take 30 to 45 minutes. Thus, even if the match schedule was compressed by a great extent, the time of one day was still somewhat scarce. However, it was only 4 in the afternoon, and the 15th match was already over. Because as long as it was a match that Yun Qi went up in, every single one of them would be finished in the blink of an eye. After 5 matches, the total amount of time spent fighting didn't even surpass 30 breaths of time. The 4th match, Divine Incense Nation, who knew that it was simply impossible to win, more so surrendered directly, so as not to let their nation's genius profound practitioners face injuries and deaths. Navy Tide, Sunflower Water, Grand Usura, Divine Incense, Black Fiend. The 5 nations' level of profound strength indeed far surpassed Blue Wind Nation. Similarly, in regards to the younger generation, Blue Wind Nation would be completely crushed by these 5 nations. But Yun Qi's strength wasn't merely just the apex of Blue Wind's young generation. It was more so the apex of Blue Wind's entire profound practicing world. It had long ago surpassed the level of the 6 nations' young generation by an incomparably far distance. During this half a year, the one he annihilated was one of the strongest sect of Blue Wind Nation. The one he defeated was the number 1 of Blue Wind. The one he crushed was the Prince of Divine Phoenix. The one he killed was even a bodyguard-level being of Divine Phoenix Empire. So how could it be possible for these 5 nations' young practitioners to even imagine or compare to these experiences and achievements? In Yun Qi's eyes, these apex experts of 5 nations' young generation were just like infants who had just learned how to walk. Let alone 10, even if there were 20 or 30, he could easily crush them the same. In terms of the same age, the level he was at was already not the 6 nations level at all, but was at the 7 nations overlord Divine Phoenix Sex level. As for the direction this tournament went, no one was able to predict it in advance. After Yun Qi overwhelmingly defeated Black Fiend Nation, the last match of the 6 nations battle also closed its curtains, and this 7-nation ranking tournament entered the final epilogue with a speed unforeseen by anyone. Challenging Divine Phoenix Empire. Navy Tide Nation 0 wins, 6th place of the 6 nations. Divine Incense Nation 1 win, 5th place of the 6 nations. Grand Usura Nation 2 wins, 4th place of the 6 nations. Sunflower Dew Nation 3 wins, 3rd place of the 6 nations. Black Fiend Nation 4 wins, 2nd place of the 6 nations. Blue Wind Nation 5 wins, 1st place of the 6 nations. Following Feng Feiyan's announcement, the arena became a field of commotion. The Six Nations' performances were extraordinarily harmonious and did not need tiebreakers. As for the ranking results, absolutely no one was able to predict them before the start of the matches. Navy-Tide Nation, top-ranked nation of the last ranking tournament that brimmed with confidence, had brought out a genius in this ranking tournament, yet he had been swept away Xia. Their morale collapsed as they were utterly beaten. Blue Wind, which had always been there for a mere formality and a source of laughter, was now overwhelming dominant. With merely a one-man army, it had flattened the Five Nations, shocking the entire audience. Those few Blue Wind practitioners had long become emotionally moved. Blue Wind Nation had always been treated as a laughingstock and had only been able to gain a name of humiliation for itself in the Seven-Nation ranking tournament. But now it had firmly stepped on top of the heads of all Five Nations. They had finally been able to thoroughly let off steam and stand proud. This was unprecedented in all of history, something they didn't even dare dream of thinking about in the past. And the one who brought them this tremendous glory was Xia. What the Blue Wind practitioners wanted now was for the ranking tournament to quickly end. They would dash to those huge merchant guilds, and even if they had to spend all the money on them, they had to immediately purchase 100,000 sound transmission talismans and quickly transmit this great news of endless glory back to Blue Wind Nation. Yet there was not the slightest of happiness on Xia face. Since entering the arena up until now, his expression was always a field of calm, because in his heart, he was very clear that his previous matches were merely done to accomplish Kang Wan's dream. It was only for winning glory for Blue Wind, and nothing more. But this was not actually the true purpose that he had come to participate in the ranking tournament for. To him, the real vicious battle was about to start only now. The Six Nation rankings have already been determined. Xia, do you wish to proceed on and battle my divine Phoenix Empire? After announcing the Six Nation rankings, Feng Feiyan's gaze turned toward Xia as he asked solemnly. Following the fall of his voice, an extremely low voice was sound transmitted at Xia. But I suggest that you'd best save a bit of effort. At this time, only Xia and Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 top-notch disciples remained in the preparation area. The gaze of the entire audience fell upon Xia's body, waiting for his response. Whether or not he picked to challenge Divine Phoenix, the name Xia would spread throughout the profound sky 7 nations within one night, becoming a name that would surge through all of the profound sky practitioning world. Him not choosing to challenge them was all right, and him being crushingly defeated when challenging was also all right. None of that would be of any effect, because that was Divine Phoenix Empire, Divine Phoenix Sect. Before Feng Feiyan's voice fell, Xia had already leapt up high, landing on the Phoenix stage as Dragon Fault immediately appeared within his hands. The enormous heavy sword's pressure rolled up a screaming wind vortex, roughly splitting apart the surrounding atmosphere. He stood on the stage, raised his head, and said, "Of course I'll fight. I didn't come here today to aim for a measly second place. Instead, I came here to stomp your Divine Phoenix sect down." Once Xia's extremely arrogant words came out, the entire audience instantly quieted. Then he was drowned in sounds of ridicule coming from everywhere. "FCK, this guy's actually this arrogant. Judging by his words, could it be that he's absurdly thinking of defeating Divine Phoenix sect? What arrogance! It's just simply ignorant to the point of being ridiculous. Who do you think you are, wanting to become #1, dream on? Just because you defeated the 5 nations by yourself, you think you're qualified to challenge Divine Phoenix sect. And to even stomp Divine Phoenix sect down, that's just the biggest joke I've heard in my entire life. You had already been impressive enough. Why the FCK are you rampant in front of Divine Phoenix sect? I'm even blushing for him in embarrassment." Just due to this one line from Xia, everyone's astonished lament toward him changed into taunts and sneers that filled the stadium. Especially Divine Phoenix Empire's profound practitioners, they were a stretch of wild laughter and sneers, as though they heard the funniest of ignorant jokes. Profound practitioners from the 5 nations that had been swept by Xia were originally holding back their bellyful of grievances, but now it was as if they had found something to vent through. They taunted him without restraint, as though jeering at a toad that wanted to eat swan meat. "Ha ha!" A Phoenix disciple in the preparation area coldly laughed. "I initially thought that this kid wasn't that simple, but it looks like he's only an idiot who overestimates his abilities." Very normal, after impressively sweeping through the 5 nations, the unprecedented inflation of his ego is understandable. Another Phoenix disciple shrugged. But he obviously found the wrong opponent. It seems like took us to be the same as those 5-nation group of rookies that aren't even worth looking at. Ha, he is, after all, from Blue Wind. I suppose that's just how large of a scope he has. The Phoenix disciple that spoke drew back the corners of his mouth as he shook his little finger. On the divine Phoenix Empire's seating area, the various princes, elders, and palace masters all laughed in disdain. However, Feng Hengkang's brows sunk as his gaze became sharp and overcast. At this moment, he realized that he was mistaken about something. He originally had the same thoughts as Feng Ziming and the rest, thinking that Yun Qi had taken the initiative to come to the ranking tournament to challenge Divine Phoenix Sect because he knew that he could not hide. After all, he, with the Phoenix bloodline, only had 2 fated choices to make. One was to swear loyalty to Divine Phoenix Sect and become a Divine Phoenix Sect member forever, so to preserve his life. The other was to die. Him taking the initiative to come could mean that he had selected the former. If he allowed Divine Phoenix Sect to find him, then it obviously meant that he chose the latter. Feng Hengkang had always thought that him coming to the ranking tournament while displaying his might without restraint was him deliberately exhibiting himself to Divine Phoenix Sect, proving to them that he was not trash, that he had the qualifications to enter Divine Phoenix Sect. But now, once those words of his came out, it was obvious that he was provoking Divine Phoenix Sect. And those purposefully brief sweeps on his opponents in each and every match, if thought like that, then he wasn't even showing off and instead was giving Divine Phoenix Sect a demonstration. What exactly does he want to do? Could it be that he truly thinks that he had the qualifications and ability to go head-on against Divine Phoenix Sect? Ha! Then you mean you wish to represent Blue Wind Nation and defeat Divine Phoenix Empire to seize first place in this session's ranking tournament? Feng Feiyan laughed faintly. Even though he laughed, there was not the least bit of emotion. His thoughts right now were about identical with Feng Hengkang's. The reason why he came here was not to reach a compromise with Divine Phoenix Sect with his surrender. Instead, he clearly wanted to use force. Feng Feiyan sneered inwardly. Yun Qi, having such strength at only 19 years of age, was comparable to the upper echelons of his peers in Divine Phoenix Sect. As for his level-skipping abilities, they were nearly unimaginable. With his show of talent today, if he was willing to permanently become a member of Divine Phoenix Sect, he, as an elder, would be the first to approve. Even if he had offended 13th Prince in the past, that could also become a bygone. He believed that Feng Hengkang and the other elders were also of the same opinion. After all, no sects would want a wastrel, and no sect would reject an astonishingly gifted young disciple. He previously thought that Yun Qi had opened a way out, so much that he might even acquire a position that wasn't low in Divine Phoenix Sect. But he just so wanted to pick a death route, daring to proclaim that you would stomp our Divine Phoenix Empire down in the 7-nation ranking tournament. You are the first one since forever. Feng Feiyan put on a fake smile. Even I suddenly admire your boldness somewhat. What he said was boldness, not courage or guts. Naturally, the element of ridicule was comparatively more. However, this first place won't be realized with words and won't be realized with delusions either. Rather, it'll depend on whether or not you have such qualifications and strength. Feng Feiyan's voice became heavier by some, as his gaze turned toward the 10 participating profound practitioners of Divine Phoenix Sect. My Phoenix disciples, did you understand that? Blue Wind Nation's profound practitioner has already issued challenges to you, and also proclaimed that he will take the first place in this ranking tournament. Which one of you will go forth? What he said was, which one, not to fight as a team. Yun Qi was alone. Even though for all 10 of Divine Phoenix Sect's people to be dispatched wouldn't be violating the rules at all, it would undoubtedly draw the mockery of others. And with their Divine Phoenix Sect's dignity, they definitely felt that it was beneath them to do so. Therefore, what Feng Feiyan meant was to clearly just dispatch one person, yet the other meaning was clearly, any random one would easily beat Yun Qi. Just as Feng Feiyan's voice fell, a person amongst the Phoenix disciples walked out with slow steps. He said with a mild yet insipid tone as he walked, "It is nearly 5 in the afternoon now. Just 2 more hours and the skies will darken. But tomorrow's matter of exploring primordial profound arc is more important than even the heavens and requires sufficient time to make prior preparations. So this match ought best to be finished quickly." As he spoke, the man had already gently floated up. His phoenix clothing fluttered as it brought up numerous dazzling streams of golden light, then landed on top of the phoenix stage as though a light feather. He looked at Yuan-Chi with a smile on his face. "So this match, let this prince do it." "Ah, it's 14th prince." A wave of shocked cries came from the spectator seating area. This outcome was entirely out of their expectations. 14th prince would actually personally act to deal with Yuan-Chi? Isn't this thinking too highly of him? Did you hear what 14th prince said? He's doing it in order to save time and finish the battle quickly. After all, tomorrow is the day to enter the primordial profound arc. The one who leapt onto the Phoenix stage and stood before Yuan-Chi was shockingly the 14th prince of Divine Phoenix Empire, the one who possessed terrifying aptitude, whose profound strength was as great as Emperor Profound Realm Rank 8, Feng Ziluo. Facing Yuan-Chi, he faintly smiled without any posture of anxiousness before a battle. Feng Henkang secretly nodded. Using Feng Ziluo to battle Yuan-Chi was also the outcome he most wanted to see. Even though Yuan-Chi had swept through everything before, and the combat power he exhibited was around the 4th level of the Emperor Profound Realm, any of the 10 Phoenix disciples could still crush him. However, no one could guarantee that this would be all of Yuan-Chi's strength. If he had hidden it to some extent, and also possessed extremely powerful trump cards, then the Phoenix disciples who battled with him would have the possibility of not winning, and even losing. Even though this possibility was next to nil, even it was only a 1 out of a billionth chance, they still absolutely could not be rash. Because the Divine Phoenix sect, who had been the mightiest in profound sky for an entire 5,000 years, could not afford to lose. They absolutely must not lose either. But if it was Feng Ziluo who came on stage, then there would definitely be no possibility of losing. At the same time, the lines Feng Ziluo spoke when coming onto the stage were also incredibly ingenious. They didn't expose the high regard they held Yuan-Chi at in the slightest, but rather was a type of condescension, because the reason for him to personally exchange moves with Yuan-Chi was to save time, which was clearly saying that he could easily defeat Yuan-Chi with the effort of lifting a palm. Feng Feiyan nodded. "That's fine too. Seems like watching an entire days of matches also made 14th Prince's hands somewhat itchy. Then Divine Phoenix Empire. We'll let 14th Prince Feng Ziluo have a battle with Yuan-Chi. Even though our Divine Phoenix Empire has 10 participating people, we still disdain to oppress someone through an unfair numbers advantage. 39th session of Profound Sky Ranking Tournament, the battle that decides 1st and 2nd place, now begins." With a wave of his palm, Feng Feiyan cleanly and succinctly issued out the order to start the match. Whoosh! Feng Ziluo raised his arms as a ball of scorching hot flames burned up in the center of his palm. Looking at Yuan-Chi, he said with an insipid smile, "Yuan-Chi, even though I don't know where you got your confidence from, you will right away find out how laughable this confidence of yours is. You and the ones who were defeated by you are beings of 2 different levels, while I and you are also the same. But before this, I will give you a chance to let you properly experience my Divine Phoenix sect's unparalleled Phoenix Flames." "Experience Phoenix Flames?" Yuan-Chi replied with the same dull smile. "That won't be necessary. Phoenix Flames, I can't say who will experience whose yet." Yuan-Chi extended his palms, and a ball of scarlet-colored Phoenix Flames burned up extremely quickly. The height that the flames soared had even far surpassed the Phoenix Flames in Feng Ziluo's hand. Clamor! The moment the Phoenix Flames in Yuan-Chi's hand were revealed, the entire arena instantly blew up. The expressions of the Phoenix disciples all changed simultaneously. Feng Henkang, as well as Feng Feiyan, and the others all knitted their brows greatly. Hua Minghai and Ling Jai nearly fell down beneath their seats from being startled. The two both knew very well that Yuan-Chi possessed the Phoenix bloodline. When he directly voiced his provocation at Divine Phoenix Empire, these two were already frightened quite a bit. But now, under the condition that Divine Phoenix sect didn't take the initiative to mention the matter of his bloodline, he actually ignited Phoenix flames in front of all the outstanding people in the world on his own accord to him specially coming here. Was it just to resolve grievances, or was it to fight it out until the end? Phoenix Flame? That's right, that is indeed the Phoenix Flame's aura. It's impossible for any other profound fire to imitate. How is Yuan-Chi suddenly able to ignite Phoenix Flames? Don't you have to have the Phoenix bloodline in order to ignite Phoenix Flames? Could it be that Yuan-Chi is of the Phoenix bloodline? Yuan-Chi can't be a member of Divine Phoenix sect, or else why would he come out to represent Blue Wind Nation and dare to provoke Divine Phoenix Empire? Could it be that he's of Divine Phoenix Sect's bloodline that leaked out? But Divine Phoenix Sect absolutely wouldn't allow the bloodline of the Phoenix to be leaked out in the slightest. The Phoenix flames Yuan-Chi had ignited caught everyone's attention. No one would have ever thought that such an unexpected scene would appear at the beginning of the last match. Forget about the entire audience of spectators. Even those from the 4 great sacred grounds had shocked expressions. Hey, looks like a pretty good program is about to start on stage. Yi Xinghan narrowed his eyes as though watching a play. Shooting a glance at Ling Kun, he asked lazily, "Elder Ling, it appears that you don't seem too shocked about this. Because 2 years ago, I already knew that this kid possessed the Phoenix bloodline." Ling Kun answered, "Oh, my guess was right. It was due to Divine Phoenix Sect's pressure that he came to participate in this 7-nation ranking tournament to settle this bloodline matter. It's just that the way he intends to settle it is quite intriguing. I am the same as young Hall Master. Let's see what's the next item on this program. However, I don't believe that this Yuan-Chi kid is simply courting death." Ling Kun leaned on his seat, also with a posture of watching a play. Feng Feiyan was the nearest to Yuan-Chi. He, too, totally did not expect that Yuan-Chi would actually take the initiative to ignite the Phoenix flame in front of everyone present and expose the fact that he possessed the Phoenix bloodline. Since the situation had already become like this, he naturally didn't bother to remain silent. His brows sunk as he said sternly, "Yuan-Chi, my sect was planning to settle the matter about you possessing our Divine Phoenix Sect's bloodline after the ranking tournament, so it wouldn't influence the course of this ranking tournament, but it seems like you can no longer hold yourself back." "Right, I can't hold back any longer." Yuan-Chi leaned over to the side, his face cold and grave without the least bit of fear. "Because you Divine Phoenix Sect owes me an explanation." Yuan-Chi's words were like thunderclaps echoing on a clear day, shocking the entire audience stupid. The mighty Lord of the 7 Nations, the unshakable Divine Phoenix Sect, owes him an explanation. He, a profound practitioner from Blue Wind, actually wants Divine Phoenix Sect to give him an explanation. Feng Feiyan was stunned, then he didn't know whether he should be angry or laugh. "Divine Phoenix Sect owes you an explanation. Ha 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 ha, in my entire life, I have never heard a joke as funny as this one." Yuan-Chi was expressionless as he distinctly enunciated each word. "Half a year ago in Blue Wind Imperial City, my wife Kang Yue and I were celebrating our wedding in the Imperial Palace. On that day, the entire nation was supposed to celebrate with us and overflow with joyousness. But Yuan-Chi's gaze shifted, accurately focusing on 13th Prince Feng Zichen, who was sitting in Divine Phoenix Empire's seating area. Your Divine Phoenix Sect's 13th Prince Feng Zichen actually brought 2 people along, unsolicited. Not only did they wreck my great wedding without reason, they even threatened to put me to death on the spot. If not for the fact that this 13th Prince was a little weak and was driven away after being beaten severely injured by me, I probably would have died on my wedding day for no reason. I previously had no grievances nor enmity with Divine Phoenix Sect, yet you guys wish to take my life just based on the comical word, bloodline. Is this your Divine Phoenix Sect's way of doing things? If you guys still want to save some face, shouldn't you be giving me an explanation in front of everyone present?" Yuan-Chi's righteous words were shocking to the core. He was but one person in Divine Phoenix City, in Divine Phoenix Sect's main headquarters, in front of Divine Phoenix Sect's core members and 3 million profound sky people, yet held no fear as he severely questioned this incomparably enormous number 1 sect of the profound sky continent. Aside from shock, everyone's reaction toward this was still shock. They never would have imagined that there would be someone, who was even just a young practitioner from Blue Wind Nation that had not reached 20, would publicly question the entire Divine Phoenix set without fear. How bold was this? How courageous, how brave? And Yuan-Chi's words had also more or less given the entire audience a basic summary of the grievances between Yuan-Chi and Divine Phoenix Sect. Clearly, when Divine Phoenix Sect knew that Yuan-Chi possessed the Phoenix bloodline, they sent Feng Zichen to deliver the ranking tournament invitation letter, and to handle Yuan-Chi on the side because half a year ago was exactly the time of when the 6 nations received their invitation letters. Everyone knew that their bloodline was Divine Phoenix Sect's biggest taboo, and that was understandable. For any sect, they absolutely wouldn't allow their core techniques to be leaked out, let alone the Phoenix bloodline, soul of the entire Divine Phoenix Sect. But it seemed like this 13th Prince Feng Zichen couldn't show off his prowess in front of this hard-headed Yuan-Chi, and had instead suffered a huge loss. Feng Zichen's entire face became thoroughly red as everyone's gaze made him feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. In front of the entire audience, Yun Qi had actually just spoken out the events of that day. As a divine phoenix prince, not only had he lost his dignity, his face had been completely obliterated. The lie he told Feng Ziming and Feng Henkang had also no doubt been exposed. He firmly tightened his fists as he suddenly grew dizzy, so depressed that he nearly fainted right away. The expressions on the other princes' faces that gazed upon him were mostly all of gleeful delight for his misfortune. Feng Ziming immediately stood up from his seat as he roared in a stern voice. "Insolence! Our divine phoenix sect has always guarded our bloodline for 5,000 years, and has never allowed even a bit of our bloodline to go out. Everyone knows this. Yet you are a bastard and mixed breed that our sect accidentally left wandering outside. According my divine phoenix sect's sectoral rules, you either return to my divine phoenix sect and won't allowed to leave for eternity, or you'll receive my sect's sanctions. Death. How dignified was my 13th brother. For him to personally deal with your matter was already giving you a face and chance as great as the sky. If you do not return to divine phoenix sect, killing you would more so be right and proper. What face do you have to make a big fuss here?" "H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A?" Yun Qi uttered a hearty laugh and asked in reply, "Right and proper? Bullshit. I, Yun Qi, was born in Blue Wind Nation, grown up in Blue Wind Nation. Never have I used any resource of your divine phoenix sect, nor have I ever received the slightest bit of grace from your divine phoenix sect. I've never even drank a single mouthful of water from your divine phoenix sect. Yet you start talking about whether I return and submit or die, you actually still have the face to say right and proper. On what basis? On the basis that you have our divine phoenix sect's bloodline. On the basis that you are a bastard who seeped out from my divine phoenix sect," Feng Ziming said in a stern voice. "What a joke!" Yun Qi coldly laughed with disdain. "Then, just on what basis do you think that the phoenix bloodline in me comes from your divine phoenix sect? Does that even need to be proven?" Feng Ziming also returned with a cold laugh. "My sect's phoenix bloodline comes from the grace of the phoenix god and was thereby able to proliferate, forming into the divine phoenix sect today. In the entire profound sky continent, only our divine phoenix empire possesses the phoenix bloodline." "Is that so?" Yun Qi slowly spoke. "Then how do you know that my phoenix bloodline doesn't come from another legacy of the phoenix god? The phoenix divine beast had long ago disappeared in the ancient eras. The phoenix god, spoken by you lot, is a tiny soul entity dispersed by the phoenix divine beast for the purpose of leaving behind its bloodline. Scattered in various corners of the world, even in the same continent, there is a chance for multiple to appear, not simply one alone. You lot can obtain the heritage. On what basis do you think others can't?" The moment these words of Yun Qi's were uttered, the expressions of divine phoenix sect's people all simultaneously changed. Feng Feiyan's face abruptly darkened as he roared lowly, "Insolent youngster, to actually dare defile my sect's phoenix god, you think I won't kill you here and now? Ha, fighting a battle of tongues with you lot really is wasting my energy." Yun Qi uttered a sneer. With the howling sound of wind before him, Dragon Fault was swung up, pointing at Fen Ziluo, as phoenix flames explosively burned on the sword's body. "Didn't you say that I, Yun Qi, am a bastard leaked out of your divine phoenix sect? All right, then I'd like to see whether or not there is anyone of a similar age as me that can fell me here. If the young generation of your divine phoenix sect who possess the orthodox bloodline doesn't even have anyone who can defeat me, then wouldn't that prove that you guys are the true bastards? How truly preposterous! If not under the gazes of everyone, with the sacred grounds on the side, as it was also the 7-nation ranking tournaments arena. Feng Feiyan really wished he could just disregard his status as Great Elder and personally go up and take Yun Qi's life with a slap. With divine phoenix sect's power and influence that imposed their might over the world before them, just who did not tremble with fear and act respectfully. No one had ever dared to challenge divine phoenix sect's dignity like so. He pointed at Yun Qi and said with an overcast expression, "Well, very well. As a bastard whose body flows with the blood of our phoenix, you actually still dares to be so unbridled and arrogant. Very well. 14th Prince, no need to hold back. Let this bastard understand what the pure and genuine phoenix bloodline is." "Great Elder, be at ease," Feng Ziluo insipidly replied. His eyes narrowed and looked straight at Yun Qi as he said with a low voice, "Ha ha, I originally only wanted you to immediately roll off the phoenix stage, but now I've changed my mind. If I accidentally slipped and crippled your limbs and bloodline later, don't blame me, okay? I'm just afraid that the one crippled will be you, Yuanqi said in a cold voice. Still being insolent when death is upon your neck, truly laughable yet pitiful. Feng Ziluo raised his arms as the palms of his hands simultaneously burned up with phoenix flames. Just as he was about to step forward, a profound energy sound transmission from Feng Hengkang suddenly traveled to his ears. Do not underestimate the enemy. Attack with all your strength, kill him right away. Feng Ziluo froze for a bit, then his hand posture suddenly changed, as a scarlet-colored lightning hissed through between his hands, then transforming into an approximately 8 feet long lance that was entirely scarlet red like hot iron. It's the Emperor Profound weapon, Divine Phoenix Lance. 14th Prince actually utilized Divine Phoenix Lance from the start. Seems like His Highness is completely enraged. I reckon it's to make Yuanqi lose miserably with the quickest speed, making him unable to speak up again. Once Divine Phoenix Lance is out of the bag, guess, how many moves does His Highness need to defeat him? A Divine Phoenix disciple said leisurely. 7 moves, another Phoenix disciple casually answered. 7 moves, you really are thinking too highly of that blue-wind brat. The Phoenix disciple in front of him curled his lips to a great extent, then sneered. At most 5 moves, that brat would be burnt to the point that his biological father wouldn't recognize him. An Emperor Profound sword, an Emperor Profound lance. Just the mere aura of the 2 Emperor Profound weapons distorted the air above the Phoenix stage. Feng Ziluo shifted his eyes, glancing at Yuanqi's dragon fault as his brows slightly raised. The Divine Phoenix lance in his hands had more than 3,000 years of history, experienced numerous battles and refining, and had long ago developed a consciousness. Only the strongest practitioner of Divine Phoenix Sect's young generation was worthy of possessing it. Once the Divine Phoenix lance came out, numerous other lances would tremble. But at this moment on the Phoenix stage, Dragon Fault's aura was actually mutually contending against it, with both sharing the limelight. The Divine Phoenix lance that he was immensely proud of was actually unable to suppress a Blue Wind practitioner's Emperor Profound heavy sword. But very quickly, his attention shifted away from Dragon Fault. Forget about the Emperor Profound sword in his hands. Even if it was a Tyrant Profound sword, he would still not care. He used one hand to casually support the lance as his other hand stretched out toward Yuanqi. With an entire body full of openings while not concealing the contempt he had for Yuanqi, he said, "Make your move. It is beneath my dignity to make the first move against a bastard who overestimated his abilities." "Really? I just happen to feel the opposite." Yuanqi laughed coldly as he stepped forward. Phoenix flames violently ignited on his entire body, rapidly spreading toward Dragon Fault. A shocking aura suddenly burst forth like a volcanic eruption as he directly struck forward toward Feng Ziluo, relying on the Sky Profound Universal Pellet to forcefully promote his strength. Yuanqi's currently overall strength had long surpassed the level he was at before, back when he was fighting Feng Chihuo. And with every increase in profound strength, his overall strength was amplified by several folds if compared to an ordinary profound practitioner. Hence, even though he was faced with such a contrast in level, the Feng Ziluo who surpassed Feng Chihuo, he was still not afraid. Imposing aura is not bad. However, that's not of any use. Facing Yuanqi's blazing heavy sword attack filled with an astonishing imposing aura, Feng Ziluo still wore an indifferent smile. With a leisurely posture, his right hand that grasped onto the Divine Phoenix lance was still horizontal, without any indication of him attacking with his lance. Only his left hand slowly extended, casually releasing out a Phoenix fire beam that was as sharp as lightning. RIIIP? The Phoenix flame above Dragon Fault collided with Feng Ziluo's fire beam in the sky, creating an ephemeral ear-piercing tearing sound. The 2 flame radiances immediately conjured wisps of smoke. The Phoenix flame on top of Dragon Fault was torn apart as though it were paper, instantly becoming 2 halves. The faces of Divine Phoenix Empires, Profound Practitioners, and Phoenix Disciples all revealed sneers as they jeered at how much Yuanqi had overestimated himself. Ling Jai and Hua Minghai's heart immediately rose to their throats. The imposing aura of Yuanqi's strike was incomparably large, but Feng Ziluo was a terrifying level 8 throne. In front of Feng Ziluo's absolutely overwhelming strength, his unreasonable strength could be said to not be threatening at all. Saying that it was unable to withstand a single blow was not too excessive. Heh, trash is trash. Feng Ziluo's face was filled with contempt, but just as he revealed his sneer, it immediately froze on his face. He had indeed easily torn apart the phoenix flame, but after the flame, a force as great as a mountain suddenly came battering over. This force was unreasonably tyrannical, and had even caused him to stop breathing for a short while. The phoenix flame Xianxia had released was just ordinary phoenix fire that did not use the world ode of the phoenix. Possessing both the phoenix bloodline and world ode of the phoenix, if Feng Ziluo wished to control ordinary phoenix fire, it was naturally as easy as pie. However, he was absolutely unable to tear apart the peerless berserking strength of the heavy sword. Feng Ziluo startled, and the phoenix flame in his hands immediately burst out with full power. However, the oppressiveness of Xianxia's heavy sword far exceeded his expectations. His arms sunk down as his entire body was pushed back. His gaze sharpened. As he swung his right arm, the originally motionless divine phoenix lance released an angry aura that soared to the skies. Like a huge, ferocious flame beast, it heavily smashed toward Dragon Fault. Boom! Divine Phoenix Lance and Dragon Fault fiercely collided as countless phoenix fire beam diverged outwards, scattering to become scarlet-colored flame serpents that filled the sky. An enormous current of energy exploded between the two people, exactly like that of a small-scale volcanic eruption. Feng Ziluo's gaze darkened, then with an explosive force, the phoenix flame on top of the divine phoenix lance immediately rose by several fold, directly knocking Xianxia up in the air. Bang! Xianxia spun in midair and steadily landed over 60 meters away. Beneath the recoil, Feng Ziluo was also heavily forced back a step. Although it was merely a step back to him, it was already the highest humiliation. Ling Jai and Hua Minghai now let out a long breath of relief, even though one was knocked in the air, and one, who hurriedly attacked with a lance, had taken a step back. The difference between Xianxia and Feng Ziluo was still far too distant. However, neither of them had suffered a grave defeat, and making Divine Phoenix Sect's #1 genius take, a step back was still considered to be consoling. Not bad at all. Feng Ziluo levered the lance and slowly nodded, his face with the expression of a strong practitioner praising a weaker one. I never expected this. You're actually a tiny bit stronger than what I had imagined. Even though it's mainly because I only used 30% of my strength, you still were able to force me to swing my Divine Phoenix Lance once, worthy of praise. Xianxia only kept a calm face, not even bothering to smile. Very well, since I've already used the Divine Phoenix Lance, then I'll let you properly have a taste of the Divine Phoenix Lance's power. Though both are Emperor Profound weapons, weapons are still dead. How large of a power they could display still depends on its owner. Hold onto your Emperor sword tight, let me play for a while longer, don't drop it after only 2 or 3 moves. Feng Ziluo held the Divine Phoenix Lance horizontal to his chest with the faint smile of an inquisitor, as the invisible imposing aura that came from the Divine Phoenix Lance slightly distorted the surrounding atmosphere. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched, forming a faint smile. Feng Ziluo was a genius, there was no need for any doubt, and he was also the top genius of Divine Phoenix Sect, the #1 sect. However, the word genius often coexisted together with the word arrogance. This was true in no matter which plane, especially when they were met with praise and other people's admiration throughout one's life. As for those who never had a rival within their peers, even if they appeared humble on the surface, they had long since made it a habit to never put anyone in their eyes. This also included Xianxia. However, what was different about Xianxia was that although he was arrogant, he would never deliberately underestimate an opponent. Then, let the games begin, you'd better receive them well. Feng Ziluo swung the Divine Phoenix Lance, and the phoenix flames on its entire body immediately combusted as a scorching heat wave surged in every direction. Wrapped in phoenix flame, the Divine Phoenix Lance trembled unceasingly while uttering a phoenix cry at the same time, as though it was alive. Crack! The phoenix stage below Feng Ziluo's feet suddenly ruptured. This time, Feng Ziluo moved first. With a raise of his long lance, a tsunami-like flaming tornado charged toward Xianxia. The shattered stones below were lifted up by the tornado, turned into fine powder midair. His Highness seems to be a little bit serious now. Looks like he's not really in a good mood because he was forced to use the Divine Phoenix Lance earlier. A Phoenix disciple commented. His Highness was just too careless, that's all. If he added a little more force back then, how could that Xianxia brat possibly make His Highness use the Divine Phoenix Lance? But it looks like His Highness being in a somewhat bad mood is right. This Xianxia brat, he's finished. I can't even imagine how tragic he'll be." The entire atmosphere above the Phoenix stage was completely thrown in disorder as a terrifying aura that clearly expanded the air itself became visible to the naked eye. In front of this remarkably strong attack, Yun Qi's expression turned grim. Opening burning heart, he ignited a surging phoenix flame, then fearlessly met it head-on. The berserk profound energy poured into Dragon Fault as a falling moon-sinking star ruthlessly smashed onto the flaming tornado. "He's courting death!" Seeing that Yun Qi did not block or retreat, and was instead actively confronting the attack, three words simultaneously appeared in every divine phoenix profound practitioner's heart. Boom, 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 boom. As a chain of profound energy explosions crazily echoed, the splattering phoenix flame was like a shower brought along by a storm as it madly danced about. The phoenix stage below the two suddenly split apart, as fine cracks quickly spread out, resembling spider webs. The longest crack spread directly to the edge of the Phoenix stage. The Phoenix stage was a place where Divine Phoenix sect held internal competitions, so it was naturally incredibly firm. It wasn't constructed of ordinary stone, but rather the toughest of jade stone. In the previous six-nation battles, even though the matches were intense, the Phoenix stage's pavement was not damaged in the slightest. But now, a large expanse of the Phoenix stage had ruptured due to the collision of the two's weapons. "Wow, what kind of a power is this?" Not one of the 5 nations participating practitioners were not trembling with fear. They had personally experienced how hard this Phoenix stage was. Even when they used all their strength to smash upon it, they couldn't even make a little hole. How terrifying was this power that had actually split apart the Phoenix stage? Boom. After the last echo of explosion, the two parted in the midst of scattering flame and broken stone. Then, they landed on separate edges of the Phoenix stage. Feng Ziluo landed steadily, and Yun Qi also landed steadily. What? Everyone was shocked still. All of the eyes of Divine Phoenix Empire's citizens convexed, not daring to believe their own eyes. Everyone clearly saw how terrifying Feng Ziluo's lance strike was, for even the incomparably hard Phoenix stage had been split apart. But Yun Qi had actually blocked it, and had even completely blocked it. With 5,000 years of history and the world ode of the Phoenix as its core and foundation, numerous profound techniques had been created by Divine Phoenix sect. What Feng Ziluo cultivated was the extremely powerful, Absolute Flame Divine Phoenix Lance. The move used previously was Absolute Flame Divine Phoenix Lance's powerful, glorious Phoenix Dance. When he had been forced to use the Divine Phoenix Lance due to Yun Qi's attack, he was secretly resentful, so he decided to directly defeat Yun Qi with a glorious Phoenix Dance. Never did he expect that it could actually be completely blocked by Yun Qi. Not only was the Yun Qi in front of him standing stably, his expression was calm, without any indication that he had been harmed. Even his aura didn't have the slightest bit of turbulence. And at this moment, his figure suddenly blurred, appearing behind Feng Ziluo so fast that he didn't even have time to breathe. With a swing of his sword toward his waist, a surging profound energy storm assaulted Feng Ziluo, lifting the entirety of the phoenix robe he wore. Phoenix sweeping the heavens. Feng Ziluo's complexion darkened as the divine phoenix lance was thrown out, screaming alongside a scorching heat wave. Bang! As the divine phoenix lance fiercely smashed onto Dragon Fault, an intense dragon cry simultaneously sounded with a sharp phoenix cry. Both of the two's phoenix flames were torn into thousands of chaotically fluttering flame tongues, burning the atmosphere with hissing sounds. Boom, 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 boom. Flames scattered higher and higher, as a large majority of the Phoenix stage was submerged inside the tongues of flame which filled the sky. The two people and two emperor weapons were like two enormous cruel sharks that frantically tore within the sea of fire as they clashed wildly. Each collision would cause the Phoenix stage to tremble acutely, so intense that even the entire arena faintly quaked. The expressions of Divine Phoenix's profound practitioners changed. The expressions of profound practitioners from the 6 nations also changed. Even the expressions of Divine Phoenix sect's big shots had become heavy. In front of Feng Ziluo, who was using the Divine Phoenix Lance, Yun Qi was actually still not at a disadvantage. Within the entire audience, almost every person did not dare to believe what their eyes were seeing. Especially the 6 nations' profound practitioners, their souls continuously shuddered acutely. That frightening collision and that strength, terrifying to the point of unfathomable, incessantly burst apart the Phoenix stage. Was this really a battle between two youths? Forget about Feng Ziluo. He was, after all, of Divine Phoenix Sect's imperial bloodline, and was even known as the #1 genius of Divine Phoenix Sect in this generation. But Yuan Qi came from Blue Wind, and he was even younger than Feng Ziluo by 3 years. To actually be strong to such an extent, how exactly did he cultivate? Those profound practitioners of the 5 nations that had exchanged hands with Yuan Qi previously were stunned on the spot. They were originally resentful because Yuan Qi had defeated them with a brief sweep. But now, as they stared blankly at Yuan Qi's power, they realized that Yuan Qi had completely gone easy on them. If Yuan Qi felt like killing all of them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The heavy sword uses overbearingness as its principle. Even though the lance could not match the heavy sword in overbearingness, it was much more agile than the heavy sword. The sea of fire continued to spread amidst the 2 Emperor profound weapons, and had already gradually spread outwards to over 150 meters, as the flames engulfed the two's figures. From the spectator seats, one could only hear the thunderous collision sounds and the overwhelming tide of flames that ferociously danced non-stop. Ling Jai and Hua Minghai both leaned their upper bodies forward. Their eyes stared wider than an ox. Ling Jai had never questioned Yuan Qi's might, but he absolutely had never dared to think that Yuan Qi would actually be so much more powerful than when he defeated his grandfather, Ling Tianni, back then. The Yuan Qi back then was at the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm, and currently, he was at the 10th level of the Earth Profound Realm. This difference of 3 levels in the Earth Profound Realm was actually like 2 people as different as heaven and earth. Boss Yun was actually this strong. Hua Minghai's voice trembled as he spoke with a dull face. What Yuan Qi currently faced up against was the #1 of the Divine Phoenix Sect's young generation, you know. He had actually fought without being at a disadvantage. As he thought back to the time when he had been knocked down from the sky with one palm after being seen through in his disguise as Xia Yuanba, when attempting to approach Yuan Qi, cold sweat instantly fell from his forehead. If Yuan Qi didn't go easy on him back then, his little life would have long ended to the point where he couldn't die anymore. In the preparation area, the complexions of all 9 genius Phoenix disciples changed. They had previously been fully confident that Yuan Qi could never be their match, and defeating him would be as easy as turning one's hand. But now they just discovered that they were viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. The arrogant and conceited one was not Yuan Qi, but they themselves. The terrifying strength Yuan Qi displayed could easily suppress any one of them. This guy, a Phoenix disciple, gritted his teeth as he said resentfully. A person born from Blue Wind, who was even younger than them in age, and was even mocked and belittled without any restraint, actually exhibited a strength that made even them feel frightened. This made their face burn with fever and their heart distressing to the extreme. Indeed, excessively strong. Another Phoenix disciple deeply took a breath in. This kind of combat strength is basically nearing the 8th level of the Emperor Profound. Even though it greatly shocked us, to triumph over 14th Prince is still only wishful thinking. That's right. 14th Prince hasn't used his full strength at all yet. The world ode of the Phoenix was merely used to the 2nd stage at most. I just don't understand, why does he want to fight with that brat with this kind of condition? It ought to be that 14th Prince wanted to see this kid's limit. HMPH, it's almost over 100 exchanges now. This must already be the utmost limit of Yuan Qi's strength. As long as 14th Prince is willing, he can completely suppress Yuan Qi at any time. Phoenix wings breaks mountains. Amidst the wave of fire, Feng Ziluo ripped apart the flames, took off into the air, and smashed his lance down. As landslide-esque loud noise resounded, the Phoenix flames atop the Phoenix stage were seen to be swept up by a hurricane and completely went into a boiling state. A 12-meter-wide huge pit was smashed out from the incomparably tough Phoenix stage. Under the impact from the enormous energy, Yuan Qi was blown far away, landing on the edge of Phoenix stage. Feng Ziluo floated in midair, his gaze locking onto Yuan Qi's position, as a trace of sinister curl appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not bad to have actually endured again then. How about this move? Feng Ziluo raised his arms up, lifting the divine Phoenix lance high up in the air. In an instant, it was as though the ferociously burning sea of Phoenix flames received some kind of irresistible pull, as they all took off into the air, rushing straight at the skies. Then they quickly compiled at skies above the divine Phoenix lance's tip. In a blink of the eye above Feng Ziluo, there converged a nearly 60 meters wide, red as blood, moon made of flames. Ah, what is that? Ling Jai's eyes stared wide as he shouted with an alarmed voice. The entire arena was also entirely filled with shocked shouts. In every single round of exchange Feng Ziluo did with Yun Qi, he would always sprinkle down large amounts of phoenix flames. The phoenix flames continued to burn on the phoenix stage, not extinguishing for a long time, and finally converged into a sea of flames. But at this time, it was unexpectedly all gathered up by him in an instant. Very clearly, the phoenix flames he sprinkled out when fighting with Yun Qi back then was all preparing for this moment. The moon of flame on the lance tip was bright red and glaring, its imposing might as tumultuous as a tsunami, as vast as a mountain. Even those spectators over a kilometer away felt as though their chests were being pressed down by a heavy stone plate, unable to breathe. It could be imagined just how terrifying of an imposing pressure Yun Qi, who wasn't even 60 meters away from Feng Ziluo, was bearing. It's really a tough job for you to play with me for such a long time. To be very honest, your strength has made me somewhat astonished. Your limit, I have also probed to a good extent. Yet unfortunately, my limit, you do not have the qualification to see. Feng Ziluo smiled dully. Even though the mightiness of Yun Qi's strength wasn't merely making him somewhat astonished at all, it was entirely shocking. But still, he was the #1 prodigy of Divine Phoenix sect, and the strength Yun Qi displayed as of now still had no way of defeating him. He said with a relaxed expression, "For people of the same age to be able to play for so long with me, you can actually be considered the first. But too bad, it was merely in deliberation by me. I was merely deliberately taking time laying out phoenix flames so that I can give you a most magnificent death. Divine Phoenix Lance final style, Moon of the Phoenix." Feng Ziluo's black hair fluttered. His phoenix attire flapped in the wind as the Divine Phoenix Lance swung down in midair. Instantly, the enormous moon of flame in the air rumbled, then, like a meteor on the horizon, it abruptly plummeted down toward Yun Qi. RRRMMM. Everywhere the moon of the Phoenix arrived at, the space would be severely deformed from compression. The Phoenix stage below actually distinctively caved in under the incomparably enormous power. Feeling the enormous energy this moon of the Phoenix carried, Yun Qi's expressions became extremely solemn. His steps quickly drew back. After a few steps, his back leg all of a sudden stepped onto the edge of the Phoenix stage. The Phoenix stage restricted the two's area of battle. Falling off from the Phoenix stage meant losing this battle. If it was an ordinary battle, he still could choose to dodge with all his strength with the help of Star God's broken shadow. Yet for him who couldn't fly, who was forced to a dead end, other than stepping down from the Phoenix stage, there was no chance to dodging at all. SSS. Moon of the Phoenix enlarged in the reflections on his pupils and gradually filled his entire field of vision. Under the powerful energy surges, Yun Qi's ears were entirely engulfed by the extremely violent energy's rumbling sounds, and couldn't hear anything else at all. The flames scorching could not affect him in the slightest, but the chaotic, profound energy within was destroying Yun Qi's clothing piece by piece. Yun Qi's brows slowly sunk down. Just as Moon of the Phoenix was less than 30 meters away from him, a fierce glint suddenly flashed through his eyes. "Ha!" With a loud roar, Yun Qi raised his heavy sword across. Both of his arms swelled, as his blood vessels could distinctly seen popping up on his skin, swollen to the point that they might burst at any time. His entire body's profound energy was channeled to its limit, pouring into his arms without any reservation. Behind him, a streak of the Sky Wolf's dark blue image roared in fury. "Sky Wolf slash!" Yun Qi vaulted up, and initiatively met toward the Moon of the Phoenix. The heavy sword dragon fault, injected with the Sky Wolf's strength, ferociously smashed onto the Moon of the Phoenix. The azure-colored Sky Wolf image, as though a sharp sword that could break through every obstacle, violently pierced into the flame moon. Boom! Moon of the Phoenix exploded with a loud bang, bursting out an overflowing wave of flame that covered the sky and the sun, even submerging the entire Phoenix stage, which naturally engulfed Yun Qi within. However, this wasn't actually where the true power of this Moon of the Phoenix move laid. The flames that burst apart did not disperse just like that, and instead turned into one after another malevolent lances of flame. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the Phoenix stage was entirely filled with lances of flame. Thousands upon thousands of them, under the control of Feng Ziluo's power, all shot toward Yun Qi's location. It was as though a lance shower that reeked of blood had descended. "Die!" Feng Ziluo laughed wildly in a loud voice. He was convinced that just the explosion from the Moon of the Phoenix was already enough to leave Yun Qi barely alive, as well as destroy all of his profound energy defense. And the following lances of flame would bore countless see-through holes on his body, violently killing him on the spot. Originally, he didn't plan to kill Yun Qi. After all, this was the arena of 7-nation ranking tournament, and he was in the front of the 7 nations and sacred grounds. Killing one's opponent was likely to invite denunciation, and there even would be unnecessary trouble. But killing Yun Qi was the order that Feng Hengkang personally sound-transmitted to him, so naturally he would act to kill without any qualms. "Be boss!" Ling Jai's pupils constricted in fear, his legs trembled non-stop. Looking on helplessly as Yun Qi was engulfed by the burst flame moon, then being pierced right after by countless terrifying lance beams. Under this kind of frightening attack, even 10 lives would entirely wither away. This is really too scary. Yun Qi ought to have thoroughly died, right? You don't say. If he still isn't dead even from this, I'll walk backwards from now on. Sigh, a waste of a peerless genius outside of divine Phoenix Empire, but he just had to. This isn't something that can't be helped either. How could it be helped that he possessed the Phoenix bloodline? Unless he chose to surrender and pay allegiance, he would never escape the fate of opposing divine Phoenix sect. With the unyielding temperament Yun Qi displayed, he obviously won't choose the former in any condition. That's also understandable. Such a peerless prodigy who reached this point relying on just himself, how could he be willing to suddenly be controlled by a large sect? Divine Phoenix Empire actually had such a terrifying move. It really is too scary. Feng Ziluo's body slowly descended from the sky, his face carrying a complacent smile. The reason why he used Moon of the Phoenix was precisely to create such a magnificent yet stunning effect. In order to cover up the awkward situation he made before from wrongly estimating Yun Qi's strength. However, just as the tip of his foot was about to touch the Phoenix stage, his pupils abruptly constricted, as the smile on his face also instantaneously went stiff. The firelight exploded out by the Moon of the Phoenix, and the overwhelming lances of flame began to quickly dissipate. From within the Phoenix flames that was gradually becoming thin, he saw a figure that just stood there. In the next moment, the Phoenix flames broke apart, revealing Yun Qi's grave and stern face. "Wah, what?" Feng Ziluo's expression greatly changed for the first time. Beside his ears, shocked cries from all directions resounded as well. The flames continued to extinguish, gradually revealing Yun Qi's intact figure. Grasping dragon fault in his hands, he quietly stood there, letting the surrounding flames freely scorch him. The clothing on his body was damaged in many places. His hair was also somewhat messy. However, the expression in his eyes was not in the least turbid. Under the tattered clothes, the exposed skin was flawless, intact in every chunk. Only the location on his chest had 3 more bloody holes that weren't very deep. The berserking energy of Moon of the Phoenix were basically all pure Phoenix flames, and would at most deal impacts to him, without being able to harm him in the slightest. But the Phoenix Lance mirages that came right after forced him to activate Sealing Cloud Locking Sun with no other choice. After taking over thousands of times of bombardment, Sealing Cloud Locking Sun was finally broken as 3 streams of Phoenix Lance mirages crashed onto his chest. But with his true dragon's body, this kind of concentrated attack from dispersed energy could merely pierce out 3 vague, bloody holes on his body. When Yun Qi fought with his life on the line against Feng Qihuo, 1/3 of the blood vessels and bones in his body broke, and even then, he completely recovered in less than 10 days of time. This little injury, however, that didn't even touch the bone, simply couldn't even be considered much of an injury to him. It's Yun Qi. He actually did not die. Not only still alive, it looks like he hasn't even sustained any heavy injuries. With such a ferocious attack, even a layer of the Phoenix stage had been peeled off, yet he actually hasn't died yet. How is that possible? The entire arena practically exploded. This definitely was the most inconceivable, most unbelievable scene they had ever seen in their entire lives. Even for the 4 from the sacred grounds, a distinct flash of astonishment had flashed across their faces. Ah. Ling Jai opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. Yun Qi was still alive, and had not received any heavy injuries, yet the first thing he felt was not that of joy, rather, he felt the same kind of astonishment as everyone else, and even fear. This was because everyone had watched Yun Qi get drawn into the Moon of the Phoenix, then get bombarded by a myriad of lance mirages. In that kind of situation, how could he still be alive? This is abnormal. 100% abnormal. Hua Minghai, who had seen the world, and self-proclaimed that he was one of the strongest beings of the profound sky continent, was shocked till his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Within the blazes, Yun Qi looked straight at Feng Ziluo and took a step forward. This step of his had caused the astonished Feng Ziluo's heart to jump fiercely. This time, facing Yun Qi, he was truly fearful. He finally started to understand that he had simply underestimated Yun Qi's strength by an enormous margin. At the same time, the other party had also been concealing his true abilities. Other than knowing how to spout ridiculous, cocky words, there's nothing more to you. Yun Qi squinted and ridiculed. At this point, the uppermost layer of jade on the Phoenix stage had completely been shattered. The area beneath Yun Qi's feet had been destroyed to fine sand. The two of them stood 30 meters from each other, the atmosphere incomparably cold. Yun Qi had a face of calm, yet the corner of his mouth curved upwards as if mocking. Feng Ziluo furrowed his eyebrows, his eyes wavering. Yet at this point, Feng Ziluo's eyebrows unhurriedly spread back, as his expression became calm again. He instead drew the corners of his mouth into a thin line, revealing a sinister smile. Very good, this is extremely good. Feng Ziluo's eyes sank down. A little murderous aura gathered within his eyes, reigniting the phoenix flames on his body as he spoke. The phoenix flames spiraled upwards rapidly. His bones from head to toe started crackling explosively, as a wave of increasingly powerful aura exploded from his body. I would never have thought that a bastard accidentally leaked from my divine phoenix sect could actually be this strong, making me completely underestimate your power. But a bastard will always be a bastard at this level. You merely qualify to force me to use my full power, but as a bastard, you can feel proud on your way to hell. The phoenix flames continued to burn, and the aura from Feng Ziluo continued to inflate. In a few breaths' time, it would have completely surpassed the aura from before. What he said was not wrong. He indeed did not use his full strength before. But he had lost a bit of control. Every sentence of his contained ridicule, which exposed the lack of tranquility and the fury in his heart. He was a prince of divine phoenix sect, the strongest in the younger generation of the world's #1 sect. In the future, he would become the highest ruler of the entire profound sky continent. But in front of a huge crowd, he was forced to use his full strength on an unknown profound practitioner with a profound strength of only the earth profound realm, whose age was even younger than his. Now he could not be bothered with anything else as he activated his profound strength without restraint, channeling World Ode of the Phoenix at full power. If he didn't use the most savage method to decimate Yun Qi till there was not a single bit of him left, he would never be satisfied. His Highness has finally used his full strength? Damn. He was actually forced by Yun Qi to use his full strength. The Phoenix disciples in the arena said roughly, the astonishment on their faces still not completely dispersed. His Highness must be totally furious now. If Yun Qi doesn't die now, then I'll be damned to die. Another Phoenix disciple gnashed his teeth as he spoke. It wasn't just Feng Ziluo, even they were deeply astonished and humiliated. The Phoenix flames on Feng Ziluo's body rose higher still, and his aura continued to climb. Under the immense pressure from his aura, the area around him practically became a sheet of vacuum. Everything within the vacuum was slapped away with unreasonable power. Bang! With a deep explosion, the Phoenix flames flashed violently, ending its climb. Feng Ziluo's entire body was wrapped within the raging Phoenix flames, grasping onto the divine Phoenix lance. A dark look glinted in his eyes as he smiled sinisterly. His Phoenix robe swelled, his black hair fluttered unrestrained, as lightning-like Phoenix flames hissed and twisted around his body behind his back. Unhurriedly unfolding behind his back was actually a pair of scarlet Phoenix wings. The pair of Phoenix wings were immersed in flames. It totally did not look like an illusion, but like that of real Phoenix wings. The Feng Ziluo at this point looked like a blazing devil come to life. Is this the legendary, the fourth stage of the World Ode of the Phoenix, the highest stage? Body of the Phoenix? Yi Xinghen looked at Feng Ziluo's transformation and said, full of interest. While speaking, he reached both of his hands through the bottom of the clothes of the two bewitching women, completely oblivious of the looks from his surroundings. That's right. Ling Kun nodded his head. This stage activates the Phoenix bloodline, allowing the form of a phoenix to appear on the body. The accompanying Phoenix Flame skill, Phoenix Flame Sears the Heavens, is the divine Phoenix sect's most powerful signature move. A level 8 throne operating the World Ode of the Phoenix to this stage His aura has unexpectedly, even faintly, exceeded a level 9 throne. This world ode of the Phoenix indeed has some methods too. Yi Xinghen squinted and said, "Ah, yeah, this one doesn't understand little Hanhin's words." The moment Yi Xinghen finished talking, the voice of Ji Qianrou, which made his entire body suddenly have goosebumps, arrived in his ears. This little prince is at most boosting his strength by 2 levels with the help of the world ode of the Phoenix. This has even got little Hanhin's praise. Yet Yun Qi, he can stride across tens of levels of fighting abilities by just casually lifting his hand. But why haven't I heard little Hanhin praise him to the heavens? Ji Qianrou's words made Yi Xinghen and Ling Kun feel alarmed at the same time. Even spiritual master Gu Kang's eyebrows fidgeted slightly. Following Yun Qi's increasingly shocking performance, they had almost forgotten. Yun Qi's profound strength was merely at the Earth Profound Realm, level 10. Contending against the level 8 throne, Feng Ziluo, at full power with only the strength of the Earth Profound Realm. What kinds of secrets were Yun Qi hiding on his body? Like a fire god descending upon Earth, Feng Ziluo's entire body released an energy that showed disdain to the whole world, causing the hearts of all the young, profound practitioners in the arena to tremble. The fearful looks of admiration they cast at him was like looking at an insurmountable god. They, too, did not imagine that the Feng Ziluo, whose power was fearsome to such an extent, had actually not used his full power. The power of Feng Ziluo at this point was obviously twice as powerful as before. This happens to be the highest stage of my divine Phoenix sect's world ode of the Phoenix. Feng Ziluo extended his palm towards Yun Qi, Phoenix flames hissing on his palm. A pity that you're only a bastard, with no rights to learn this unbeatable, profound skill graced by the divine spirit. Now you can struggle as much as you like, because after today, there will be no chance for you to struggle again. Looking at the Phoenix flames on Feng Ziluo's body and listening to his arrogant speech, the look in Yun Qi's eyes was as if he were speaking to a genuine fool. You seem to have made similar speeches several times already. Does it really feel that good to slap yourself every time? Idiot! Yun Qi's words was like using a salt-soaked knife to furiously stab at Feng Ziluo's already bloody wound. The last word, idiot, made him explode with fury, since a young age who did not treat him with respect. Even Feng Henkang had always praised him with pride. With such great talent, even towards the crown prince Feng Ziming, he was always haughty without restraint. Who would dare to call him an idiot? Feng Ziluo laughed back in anger, then sneered with incomparable darkness. Little bastard, even at death's door you still dare to provoke my rage. I originally planned to give you a delightful death, but now I've changed my mind. I will leave you in the Phoenix flames, more dead than alive. With only your Phoenix bloodline from 5,000 years ago that has been thinned and jumbled through hundreds of generations, do you truly think you're worthy enough to raise Phoenix fire in front of me? Yun Qi muttered and laughed coldly. Those words of his were definitely not pretentious. Back in Blue Wind Imperial Palace, when facing the 2 black and red elders following Feng Zichen, he had used the simplest of Phoenix flames and managed to suppress the 2 men's Phoenix flames which were backed by the world ode of the Phoenix. Since divine Phoenix sect's Phoenix bloodline was passed down from one generation to the next, in order to guarantee the purity of the bloodline, divine Phoenix sect would only wed internally and rarely wed outsiders, unless the other party had extremely high talent or position. Even so, each generation further, the bloodline would eventually thin and mix. But Yun Qi was bestowed the purest Phoenix blood directly from the Phoenix spirit. Thus, purely speaking of the purity of the Phoenix bloodline, Yun Qi was completely suitable to be Feng Ziluo's ancestor, and even his ancestor by a few hundreds of generations. I'll show you what exactly are real Phoenix flames, Yun Qi cried out deeply, and his body blazed with Phoenix flames. But this time it was not just simple Phoenix flames, he also channeled World Ode of the Phoenix, directly raising it to the 4th stage. Instantly, the aura of the Phoenix flames erupted as the temperature abruptly surged. The blaze, which was originally wild, suddenly seemed to be boiling, while dancing frantically. On Yun Qi's back, a pair of Phoenix wings also appeared. The color of this pair of Phoenix wings was even deeper than that of Feng Ziluo's. World Ode of the Phoenix! Feng Henkang and the others instantly sat up. Their faces were of shock and even fury. The Phoenix bloodline was the core of the divine Phoenix sect, and the world ode of the Phoenix was the other core. Yun Qi not belonging to the divine Phoenix sect, but possessing the Phoenix bloodline was already violating one of their biggest taboos. But now, he even possessed the world ode of the Phoenix. In the 5,000-year history of the Divine Phoenix sect, situations of a bloodline leakage would happen occasionally. But this was the first time that even the world ode of the Phoenix had appeared on somebody not from the sect. It was no wonder that even Feng Hengkang turned pale. Feng Ziluo's face turned dark, revealing a malevolent expression. "Little bastard, not only do you have my sect's Phoenix bloodline, you even secretly learned my sect's world ode of the Phoenix. You must die today." Maintaining the fourth stage of the world ode of the Phoenix was accompanied by a large consumption of energy. As he looked at Yun Qi similarly activating the world ode of the Phoenix, an intensely uneasy feeling arose in Feng Ziluo's heart. He let out a growl, and his Phoenix wings unfolded. The Phoenix flames behind him rushed into the air, conjuring a sea of fire, covering the entire sky of the stadium in red. "Die, Phoenix flame sears the heavens." Even though it was as if an immense flaming mountain was collapsing towards him, Yun Qi remained calm. As he reached out with his palm, the Phoenix flames on his body violently exploded as well. "Phoenix flame sears the heavens." The same world ode of the Phoenix Stage 4, the same Phoenix skill. Two waves of Phoenix fire seas covered the skies and land, making the Phoenix stage suddenly seem tiny as they violently clashed. Boom, the entire Phoenix realm trembled frantically. In an instant, the flaming waves overflowing in the sky exploded crazily, spiraling hundreds of meters upwards, completely swallowing the Phoenix stage. The faces of the audience, consisting of more than 3 million profound practitioners, all shined pure red. Even the sky had entirely changed color, as if the blue sky was burning. It was as though a bright sun had suddenly descended. Yun Qi and Feng Ziluo's silhouettes were completely engulfed within the flaming waves. The two of them were not even 3 meters apart, yet their line of sights passed through the flames, firmly colliding together. "Just a bastard like you is enough to challenge this prince with Phoenix flames. In not even 10 breaths, you will be completely burnt to ashes." Feng Ziluo growled with a malevolent expression. Yun Qi's face darkened, his voice filled with ridicule. "Even if I stood still here, your Phoenix flames should not even think of hurting a strand of my hair. But it's beneath me to do something like that. Because I want to compete with Phoenix flames and beat you outright. I want to let you know who's the real bastard." The initially pitch-black arena was now a sheet of scarlet, as if it had fell into a blazing hell for a moment. At this point, the fire that sears the heavens, which had reached hundreds of meters into the air, started to fall, then break away from the Phoenix stage, spreading frantically towards the surroundings. A terrifying wave of heat, as if from a gigantic wave of flames from purgatory rolled over, as if portraying a scene from the approach of doomsday. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred meters, those profound practitioners all felt as though their bodies were about to melt from the burn. Even if they conjured all their profound energy defense to defend against it, it was still unbearably painful. The entire arena was filled with shouts of extreme terror. The rows of seats nearest to the Phoenix stage began to melt, then combust, and the violently moving Phoenix flames still continued to spread rapidly. Feng Feiyan flew up high and roared deeply. "Quickly, construct a barrier." The moment his voice fell, every overlord had already started to mobilize. The overlords from the 5 nations and a few elders from the Divine Phoenix sect flew hastily, spreading out to various locations. Bubbling with profound energy, a ring-shaped defensive barrier started to extend, link, and grow, locking up all of the violently moving Phoenix flames within, such that all the pressure and heat were safely isolated. The chaos in the arena finally settled down a little, but nobody was able to suppress the shock which was plastered across their faces. They were all wide-eyed and stared blankly at the heart of the arena, which had been entirely transformed into a sea of fire, afraid of missing out on a single second of the scene, because they knew that they would probably never get to see this kind of overwhelming scene a second time in their lives. The participating profound practitioners from the 5 nations all pulled back from their positions, their faces pale from amazement, because their seats were the closest to the Phoenix stage. They were all thus affected when the Phoenix flames went berserk. Those slightly affected had their clothes burned into a terrible mess. The unluckier ones were burned in more areas. Looking at the Phoenix flames isolated by the barrier, they broke out in cold sweat that streamed like waterfalls. They didn't dare to imagine that they were actually fighting with such an abnormal person before, and were unexpectedly still alive. These profound practitioners who were able to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament were undoubtedly the top geniuses from their nations. As top geniuses, They naturally had a kind of deep superiority, self-confidence, and even arrogance. This was due to them believing that they would become the leading characters in the profound sky continent in the future, their generation's rulers. But at this point, all the self-confidence they had, and even their conviction, had thoroughly collapsed. Facing this disaster-level strength, forget about the present, they felt that even if they devoted their entire lives, they would never be able to reach this kind of level. The flames blazed with increasing intensity. Defending the surroundings of the barrier, the few divine Phoenix sect elders were still fine, but the only overlords of the 5 nations were trembling with fear. Whilst supporting the barrier as overlords, their 2 hands were cooked red, the pain was hard to bear, and their hearts were dumbstruck to the extreme. These 2 competing were not world-renowned exceptional fighters, but 2 youngsters who were merely around 20 years old. After cultivating for several hundreds of years to become their respective nations' only overlords, they, who ruled over the skies, actually felt a kind of inferiority in front of these 2 terrifying youths. If they were already like this at this age, then their future achievements would simply be unimaginable. Those from Divine Phoenix sect could no longer sit still anymore. From Feng Hengkang to the elders and palace masters, all had already stood up. In the entire arena, no one was more calm than spiritual master Gu Kang. He only watched in silence without a trace of disturbance on his face. At this moment, his eyebrows suddenly twitched because he had felt his disciple's aura. Spiritual master Gu Kang concentrated his mind, sending a profound sound-transmitted message with his incomparably thick, profound energy. You're finally here. Show your sacred grounds identification to the Phoenix City guards. They will naturally bring you here. You are just in time. If not, you would have missed out on a genius gifted by the heavens, whose future achievements may not be inferior to yours. Very quickly, he received a sound transmission from the other party. Really, Divine Phoenix sect is profound sky continent's #1 sect. Every generation will probably have this kind of genius. Spiritual master Gu Kang shut his eyes, sound transmitting again. No, the person your master is referring to is not from Divine Phoenix sect, but the same as you, from Blue Wind Nation. With his abilities, he ought to have been famous in Blue Wind Nation for a long time. You may have heard of his name. This young person's name is Yun Qi. For a long time, spiritual master Gu Kang did not receive his disciple's reply. His attention returned to the ball of phoenix flames blazing across the skies. The phoenix stage continued to deteriorate at an amazing speed. Beneath Yun Qi and Feng Ziluo was astonishingly red lava. Within the center of the 2 waves of phoenix energy, the 2 of them continued the sustained release of their phoenix profound energy. But both their expressions were entirely different. Yun Qi was completely tranquil from his expression to the looks in his eyes. They were all without ripples. However, Feng Ziluo's eyes were scarlet, his entire face was completely twisted, and his throat unceasingly produced muffled growls. When compared to before, if he still had reserves, then now, he was completely releasing his full power, practically squeezing out power from his bone marrows. If not for his sweat evaporating immediately, his entire body would have already been completely soaked. Yet despite that, his phoenix flames were actually totally blocked by Yun Qi. No matter how much he tried, he was unable to suppress it. At the same time, although he was of the Phoenix bloodline and had an extremely high resistance and control over the Phoenix flames, it was still impossible for him to be as invulnerable to fire as Yun Qi. As time passed, the flames from Yun Qi roasted his entire body, causing unbearable pain. Most of his hair was burnt, and every part of his body began emitting a burnt stench and strands of black smoke. Half of his low roar was from frantically releasing profound energy. The other half was him howling in pain. But his physical pain could not be compared to the fear in his heart. Phoenix flames were the strongest profound flames in the profound sky continent. The Phoenix bloodline was the only bloodline of a god in the profound sky continent. If the Divine Phoenix sect's history was as long as the sacred grounds, over 10,000 years, just relying on this bloodline of God would allow them to surpass the sacred grounds. Furthermore, he was a prince of the Divine Phoenix sect. His inheritance was that of a prince, the strongest of the strongest Phoenix bloodline, and he was the strongest genius in the current young generation of the Divine Phoenix bloodline, however. Someone whom he originally did not even take seriously, someone he called a bastard, could actually block his full-powered Phoenix flames. Moreover, his bearing was incomparably relaxed, looking like he still had energy to spare. The growl from Feng Ziluo's throat got even hoarser. His teeth were almost bitten into pieces, but even after a whole 10 breaths, he still had no way of suppressing Yuan Qi. I don't believe. I'm a prince of divine phoenix. The imperial blood flows through my veins. How could I lose to a bastard like you? How could I lose to a bastard like you? Feng Ziluo's voice was incomparably withered and hoarse. The moment he opened his mouth, a strand of black smoke floated out. One could only imagine to what degree was he forced to. The moment he spoke, his aura wavered, Yuan Qi scrunched his eyebrows, the pressure of his phoenix flames abruptly increasing. ZSS Feng Ziluo's hair was quickly burnt. The originally almost 2-foot-long black hair was quickly reduced into charcoal. Feng Ziluo had long used up all his energy. He didn't have the least bit of reserves, as his phoenix flames were suddenly suppressed by Yuan Qi. He simply did not have an iota of extra strength to retaliate. He started to feel his body and flames get suppressed more and more. All of his flames were being swallowed by Yuan Qi's flames. Fear appeared in his eyes, followed by a flash of despair. Then all of it turned into malevolence and insanity. How could I lose to a bastard like you? Feng Ziluo roared hoarsely, his eyes as red as blood. Raising his head, he fiercely spat out a large mouthful of blood. The fresh blood landed on Feng Ziluo's body and began to combust quickly. The look in Yuan Qi's eyes changed slightly, because the blood that Feng Ziluo had just spat out was not any ordinary blood, it was his blood essence. Ordinary blood could be regenerated, but there was practically no possibility of regenerating blood essence. What it consumed was neither physical nor profound energy, but innate ability, life, and their power source. Unless a profound practitioner was pushed to death's door, he would never choose to burn his blood essence. Feng Ziluo had gone completely mad. If the opponent was someone the same age as Yuan Qi, with the same profound strength, if he lost, even though he would be disappointed, unsatisfied, and maybe lose some rationality, he would never go as far as to lose all sense of reason and burn his blood essence. However, Yuan Qi had been hiding his true strength all along, exhibiting his extremely weak, profound strength. Thus, as a Phoenix Prince, as well as the young generation's #1, Feng Ziluo would consider himself to be high and mighty in front of Yuan Qi, in front of all the heroes of the world, and in front the profound sky's 7 nations and sacred grounds. He would act as if he were a judge, show contempt, ridicule, disdain, and even call him a bastard in every sentence. If he lost just like that, while using his most powerful phoenix flames, then all the contempt, ridicule, disdain, and insults which he used on Yuan Qi would be returned to himself countlessly. All the attitude he had earlier would simply become the arrogance and conceit of a clown. Previously, when people mentioned him, they would think about his glory and fame, but after today, the first thing they would think of would be an utterly ridiculous clown. He couldn't even defeat somebody he called a bastard. He would no doubt become some trash not even comparable to a bastard, irrevocably becoming this generation's laughingstock and disgrace. As a result, no matter what, he could not lose. Even if it meant igniting his blood essence, he definitely couldn't lose. As his blood essence ignited, Feng Ziluo's suppressed phoenix flames instantly soared, pressing tyrannically against Yuan Qi. His pupils were full sorrow as he then laughed dartled. "Bastard, you can die now." While facing Feng Ziluo, Yuan Qi had the superior physique, profound arts, profound skills, and purity of the phoenix bloodline. Only comparing the strength and density of profound energy would Yuan Qi be vastly weaker than Feng Ziluo. After the crazed move of igniting his blood essence, in a few breaths, Yuan Qi was suppressed to the point he was forced to retreat step by step, in the blink of an eye. The phoenix flames on Yuan Qi's body were swallowed whole. Yet even so, not to mention a frantic look, there was not even a sign of astonishment on Yuan Qi's face, only a deep look of pity. He narrowed his eyes and raised the world ode of the phoenix to the 5th stage. Star-felling flames. Boom! The phoenix flames on Yuan Qi's body suddenly surged. The initial blaze, which had an incomparable temperature, abruptly clambered up again. The initially incomparably frantic flames became even more frantic. At this instant, all the divine Phoenix sect members present, from the highest sect master Feng Hengkang to the lowest ordinary Phoenix disciple, all clearly felt the Phoenix blood in their own bodies throb for a moment. That kind of bizarre feeling was neither the suppressing of strength, nor the suppressing of aura, it was clearly a kind of suppressing of realm. Swoosh, as he relied on burning blood essence to forcefully control Yuan Qi, Feng Ziluo laughed hysterically with a face of distortion. In the midst of his hysterical laughter, he suddenly felt a frightening and unusual heat erupt. causing his entire body to feel as though it had burst into flames. The powerful phoenix flame that he had obtained in exchange for burning his blood essence had at this time instantly disappeared like a small canoe being swallowed by a huge wave. Warghhhh! An utmost pathetic scream rang throughout the arena. The flame waves that had been maintained continuously had suddenly collapsed like towering mountains in Feng Ziluo's direction. A figure that was completely ignited in flames flew out from the sea of flames, like dried leaves that had been suddenly blown by a gust, as he hit heavily onto the defense barrier that was maintained by several overlords. Ziluo, 14th Prince. The gold from Feng Ziluo's phoenix robe was made using an exceptionally special and rare material that was incredibly hard to destroy. From the remains of gold on the burning figure, the members of Divine Phoenix sect could easily recognize that this person was most definitely Feng Ziluo, as they revealed expressions of shock. Feng Feiyan, who was the closest, immediately rushed towards him like lightning and instantly used his profound energy to completely extinguish the flames on the previously burning Feng Ziluo. Feng Ziluo was completely limp, his breathing was slight, and he was completely unconscious. All his hair had been completely burnt off. His body was filled with burns, and the more serious parts were all burnt black. Other than that, it didn't seem as though he suffered internal injuries. Although the burns were serious, they were still external injuries. With the resources that Divine Phoenix sect could gather, it was possible to completely recover other than leaving a few scars with Feng Feiyan's abilities. He could easily tell that Yun Qi had intentionally kicked him out from the Sea of Flames. Otherwise, Feng Ziluo would have burnt to death in a few more moments. However, his face immediately revealed complete outrage. This was because Feng Ziluo's condition was obviously a result of burning essence blood. He was the #1 prodigy of Divine Phoenix clans from this era. How could he give up his talent and life and just burn his blood essence like this? When the two Phoenix flames collided, everything was engulfed within the flames, and he couldn't tell what was happening. If he knew that Feng Ziluo would self-ignite his blood essence, he would have even interfered with the match just to stop him from doing so. Feng Feiyan was fuming on the spot. He wanted to slap Feng Ziluo at least a few hundred times and also eliminate Yun Qi with his bare hands. However, at this time, Feng Henkang arrived with a group of elders. With knitted brows, he asked, "Big brother, how's Ziluo?" Feng Feiyan looked up and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "He's pretty much fine, however, he actually burned his blood essence." "What?" The faces of Feng Henkang and all the elders changed immediately. "Bastard!" Feng Henkang clenched his fists tightly as his face turned green. The one he resented the most was not Yun Qi, but instead Feng Ziluo. Since young, Feng Ziluo possessed unrivaled talent, and growing up, no one of the same age was able to match him. This caused him to be rather arrogant. He didn't even really respect his 13 brothers who were older than him. However, having such talents as he did, arrogance was natural. Feng Henkang was always the most satisfied with him and never once scolded him before. Today, however, he encountered an opponent who was younger than him, who was able to exceed him completely. How could he be able to take losing? Furthermore, just before the match, he humiliated and insulted Yun Qi in front of everyone. No matter what he said and did, he acted as though Yun Qi's life was completely in his hands. When he was defeated by him, his willpower snapped immediately. It snapped to the extent that he was willing to do a crazy act such as burning his blood essence. Losing would no doubt be shameful, but with his talent, he would definitely become a monarch that would overlook the world. However, since he burnt his blood essence, the consequence was killing off his own talent. His future would not be limitless like before. For Divine Phoenix sect, this would become a huge loss. In his rage, Feng Henkang felt like strangling his disappointing son. What made him even more shocked was that even though Feng Ziluo burnt his blood essence, he was still completely beaten by Yun Qi. Yun Qi's instantaneous burst of Phoenix Flame earlier had such a high suppression that it felt like it was clearly a higher level than that of the World Ode of the Phoenix. Send him to Jade Phoenix Hall to receive treatment immediately. Contained within Feng Henkang's voice was an unbelievable amount of suppressed rage. He turned his head furiously and looked below, his eyes flashing with bone-chilling bloodlust. The Phoenix flames finally extinguished layer by layer, revealing Yun Qi's silhouette. Yun Qi was kneeling with one knee and he breathed deeply. However, he did not look like he suffered any injuries. Even his hair was perfectly intact. Within the raging Phoenix flames, he didn't suffer any burns at all. The area he stepped on was still part of the Phoenix stage. However, the stage that was nearly 3 meters tall was now completely missing. Below Yuan Qi's feet were charcoal black debris that looked nothing like the jade stone that formed the stage. The barrier formed by the overlords had vanished, and a scorched smell, along with heat, spread across the whole arena. With one look, everyone had a dazed expression, and they couldn't snap out of it. At this point, no one could figure out an acceptable term to explain their feelings. That indescribable thought and vision, it seemed as though it had inverted every one of their beliefs. The whole arena of nearly 300,000 profound practitioners, from the weakest to the strongest, not one of them could have predicted this. Not one person. Their minds excitedly echoed with this one phrase: Divine Phoenix Empire, lost, defeated by Blue Wind Nation. The strongest Divine Phoenix Empire's young generation was beaten by someone from Blue Wind Nation, and that profound practitioner was even younger than him. No one dared to believe such a result, and no one dared to imagine it. For more than 5,000 years, no one had managed to accomplish it either. Today, however, they witnessed a moment where this came true. A match that broke a historical record that stood for 5,000 years. A young, profound practitioner that broke a 5,000-year record. Although Feng Hengkang was about to explode and even had felt a newfound killing for Yuan Qi, he didn't act or even speak because no matter how bad Feng Ziluo's injuries were, no matter what bloodline or status Yuan Qi had, this was the profound Sky 7 ranking tournament. Yuan Qi beat Feng Ziluo fairly during the match with 300,000 people as witness, including those from the 4 great sacred grounds. As sect master of Divine Phoenix Sect, if he dared to take action against Yuan Qi now, it would undoubtedly be beneath everyone's eyes and would ruin Divine Phoenix Empire's respect and awe, drawing everyone's ridicule. He also knew fully well that Yuan Qi only dared act this way because of this reason. However, him controlling his emotions did not mean that all the elders of Divine Phoenix Sect could do so as well. After Feng Ziluo had been carried away, Feng Feiyan's body sank and he looked at Yuan Qi with a face full of rage and disdain. "Little kid from Blue Wind, you actually dare injure our 14th prince. You're courting death?" He didn't mention that Feng Ziluo had been forced to burn his own blood essence. Otherwise, it would be seen as a joke amongst jokes. Feng Ziluo was obviously not weak, and despite not suffering much injuries after defeating him, who burnt his blood essence, it was still taxing on Yuan Qi. He panted and seemed as though he did not have sufficient energy to stand up, but he still looked fierce and even retorted righteously. "So what? This a profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament match, and I beat him Feng Ziluo fair and square. During a match, injuries are a result of inferior skills. Could it be that your Divine Phoenix Empire are sore losers who can't afford to be injured? Are you going to kill me now that I've enraged you?" "You!" Feng Feiyan was extremely angry, and now that Yuan Qi retorted back, the color of his face changed. However, before he could react, another angry shout came from the seats. "That's right. This is a ranking tournament match. Whether one is injured or not is dependent on one's abilities. If one lacks skills, how can others be blamed? Who are you to blame, Yuan Qi?" Ling Jai strained his throat and gathered all his profound strength to shout. Just as Ling Jai finished, Hua Minghai also shouted loudly, "That's right. During a match, even when one is killed, the matter is not pursued." This is an unchanged fact about the history of the profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament, and a rule even an idiot would know. Furthermore, this was a rule set by your Divine Phoenix Empire. Does that mean that contestants from other nations are allowed to get injured, but not anyone from your Divine Phoenix sect? Just as the two of them finished, the entire arena turned into an uproar. All those agitated and excited profound practitioners from Blue Wind Empire all became hot-headed and shouted along with them. Soon, more and more people started shouting. Not just people from Blue Wind Nation, even profound practitioners from the 5 other nations started cheering for Yuan Qi, calling for unfairness. The fact that Yuan Qi defeated Feng Ziluo was not pride for Blue Wind Nation. It was also pride for the all 6 nations. This was the first time such a fairy tale happened for the 6 nations. In the blink of an eye, the uproar spread around the whole arena. For many tournaments, so many of our profound practitioners have gotten injured and we have not pursued matters. Now that one disciple from Divine Phoenix Sect has gotten injured, what gives you the right to pursue matters? It looks like you wanted to take revenge immediately too. The honorable Divine Phoenix Sect could only amount to this much. Even an idiot could tell that Yuan Qi already showed mercy. If not, that 14th prince would have turned into ashes by now. Not only do you not thank Yun Qi, you want to question and threaten him. As the #1 sect in the profound sky continent, could you at least save a little face? If you want it like that, why not just scrape the profound sky 7-nation ranking tournament? People from the other 6 nations can be killed and injured, but not one person from Divine Phoenix can be injured. If you dare to take revenge on Yun Qi, even if you are 10 times stronger than us, we 6 nations will look down on you for generations to come. The commotion spread quickly, and soon the whole arena was on Yun Qi's side. The last few that shouted nearly blasted everyone deaf. If it was simply one person, facing the absolute pressure of Divine Phoenix sect, even if he was completely unhappy, unsatisfied, and looked down on them, he would not dare to question the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, among the millions of profound practitioners from the 6 nations, there were those who dared stand against them unfazed. The more they spoke, the harsher it became. Yun Qi beating Divine Phoenix sect was pride for all the 6 nations, and all the other profound practitioners were proud of this. The fact that they could question Divine Phoenix sect was no doubt a satisfying experience. And this was the result that Yun Qi hoped to see, or should we say, predicted. As the great elder of Divine Phoenix sect, a top figure in this world, confusion was also plastered across Feng Feiyan's face. He had lived for hundreds of years, but this was his first time encountering such a situation without knowing how to respond to it. His heart was even angrier, but he didn't have the guts to rashly deal with Yun Qi at all. It would be easy for him to kill Yun Qi, but when facing the questioning of the entire arena, if he really did make a move, it would evoke the anger of the 6 nations' profound practitioning world. The entire profound sky, even people of Divine Phoenix Empire, would treat him with disdain and contempt. Divine Phoenix Empire being questioned by the 6 nations was an unprecedented situation. Divine Phoenix Crown Prince Feng Ziming stood up. Using robust, profound energy, he instantly drowned the clamoring with a deep voice, announcing to the arena, "You can be reassured. Although our Divine Phoenix Empire has never lost a ranking tournament, we will absolutely not be sore losers. Furthermore, none of my Phoenix disciples are afraid of getting hurt. What my Divine Phoenix is questioning about is not whether Yun Qi has injured my sect's prince, but rather his bloodline and profound arts. He claims to be a citizen of the Blue Wind Nation, but his bloodline is of the Phoenix bloodline that belongs to my Divine Phoenix sect. The profound arts he has just demonstrated is the world-renowned world ode of the Phoenix belonging to my Divine Phoenix sect. The leaking of bloodline is my Divine Phoenix sect's taboo. Over the past 5,000 years, it has never been tolerated. The leaking of profound arts is the most severe of taboos. Amongst all of you, which sect would tolerate their own core profound art appearing on an outsider's body? Great Elder questioning Yun Qi. What's wrong about that? The ears of those whom Feng Ziming shouted towards trembled. The Divine Phoenix Crown Princes might struck terror into people's hearts, and he clamoring in the arena settled down after a few breaths. Yun Qi raised his head and said with a sneer, "Heh, up till now you guys still have the cheek to say that my Phoenix bloodline originates from you lot. You repeat over and over again, saying that I'm a bastard leaked out from your Divine Phoenix sect. Then, why is it that the one who has inherited the royal bloodline, who possesses the most gifted bloodline, lost to me in a competition of purely Phoenix flames? When all's said and done, who deserves to be called a bastard? If I was leaked from your bastard bloodline, then what are you guys even considered?" These words of Yun Qi simply caused Feng Ziming to not be able to utter a response for a long time. He barely thought of a response with great difficulty, and when he was about to utter the word "you," an ordinary yet imposing voice arrived through the air, causing him to suddenly close his mouth. This was because the voice belonged to Feng Henkang. "Quiet, stop talking, all of you." Feng Henkang shifted in midair. Turning his body, he returned to his seat. His face was incomparably calm, abnormally calm. There was not a hint of anger to be seen, and even his voice was as calm as stagnant water. "Stop arguing about the issue of bloodline and profound arts for now. This is, after all, the ranking tournament arena. All the heroes and our sacred grounds friends are here. And they are here for the ranking tournament, not to watch us settle our sectorial affairs. Anything else can be settled after the ranking tournament." The moment Feng Henkang opened his mouth, the entire arena went silent immediately. He turned his gaze to Yun Qi and said mildly, "Yun Qi, regardless of other matters, you have defeated Feng Ziluo. That is indeed impressive, but you've got one thing wrong. You have defeated Feng Ziluo, but you have not defeated my Divine Phoenix sect." The moment Feng Hengkang's voice landed, 9 scarlet-red silhouettes rose into the air, surrounding the skies above Yunqi, each of their bodies burning with phoenix flames. Whoa! The arena instantly became noisy. Everyone only reacted then. It was true that Yunqi defeated Feng Ziluo, but that was merely defeated Feng Ziluo. The participating team of Divine Phoenix Sect had a total of 10 people. Apart from Feng Ziluo, there were still 9 more. Yunqi had defeated Feng Ziluo, but his profound strength was vastly depleted. If the 9 Phoenix members attacked, it would simply be a one-sided battle. It would even be a little shameless, however. That would not violate the ranking tournament rules at all. Ordinarily, Divine Phoenix Sect would absolutely not commit such a self-deprecating act. Before fighting with Yunqi, they too had only mobilized Feng Ziluo alone. But now that things had come to such a state, with Feng Ziluo defeated, they had already lost all face and could not afford to throw the ranking tournament away as well. Besides, this was the most suitable opportunity to eliminate Yunqi. Oh no! Hua Minghai's face turned dark. He clenched his teeth and said, "This Phoenix Emperor is obviously trying to use this chance to kill Boss Yun." What? Ling Jai revealed a horrified face. After Feng Ziluo is defeated, the other 9 from Divine Phoenix Sect continuing to battle is totally according to the rules. Nobody can denounce that. And previously, when the entire arena was shouting for Boss Yun, most of them were yelling for mutual acquitting in the case of serious injury or death. This emperor is obviously borrowing our previous demands to use our own words against us, allowing these 9 people to justly and honorably kill Yunqi. Bullshit, this doggy emperor. Ling Jai's eyes opened wide, urgently shouting, "Boss, quick, concede. Concede your sister." Hua Minghai slapped Ling Jai's skull, gritted his teeth, and said, "Boss Yun's character is practically harder than profound iron. Even if he had to die, he would never concede." "Don't worry for now." Hua Minghai breathed in deeply. "Boss Yun doesn't seem to be courting death today. He probably has thought of such a situation before. I can't say for sure, but he may have a plan." Ling Jai nodded. He could only clench his jaws and watch wide-eyed. Although he really wanted to rush forward to participate in the name of a blue-wind profound practitioner to fight alongside with him. With his profound strength, even if 100 of him went, he would still be of absolutely no help. Hua Minghai's words were exactly the thoughts in Feng Hengkang's heart. Although it was too unimaginable, the kind of vague suppression of realm he felt from Yunqi's phoenix flames and the excessive strength of his phoenix profound energy led him to faintly begin to feel that perhaps Yunqi's bloodline was really not from their Divine Phoenix Sect. He had defeated the generation's strongest, Feng Ziluo, prevailing through everything. Perhaps a large portion of Phoenix disciples, along with others, had already began to suspect that Yunqi's bloodline was perhaps not leaked from the Divine Phoenix Sect. If not, how was it that based purely on a competition of Phoenix flames, he was more powerful than the strongest Divine Phoenix Prince? On top of that, from long ago, their sect's Phoenix spirit had clearly mentioned that in the profound sky continent, there did indeed exist another Phoenix legacy. Feng Hengkang had fully confirmed that Yunqi's participation in the ranking tournament was to enlist its power of influence in front of everybody. Under the eyes of the tens of thousands of audience, he wanted to prove that his bloodline did not originate from Divine Phoenix Sect. If they didn't eliminate him quickly and allowed him to present indisputable evidence, then Divine Phoenix Sect would not have any reason to do anything or control him, at least not openly. But secretly, based on the world-shaking impact he brought about today, it would still be extremely difficult. Based on the grievances that he and the Divine Phoenix Sect had, they were bound to be unable to become friends, only enemies. Based on his terrifying talent, if he were an enemy in the future, who would not suspect that he would become an enormous threat to Divine Phoenix Sect? Aside from this point, his Divine Phoenix Sect dominated over the 7 nations for 5,000 years. Being the sole owner of a god's bloodline and a god's profound arts was their pride, how would they allow another Phoenix Sect to appear? Therefore, no matter where exactly Yunqi's bloodline came from, he had to die today, no matter what. To kill him in the ranking tournament, even if everyone, including people from the sacred grounds, knew that they had intentionally killed Yunqi, they could not say anything, because it was completely according to the ranking tournament rules that the arena was yelling for before. Each and every one of the 9 Phoenix disciples had faces full of anger. They were naturally insulted by Feng Ziluo's crushing defeat. And these 9 people were definitely not ordinary Phoenix disciples. They were 9 geniuses, only second to Feng Ziluo in Divine Phoenix Sect's younger generation. Their individual abilities could not be compared to Feng Ziluo, but with 8 level 6 thrones and a level 5 throne, their combined strength would undoubtedly exceed a single Feng Ziluo by miles. Yun Qi had barely defeated Feng Ziluo, consuming a large portion of his profound energy. He had completely no chance of defeating the combined power of Divine Phoenix Sect's 9 prodigies. Yun Qi, you've only defeated our 14th prince. If you're thinking about defeating our Divine Phoenix Sect, you're daydreaming. The foremost Phoenix disciple in front of Yun Qi, who held onto a flaming sword, said loudly, 10 against 1, yet you still have the cheek to say in such a self-confident and righteous manner. Yun Qi picked up his sword, his face full of ridicule. What a joke! The Phoenix disciple on his right gritted his teeth and sneered. You still really believe that since you have defeated our prince, your Blue Wind Nation will be able to defeat my Divine Phoenix Sect? You're just an aberrant hard to find even in 10,000 years. Yet in my Divine Phoenix Sect, there are strong experts everywhere who are able to crush your entire nation. Rightly said, a Phoenix disciple continued from behind. No wonder Blue Wind Nation has only sent you to participate in the ranking tournament. Because in the entire Blue Wind Nation, apart from you, even if the entire nation was searched, a second person capable of standing on this stage could not be found. Ah, an uninhabited Blue Wind Nation, even thinking about is funny. If it's just like this, don't even think about winning against my Divine Phoenix Empire. Just at this moment, an abnormal striking sound suddenly came from outside, followed by an alarmed cry from a Phoenix disciple. Who's there you dare to trespass? Ah, get lost! Boom, a rash, ear-splitting sound came from outside. This sound made the frowning Yun Qi fiercely do a double take. The sound of a profound explosion and the scream of a Phoenix disciple followed. When everyone subconsciously turned to look at where the sound came from, the high end of a wall in the arena suddenly exploded. A large figure flew out from the rubble, his thunder-like voice resounding through the entire arena. Who said that Blue Wind has nobody? Blue Wind profound practitioner Xia Yuanba has come to participate, tidying up Yun Qi's current attributes a little. Physique. Evil God's profound veins, matchless profound veins. Dragon God's bloodline, powerful physique. Dragon God marrow, immense recovery abilities, thicken dragon's blood. Phoenix bloodline, able to burn phoenix flames and cultivate world ode of the phoenix. Evil God's fire seed, fire invulnerability, plus complete understanding of fire laws. Evil God's water seed, water invulnerability, plus complete understanding of water laws, profound arts. SABCDEF, letter 3007 equals none. 1. Evil God arts, type, growth, characteristics, berserk, profound energy. Stage, 3rd stage with difficulty. Profound skills, falling moon, sinking star, evil soul, power. A range, F, energy consumption, medium. Ceiling, cloud, locking sun, burning heart. Power, letter 3007, range. F, energy consumption, medium. Destroying sky, decimating earth, purgatory, power, S plus, range, energy consumption, immense. Moon, star, restoration, rumbling heaven, power, letter 3007, range. Letter 3007, energy consumption, small. 2. Great way of the Buddha, type, sacred body, characteristics, primordial body, stage, 3rd stage. 3. World ode of the phoenix, type, flame, characteristics, world burning flames, stage, 6th stage. Profound skills, phoenix flaming lotus. Power, D plus, range, E, energy consumption, very small, Phoenix arrow, power, C plus, range, D, energy consumption, small, burning field, power. B, range, C, energy consumption, medium. Phoenix flame sears the heavens, power. A, range, B, energy consumption, medium, Empyrean dance of the Phoenix wing, complete. Power, S, range, C, energy consumption, enormously huge. Star scorching demon lotus, complete. Power, S. Range, D, S, energy consumption, medium, immense. 4. Prison God serious tome, type, dominating art. Characteristics, strongest heavy sword, stage, 1st stage. Profound skills, sky wolf slash power, S range, D energy consumption, enormously huge 5 frozen N divine arts type, freezing. Characteristics, absolute 0. Stage, 4th stage. 6. Hidden, star god arts type, exterminate. Characteristics, compression of profound strength, stage, letter 3007. Profound skills, 1 root heaven power. S range, F energy consumption, small. Star God's brilliant annihilating slash power. SS plus range, D energy consumption, medium others, overlord's fury power, C range, E energy small, phoenix break power, A range, D energy consumption, medium, dragon soul domain, power, SS range, EC energy consumption, immense. Who are you? There was actually a person who dared to forcefully step onto the arena of the 7-nation ranking tournament, Divine Phoenix Empire's Phoenix Realm. Feng Hengkong lightly raised his head and glanced at that intruder in midair. However, in the next instant, the calm on his face disappeared without a trace, and shock flashed past his eyes. Being the closest to him, Feng Feiyan's brows sank. Just as he was about to act, when his profound energy had only been circulated halfway, the channeling was forcefully stopped. His face revealed a shocked expression similar to Feng Hengkong's, and he simply watched with widened eyes as that big and bulky figure fiercely descend with a matchless ferocious aura, landing heavily next to Yun Qi. Bang! The ground beneath his feet directly shattered, and a line of cracks instantly spread under his feet. In but a mere second, the cracks stretched out to more than a kilometer, directly slicing a country's audience seats into half, and had even more so caused the faces of the profound practitioners in the seats to pale in fright. At the very instant he landed, the 9 genius Phoenix disciples who were surrounding Yun Qi all felt a tsunami-like airwave pressing towards them. All of them grunted at the same time and were pushed tens of meters away by this wave of air. Shock and fear were displayed on every one of their faces. Just merely the force of his descent had pushed all 9 of them back. This person's strength, just how terrifying could it be? Oh, spiritual master Gu Kang thoughtfully looked at the figure who descended and recalled his loud roar earlier, which resounded through the entire stadium. The person who descended from the sky had an incomparably huge figure. His entire body was as robust as a monster. Every muscle on his body was bulging high up and glistened with a luster which only metals could have. Just by merely looking at them, it could be imagined just how frightening of a strength was being hidden in each of them. Looking at this person, all of the experts in the Divine Phoenix sect carried faces of shock, because the profound aura being emitted from this person's body was clearly of the tyrant profound realm, and if it was merely an overlord, it wouldn't be enough to shock them to such an extent. They could clearly see a form of immaturity on the face of this person, whose figure was astonishingly large and bulky. Strong, profound energy could slow down the aging process and conceal one's age, however. It was impossible to maintain that form of immaturity which could only belong to a youth. In other words, this person's age, even at the very most, would not surpass 20, an overlord who was not even 20 years old. And this aura was clearly that of a mid-stage overlord, which could suppress 70% of the elder-class experts in Divine Phoenix sect. When Feng Feiyan and Feng Hengkong, who were among the peak-class peerless experts of profound sky, realized this truth, even they had fallen into a trance for a moment. Even with Feng Feiyan's violent personality, when facing this intruder who broke through the walls to enter this area, he didn't dare to act rashly. A mid-stage overlord not even 20 years of age, this was too frightening of a concept. Those 9 Phoenix disciples who were forcefully blown away merely by his aura alone looked at him with extremely terrified eyes. For a moment, they basically did not dare to even take a step forward. However, Yun Qi, who was the closest to his landing point, was not pushed even a single inch by the air wave. Evidently, he had purposefully and forcefully weakened the air wave that was heading into Yun Qi's direction with his will. Yun Qi slowly turned around and looked dumbfoundedly at the back figure in his line of sight. It was incomparably familiar, yet the aura was completely foreign, to the point where he was basically in complete disbelief. Xia Yuanba. Yun Qi's call suddenly shook the large figure. Slowly, he began to turn around. His turn was incomparably slow, and during the entire process, his body was shivering like a sieve. It was unknown if it was due to his extreme excitement or the fear that the person he was going to see after turning around was not that person he really hoped to see. Finally, his body had completely turned around, revealing a face which had distorted due to excitement. Xia Yuanba. After being apart for more than 2 years, Xia Yuanba's figure, which was already astonishing in the first place, had once again grown another 15 centimeters. In front of Yun Qi, he was an absolute giant. His looks had become a little mature. His eyes and the place between his brows no longer possessed that silliness and frailness he once had before. Instead, there was now firmness, decisiveness, and an oppressive feeling capable of shaking one's heart, which had never appeared from him in the past. The overbearingness of his aura compared to his former frailness was basically worlds apart. However, Yuanqi had grown up with him. No matter how big the change the two of them had, even if they had not met for more than 10 years with merely a glance, they would still be able to recognize each other. Brother-in-law. When Xia Yuanba uttered these 3 words, tears instantly poured down, and his voice turned incomparably incomprehensible due to his choking tears. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Xia Yuanba shouted out with a trembling voice, and then he suddenly stepped forward, his gigantic figure instantly glomping Yuanqi. 2 bulky arms tightly hugged onto him, and just like that, in front of several millions of people, he began to wail loudly. A man whose figure was as humongous as that was actually crying so heartbreakingly. Every corner of the stadium was filled with his wails and cries. Yuanba, it really is you. Yuanqi pressed his hand onto Xia Yuanba's arm and lightly smiled. The shock and disbelief in his heart had quickly dissipated, and what replaced them was warmth and comfort. Xia Yuanba had changed. His strength had flipped upside down. His eyes, demeanor, aura, all of them had completely changed. However, the voice he used to call him, the sensation from the hug, and the tears which would only fall in front of him, did not change at all. He was still that Xia Yuanba he was familiar and close with since childhood. Brother-in-law, it really is you. Xia Yuanba said the same exact words as Yuanqi. His shoulders lifted, and no matter what he did, his tears could not stop flowing. No matter how one could change, the most treasured and most precious emotion in one's soul would never, ever change. Furthermore, all of the changes he underwent in these past 2 years were all because of Yuanqi. Although he had already found out the news that Yuanqi did not actually die 2 years ago from his father, when he saw the live and well Yuanqi with his very own eyes, he was still agitated to the point where he was completely unable to control his own emotions. Ling Jai looked at the giant who was hugging Yuanqi, and after staring blankly for a long while, he suddenly let out a weird cry. What happened? Who is that person? Do you know him? Hua Minghai hurriedly asked. I do. Boo, but. Ling Jai took in a deep breath. He was so shocked that he was even unable to voice out his words properly. He had naturally seen Xia Yuanba before, because back then, he had went with Yuanqi to the Heavenly Sword Villa to participate in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. His 2 biggest traits were, 1, his humongous figure, and 2, his trashy, weak, profound strength. It was impossible to not leave a deep impression on Ling Jai. Then he was also the reason why Yuanqi was sealed in the Sword Management Terrace. However, clearly, Xia Yuanba's profound strength back then was merely at the elementary profound realm. It could be said that Xia Yuanba was the person with the worst aptitude he had ever seen in his entire life. However, the moment he descended, his aura was basically capable of shattering the earth, and the 9 genius thrones of Divine Phoenix sect were even blasted tens of meters away purely from his aura alone. This contrast was basically too huge, to the extent that he was basically unable to believe his eyes. What's wrong with this world? Boss defeated Feng Ziluo. This conclusion was already astonishing enough. But this trash among trash back then is actually, this person. Extreme astonishment was revealed from Ling Kun's expression, and this astonishment was several times more compared to when Yuanqi defeated Feng Ziluo, because he had once met Xia Yuanba as well. Back then, he was under his watch when Yuanqi used his own life to save Xia Yuanba. If not for the words he spoke to Yuanqi and that uncontrollable emotions of his, even if his appearance was similar, he definitely wouldn't have believed that they were the exact same person. An overlord? Yi Xinghan, who had a loose demeanor the entire time at this very moment, fiercely frowned as well. Evidently, it was impossible for this overlord whose age had yet to pass 20 to not have him pay attention. Young Hall Master, Ling Kun spoke. If I were to say that 2 years ago this person's profound strength was merely at the elementary profound realm, would you believe it? I see that Elder Ling Kun knows how to make such tasteless jokes as well. Yi Xinghan smirked. Ho ho, Ling Kun chuckled and no longer said another word. Who the hell are you? You actually dare to barge into our Phoenix realm? Feng Feiyan arrived in the air above Xia Yuanba and said with a low voice. However, he still did not dare to act rashly. Because for an overlord at such a young age, the only birthplace he could think of was the sacred grounds. Spiritual Master Gu Kang stood up from his seat. Holding his horsetail whisk in his hands, he calmly smiled. This child is this Gu's last closed-door disciple. My dear disciple has a reckless personality, and because he had suddenly saw a relative of his, he lost control of his emotions, startling everyone. I hope that your esteemed sect is not offended." When spiritual master Gu Kang himself stood up to speak, Feng Hengkong hurriedly stood up as well. With an astonished expression, he said, "So he's actually the disciple of spiritual master Gu. It's no wonder he has such astonishing, profound strength at such a young age. I wonder what the age of your esteemed disciple is this year." Spiritual master Gu Kang lightly smiled. "My dear disciple is already 18 years old this year." When the three words, 18 years old, were uttered, those whose cultivation was not yet an overlord's and were unable to inspect Xia Yuanba's degree of profound strength did not really feel anything. However, the faces of Feng Hengkong, Feng Feiyan, and the various great elders of Divine Phoenix sect paled from shock. Even Yi Xinghan's brows had fiercely twitched for a moment. Feng Hengkong said with an astonished voice, as expected of the closed-door disciple spiritual master Gu Kang had personally taken in. At the mere age of 18, he's actually already at the realm of an overlord. His achievements in the future are limitless. Congratulations to spiritual master Gu Kang for having such a talented disciple. Feng Hengkong did not purposefully reduce his own volume, and with his dense, profound energy, his voice naturally spread across the entire stadium easily. When the few words, 18 years old, and overlord were uttered out from his mouth, not one of the practitioners in the stadium were not dumbfounded. The breath of air which Ling Jai had been taking into his stomach instantly gushed out. Overlord. The hell in other places, it's rare to see an overlord even once in 100 years. When did one become so invaluable today? 18 years old. Overlord, are you freaking sure you're not kidding me? Hua Minghai took in a cold breath. Then his expression instantly calmed down as he said with a soft voice, "But seeing how close he is with Boss Yun, and that he's the closed-door disciple of this grand elder of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, Boss Yun seems to have instantly gotten out of danger all of a sudden." Ho ho! Spiritual master Gu Kang chuckled at Feng Hengkong. Then his eyes turned towards Xia Yuanba, as he said with a light voice, "Yuanba, as a disciple of the sanctuary, even if you're unable to help it, it is still inappropriate to cry in such a manner. Calm your emotions and come over to greet the Phoenix sect master." Xia Yuanba's emotions at this moment had finally stabilized as well. He turned around, yet he did not face spiritual master Gu Kang. Instead, his gaze fiercely swept across the several Phoenix disciples in the air. "Earlier, were you the ones who said that there's no one else in Blue Wind, and even wanted to attack my brother-in-law with all 9 of you together? Then come forward and face this daddy here. Come." Earlier, when Xia Yuanba was wailing loudly like a little child, the 9 Phoenix disciples had even felt it was funny. However, the moment Xia Yuanba's gaze swept towards them, the might displayed from his eyes was actually capable of causing their hearts to suddenly spasm. With his roaring voice, every single word was thunder in the distant sky, shaking them to the extent where the energy and blood in their bodies boiled, making them feel like they were about to spurt out blood on sight. Yun Qi once again sized Xia Yuanba up, and his heart was filled with shock. The Xia Yuanba he was familiar with was silly and frail. Yet the current Xia Yuanba, on the territory of this Divine Phoenix sect, while facing the big heads and disciples of Divine Phoenix sect, his aura, eyes, and voice were actually this tyrannical and overbearing. That kind of feeling was as though he was an unparalleled emperor who was arrogantly watching over the world, overlooking over the countless lives, that everything in his eyes were but insignificant beings. His tyrannical emperor's divine veins actually awakened. Jasmine's voice was also filled with astonishment. Although she had long ago told Yun Qi that Xia Yuanba's profound veins were the extremely rare tyrannical emperor's divine veins, she had also said that given his personality, it was completely impossible for the tyrannical emperor's divine veins to awaken. Instead, it would become an extremely large burden for his profound practitioner path, causing his profound strength to, at the very most, stop at the elementary profound realm. However, reality was in front of their eyes. Xia Yuanba's tyrannical emperor's divine veins had genuinely awakened. Jasmine had said before that once the tyrannical emperor's divine veins awakened, one's profound strength would explosively soar towards the emperor profound realm overnight, even towards the tyrant profound realm. At that time, Yun Qi's only felt that it was too exaggerated and false, exaggerated to the extent that even if it was from Jasmine's own mouth, he wouldn't dare to believe it. However, standing right in front of him was Xia Yuanba, who was only at the elementary profound realm 2 years ago, but now a true overlord who could intensely move even the Phoenix sect master. How could he not believe? In this world, there was surprisingly such an unimaginable type of profound veins. Furthermore, it was right in front of him, on Xia Yuanba, who had grown up with him. The awakening of the tyrannical emperor's divine veins requires the most intense tyrannical feelings, Jasmine said unhurriedly. It requires a reckless, almost insane thirst for strength. Only then will the tyrannical emperor's divine veins awaken. His character was especially weak previously, and the veins would originally never have awakened. However, it seems that in these 2 years, his personality has gone through major changes. If my guess is not wrong, it should be due to him watching on helplessly as you sacrificed yourself to save him, which thus had a huge impact on his nature due to extreme pain and self-blame, making him unwilling to continue being just a burdensome trash. Yun Qi was moved. He had found out from Kang Yue that after he was initially sealed under the sword management terrace, Xia Yuanba had left alone. He, who always had a mild temperament, had cut off all ties with incomparable stubbornness. Black Moon Merchant Guild's senior Zai told him that Xia Yuanba had appeared in Divine Phoenix City before, challenging every large sect as if he was mad. Even if his whole body was riddled with wounds, at his last gasp he was unwilling to stop. Looking at Xia Yuanba again, he had grown. The extent to which he had grown exceeded his imagination by miles. From someone who required his protection, someone who did not dare to retaliate after being humiliated, and someone who did everything cautiously, he had transformed to the person standing in front of him who he needed to gaze upwards to see. He had become an emperor-class figure in the profound sky continent. Facing Xia Yuanba's incomparably imposing strength, the 9 Phoenix disciples trembled with fear. Not to mention advancing, there was not even a person who dared to open his mouth. Spiritual Master Gu Kang shook his head and said, "Yuanba, this is the ranking tournament. Your relative is also participating in the tournament, so he is not being surrounded unfairly on purpose. Come back your master's side first." "I know." Xia Yuanba's stone-cold face showed no change. His character now was incomparably firm. Though Spiritual Master Gu Kang was his master, he actually did not comply. "And I've just said it as well. I am representing Blue Wind Nation. I will fight with my brother-in-law. What's inappropriate about that?" Feng Feiyan suddenly lost his cool and said, frowning, "The 7-Nation ranking tournament is between profound practitioners of the 7 nations. Blue Wind Nation can only be represented by Blue Wind practitioners, and not anyone who wishes to can represent Blue Wind Nation. If not, how can it be called the 7-Nation ranking tournament? This rule, how could I not know?" Facing Feng Feiyan's suppressing manner, Xia Yuanba nevertheless instantly replied in a stern voice, "Sorry to disappoint you. Because I am originally a Blue Wind Nation citizen, why can't I represent Blue Wind Nation in battle?" Xia Yuanba's determined expression made Spiritual Master Gu Kang let out a laugh and say somewhat helplessly, "My humble disciple is indeed from Blue Wind Nation." Feng Feiyan and the others all had a change in complexion. The jaws of all the profound practitioners in the arena dropped. This Yun Qi, who defeated Feng Ziluo, was from Blue Wind Nation, and this 18-year-old overlord was unexpectedly from Blue Wind Nation too. The smallest in profound sky continent, the weakest, always being looked down upon by the other 6 nations. This generation, could it be that they were being looked out for by a god? Wrong. Feng Feiyan shook his head. The 4 sacred grounds is in existence outside of the 7 nations. It does not belong to any nation. Since he has entered Absolute Monarch Sanctuary and was accepted by Spiritual Master Gu Kang, he is now a member of the Sanctuary and thus does not belong to any nation. He does not have any rights to represent Blue Wind Nation in battle. The moment Feng Feiyan finished his sentence, Xia Yuanba immediately turned, kneeled down facing Spiritual Master Gu Kang. "Master-disciple is unfilial. I wish to cut our master-disciple ties and leave Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Please grant me this wish." Xia Yuanba's actions, tone, and manner were incomparably determined. There was not a hint of hesitation. This caused everyone's jaws to drop. Their hearts were violently shaken. At this point, even an idiot would be able to know just how much this person named Xia Yuanba felt for Yun Qi. In the face of the almighty Divine Phoenix sect, his words and mannerisms were tyrannical to the extreme. Yet in front of Yun Qi, he was like a child crying. In order to fight together with Yun Qi, he even wanted to break all ties with Absolute Monarch Sanctuary without hesitation. This was a place where profound sky practitioners would not even dare dream of. The usually indifferent spiritual master Gu Kang could not help but stare in amazement. He shook his head, looking slightly disconcerted. Yuanba, why? Xia Yuanba's gaze was clear. There was not a hint of hesitation or struggle as he enunciated every word. Master-disciple is unfilial and has definitely made you sad. However, to disciple, brother-in-law is a relative whom I can never turn my back on. This life of disciples was given by his parents. The second life was exchanged with brother-in-law's own life. In disciple's heart, brother-in-law is a relative as important as his parents. Disciple would rather lose himself, lose master, lose the sanctuary, lose the heavens, than to lose his loved ones. Spiritual Master Gu Kang's expression hardened, suddenly not knowing what to say. After seeing Yun Qi, Xia Yuanba lost control of his emotions and started to wail, shocking him, because the Xia Yuanba he knew had a heart of steel. He had never thought that Xia Yuanba would go so far for Yun Qi. It only showed that the bond between the two of them was not as simple as just relatives. Now, spiritual Master Gu Kang could not regret more about bringing Xia Yuanba along. Xia Yuanba's quick growth had shook the absolute monarch's sanctuary immensely. His profound veins were not like that of an ordinary person's. It contained power that even the heavenly monarch could not see through. Many people in the absolute monarch's sanctuary believed that with Xia Yuanba's unbelievable growth, his future achievements could even exceed the heavenly monarch. If Xia Yuanba really did leave the absolute monarch sanctuary, it would be extremely detrimental to the entire absolute monarch sanctuary. Absolute monarch sanctuary was a sacred dreamland all profound practitioners would dream of, but not reach. Even in the face of an exceptionally gifted genius, it was still, after all, a sacred ground he would thirst for and would never be willing to let go. At this point, a hand suddenly appeared on Xia Yuanba's shoulder. Yun Qi patted him and said, "Yuanba, get up. Absolute Monarch Sanctuary is the pinnacle of the four great sacred grounds. Being able to enter the top-ranking sacred ground in the profound sky continent is every profound practitioner's dream. You do not need to do this for me. I know you are afraid that I'll be bullied, but to deal with these people, I alone am enough." But Xia Yuanba turned around. He could tell Yun Qi's condition. It was apparent that he had just gone through a tough battle. His profound strength was down by more than half. Yet 9 people surrounded him, and each of their conditions were well above Yun Qi's. This was simply bullying. If this fight really went down, losing was secondary. If Yun Qi made any mistakes, there would be a possibility of him losing his life. Now, when he finally had the ability to protect Yun Qi, how would he allow others to hurt Yun Qi even by a little? Even if it meant turning his back on his teacher, he would be Yun Qi's shield and cause the 9 divine Phoenix sect disciples to be rooted. Yun Qi shook his head. "Since you have already taken spiritual master Gu Kang as your master, and are already an inner disciple, if you just leave like this, it would be a little outrageous. It would also cause your master to lose face in front of so many people. I understand what you are worried about, but you can relax. I am really enough. I am after all your brother-in-law. When have I ever let you down?" Xia Yuanba's eyes showed his inner turmoil. He remembered about the endless admiration he had for him in the beginning, how he had countlessly made the impossible possible. At that time, in his eyes, Yun Qi could do anything. No matter how strong the enemy, even if they were myth-level beings to himself, they all fell to Yun Qi's hands in the end. No matter when, he had never lost. Even now, when he had become an overlord, this kind of almost blindly worshipping still existed. Okay, even though he was still anxious at heart, the deep-rooted trust Xia Yuanba had allowed him to have little hesitation. He nodded fiercely and chose to obey. "Then I'll be below, waiting to watch brother-in-law give them a good smacking. Brother-in-law, you must be careful." "Relax, my life is stubborn. Even if I wanted to, I can't die." Yun Qi laughed. Xia Yuanba walked down at once, over to the side of spiritual master Gu Kang. Even with spiritual master Gu Kang's personality, which was as calm as water, he couldn't help but to feel inwardly envious. As Yuanba's master, when he wanted him to come down, not only did Yuanba refuse, he even went to the extent of saying that he wanted to leave absolute monarch sanctuary. But the moment Yun Qi opened his mouth, within a few words, he obediently went down. What kind of situation is this? At the same time, surprise welled in his heart. Why did Yun Qi let Xia Yuanba leave? With his current condition, he simply could not defeat the 9 divine Phoenix sect genius disciples. Could it just be that he purely did not want Xia Yuanba to leave absolute monarch sanctuary? The initially sullen-looking divine phoenix profound practitioners all quietly let out a breath. That was an overlord. An 18-year-old overlord. If he really represented Blue Wind Nation to battle, then why the hell would divine phoenix sect fight for naught? In front of a real overlord, don't even mention 9 thrones, even if there were 90, they would still be beaten like dogs. Feng Hengkong's and Feng Feiyan's faces, however, become somber. Yuan Qi was supposed to die. However, a talented, scary relative from Absolute Monarch Sanctuary had now appeared. Furthermore, it was a person who was willing to lose everything to protect him. He had the indirect equivalent of a protective umbrella from Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. Then all the more reason for him to die. If they did not take advantage of today, during the ranking tournament to uprightly kill him, killing him after today would be incomparably difficult. If he completely matured, he would be a huge unprecedented trouble in the future. Yuan Qi straightened his body and grabbed Dragon Fault again. The entire arena quietened down as all eyes amassed onto him. Nobody believed that he could defeat the combination of 9 mid-stage thrones, especially after spending a large portion of his profound power in a fierce battle with Feng Ziluo. Then what exactly was he going to do? Was he going to admit defeat? Without Xia Yuanba's intimidating pressure, the Phoenix disciples finally calmed down, pressing onto Yuan Qi again. Just at this moment, simultaneously in their ears, Feng Hengkong personally delivered a sound-transmitted message. Immediately activate Phoenix Domain with full power. Burn him with the power of 9 domains. Do not give him any chance to surrender or for any other people to rescue him. Right now. Feng Hengkong's voice violently rushed towards the 9 divine Phoenix disciples' souls. In that instant, they understood Feng Hengkong's intentions. In that split second, 9 ominous glints flashed through their eyes, and at the same time, glaring scarlet flames radiated from their bodies. Phoenix Domain? The 9 of them shared the same Phoenix bloodline, cultivated the same world ode of the Phoenix. They could clearly feel the changes in one another's aura and profound arts. Thus, they were completely capable of releasing their domains at the exact same moment, perfectly overlapping each other. The first 4 levels of the world ode of the Phoenix did not contain a domain. The Phoenix Domain was developed by the Divine Phoenix sect over 5,000 years with their Phoenix bloodline and world ode of the Phoenix. It was developed to perfection as a fiery, decimating domain. When the domain activated, the Phoenix blood would ignite. The surroundings would instantly transform into a terrifying, blazing purgatory. Though the Phoenix domain would require a far more enormous amount of energy compared to domains of the same level, its power was unrivaled. A single Phoenix domain's power was already terrifyingly mighty. When 9 Phoenix domains activated at the same time and then overlapped one another, this kind of scene had never been witnessed by anyone, not even a Phoenix disciple. Boom! Before anyone had time to react, a huge expanse of fire as red as blood crazily filled the center of the stadium, instantly transforming into a sea of fire. In that instant, it seemed as though a burning sun had appeared and violently exploded. All eyes in the arena shined with the color of blood. In that instant, it was as if the entire world completely turned red. Waves of flame blazed violently, bringing terror, completely shadowing the sea of fire which had been brought about in Yuan Qi's and Feng Ziluo's showdown. And right in the middle of this terrifying sea of hellfire was Yuan Qi, completely being submerged. H. After a period of deathly silence, the entire arena shouted in alarm. The scene which they had just witnessed was nothing like the quiet from a moment ago. In the next second, it was as if a volcano had erupted. A number of profound practitioners in the stadium could instantly recognize that the scene before them was exactly Divine Phoenix sect's domineering Phoenix domain. The Phoenix domain was originally far more powerful than the common domain. And when 9 Phoenix domains were released at the same time, overlapping, no one would doubt that even a true overlord, when caught off guard, would definitely be severely burnt. This act from Divine Phoenix sect was evidently meant to instantly kill Yuan Qi, to not give anybody the chance to react. Feng Hengkong's lips twitched. Feng Feiyan's face revealed a cold smile. They had clearly witnessed Yuan Qi drown under 9 layers of Phoenix domain. It was too sudden, a method so frightening that nobody could foresee, a method which did not give anyone the chance to react. Even more so, it did not allow Yuan Qi any opportunity to surrender. Under 9 layers of Divine Phoenix domains, not even mentioning that Yuan Qi had spent most of his profound strength. Even if he was in perfect condition, it was more than enough to burn him to ashes. In their eyes, Yuan Qi had unquestionably died. There was no chance of a fluke. Even if spiritual master Gu Kang lent a hand, it would still be too late. Brother-in-law? And at this moment, Xia Yuanba had just arrived next to spiritual master Gu Kang. He didn't even have the chance to speak a word when the sea of flames exploded to fill the skies. The blistering heat had caused his body, which was even harder than profound iron, to burn dully. He suddenly lost his cool and let out a roar. Just when he wanted to rush forward, "Wait!" Spiritual Master Gu Kang raised his hand and hauled him over, looking back to the sea of phoenix fire before him as his eyes flashed in astonishment. Suddenly, from within the blazing stadium, came a resonant cry of a phoenix. All of a sudden, in the middle of the cry, the fiery domain from the combined power of 9 layers of phoenix domains overlapping was unexpectedly torn apart to reveal a giant gap. From within the gap, the shadow of a phoenix soared into the sky, rushing towards the horizon. It was a complete phoenix silhouette. Its head was held high. With a full scarlet body, its fiery phoenix wings was over 30 meters wide, and at the heart of the phoenix silhouette was actually Yuan Qi's figure. What? Feng Hengkang stood up fiercely and involuntarily cried out in astonishment. Along with Yuan Qi's ear-splitting roar, the phoenix silhouette soared several hundred meters high as it broke into the sky. At this point in time, a voice echoed out. "People of the Divine Phoenix sect, open up your eyes for me. Take a look at what the real world ode of the phoenix is." Allah! The phoenix flames on Yuan Qi's body burned frantically. With his low roar, the phoenix silhouette on his body grew larger and thickened, as though a real phoenix was soaring across the horizon. Its fiery wings extended fully, covering dozens of meters in the air. Thereafter, the cry of the phoenix tore through the firmament. The gigantic phoenix silhouette brought along flames which burned across the skies and an incomparable aura. As if a meteor were suddenly landing, everyone's eyes bulged because they had seen a phoenix. Although it was just a powerful illusion, it was still a fully formed, realistic-looking illusion. Even phoenix disciples had never seen a fully formed phoenix silhouette. Space was thoroughly distorted. Following the descent of the phoenix silhouette, space would fiercely crack from the center of the arena. Everywhere the wings of the phoenix soared past, the land would be burned by an expanse of unextinguishable flame. Tremendous amounts of force continued to rush to the ground beneath, causing even the faces of overlords to turn slightly bad. At the same time, an indescribable fearsome pressure ruthlessly suppressed the souls of all Divine Phoenix sect members, causing their souls, and even their phoenix bloodline, to tremble. This was not simply the pressure of a realm. It was even pressure on their bloodline. "Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing," Feng Zuer cried out in surprise beside Feng Hengkang. "What?" Feng Zuer's voice caused Feng Hengkang to tremble and his pupils to constrict. Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing. It was mentioned by the phoenix god, stage 5 of the world ode of the phoenix, which had vanished in blue wind. Right. Yuan Qi had indeed released the phoenix flame technique, which came along with the 5th stage of the world ode of the phoenix, Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing. However, this Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing and the ones that he had exhibited before were different. This was because before genuinely cultivating world ode of the phoenix, the Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing he had displayed before was from forcefully comprehending the phoenix flame laws with the help and interference of the evil god's fire seed. It had form but not the spirit. And how could a formidable, profound skill belonging to the phoenix god only have that amount of power? This time, Yuan Qi was using the genuine Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing. When used by the phoenix god, it was a powerful, profound skill which could completely obliterate an entire planet in a split second. "Quick, dodge it!" The immense pressure descending from the sky caused Feng Feiyan to be alarmed as he shouted towards the 9 phoenix disciples below. And the 9 who thought that using the power of 9 layers of phoenix domain would burn Yuan Qi to death were totally pale, trembling from head to toe. They had heard Feng Feiyan's voice, but not a single person moved. This was because the aura descending upon them was just like a towering mountain which weighed upon their bodies, making them feel as though their bodies would be pressed into minced meat any time. Not just their bodies, their willpower and even consciousness had been totally suppressed. Their spirits were filled with endless terror and despair. Boom! The phoenix silhouette rushed down, and the entire phoenix world trembled for a moment. The world-shaking rumble had practically spread across the entire Divine Phoenix City. The Phoenix domain exploded, causing phoenix flames to spread across the sky. Incomparably intense blood-curdling screams could be heard as the 9 Phoenix disciples were drenched in blood. They were smacked flying like 9 broken blood bags, and at the area in which the Phoenix stage was originally located, the ground had completely disappeared, replaced by an unfathomably deep and dark pit. The berserk power of the Empyrean dance of the Phoenix wing was concentrated and did not disperse its power over a wide area. Thus, apart from the heart of the attack, no other areas seemed to be affected. Looking at the 9 Phoenix disciples who were sent flying, several elders from the divine Phoenix sect frantically rushed over to them, with the intent to catch them in midair. And at this point, from the bottomless pit, a ball of flame overreaching the heavens exploded. Incomparably hot phoenix flames in the shape of enchanting and gorgeous petals furiously bloomed into a giant flaming lotus, instantly covering several hundred meters, swallowing up the 9 Phoenix disciples who were sent flying. "Scorching, this is the star-scorching demon lotus," Feng Zuer cried out in alarm again. Feng Hengkang, an incomparably gorgeous 300-meter-wide flaming lotus, had just bloomed in the center of the stadium. Its beauty would cause one to hold their breath, but each petal exhibited a destructive aura, terrifying enough to make one suffocate. Everyone just stared at it with blank faces, as if they had lost their souls. The elders who had rushed forward to save the 9 genius Phoenix disciples stopped right in their tracks, eyes bulging, firmly staring at the giant flaming lotus, none of them actually willing to continue forward. These elders were undoubtedly overlords. Though the Phoenix flame lotus in front of them had a strong, destructive aura, it was still not enough to harm overlords like them. However, facing the Phoenix flame lotus, their hearts wavered profusely. Not to mention reaching out a hand to touch, they would not even dare to near it. It was a kind of formless fear down to the level of their bloodline. It caused them to feel like a commoner meeting a legendary emperor out of the blue. Star-scorching demon lotus, and it was a complete star-scorching demon lotus. The star-scorching demon lotuses from before had a maximum of 36 petals. Yet now, this flower had a whole 108 petals, and each petal was far deeper than the previous ones. Everyone stared blankly. The entire stadium, the entire tens of thousands of people, and apart from the sounds of burning flames, there was not a trace of sound to be heard. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Those from the 4 sacred grounds stood up. Xia Yuanba's jaws dropped, his chin almost touching the floor. Feng Feiyin, closest to the heart of the stadium, had his eyes bulged out of their sockets as both his hands trembled. The corner of Feng Hengkang's lips could not stop twitching. To outsiders of the divine Phoenix sect, the reason why they were stunned was due to the destructive aura and beauty. But to them, it was as if the sky and earth had flipped, an attack on their psyche. Because Yun Qi had just demonstrated 2 Phoenix flame skills, whose characteristics completely matched the descriptions of 2 major Phoenix flame techniques from Legends. And even if they just had similar characteristics, they could leave it be. But the power they exhibited was indescribably immense, outrageously exceeding the 4th Phoenix stage's Phoenix flame sears the heavens. It thoroughly exceeded the power of the 4th stage of the World Ode of the Phoenix. Empyrean dance of the Phoenix wing, star-scorching demon lotus. They should only belong in myths and the mouth of the Phoenix god. The power of the long-lost skills of the 5th and 6th World Ode of the Phoenix should have been extinct 5,000 years ago. The Phoenix demon lotus was still at full bloom, not withering for a long time. It was as illusionary and enchanting as a sacred heavenly flower, yet the destructive aura released was like lava from hell. In the middle of the demon lotus, a blazing pistol supported a human silhouette that rose unhurriedly. Yun Qi's entire body was in flames as he held onto his heavy sword, appearing in everyone's line of sight. He appeared to look weak, his whole body trembling slightly, panting, as if he had difficulty standing. But the look in his eyes was still as powerful, striking fear to those who looked into them. People just stared blankly at him. At this moment, it was like they were witnessing a blazing sovereign who ruled the lands. These are precisely the 5th and 6th stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix. These are the stages that your divine Phoenix sect have never managed to reach. For an entire 5,000 years, the highest stage your divine Phoenix sect's World Ode of the Phoenix has ever reached is only the 4th stage. Yun Qi panted with anger. Nevertheless, every word of his was as loud as thunder. Now, do you guys still want to say that my Phoenix bloodline is from your divine Phoenix sect? Yun Qi's presence in the 7-nation ranking tournament was to solve the grievances he had with divine Phoenix sect. But this solution was not to clear the grievances he had with Divine Phoenix sect at all. It was fated that there was no way to clear it. The conclusion he wanted was for the Divine Phoenix sect to go from taking the initiative to being passive in front of everyone. He possessed the Phoenix bloodline, thus, the Divine Phoenix sect wanted to tidy up sectorial issues in the eyes of the people. It was just and proper. However, he only needed to prove that his bloodline did not originate from Divine Phoenix sect, and their attempts to kill would then be without justification. And the best opportunity would be under the gazes of all the heroes of the world, in the 7-nation ranking tournament with the 4 great sacred grounds present. If not, if he directly confronted Divine Phoenix sect, even if he could prove that his bloodline truly did not originate from Divine Phoenix sect, that would instead be courting death. Moreover, after rising to prominence in the ranking tournament, not to mention publicly killing, even if they wanted to assassinate him, they would have to hold back. Before coming to Divine Phoenix City, Yuan-Chi's best method to prove himself was to defeat the strongest practitioner from the younger generation of Divine Phoenix sect, making them speechless, forcing them to admit it. If Divine Phoenix sect still censured him, then it was possible that the 4 great sacred grounds who espoused righteousness and benevolence would step in. It was possible that the profound practitioners of the 6 nations present would step in too, based on the glory that he brought to the 6 nations. Placing pressure on the Divine Phoenix Emperor, however, the probability for success was only 50-50. But when Jasmine told him that the Phoenix spirit was already gone, the probability for success rose to 70 to 80%. From then on, he could exhibit the 5th and 6th stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix without any restraint. And this was his bloodline's most substantial, most irrefutable, ironclad proof. As for Xia Yuanba's arrival, it gave him an indirect layer of protection from Absolute Monarch's sanctuary, which was totally unanticipated. The Phoenix Demon Lotus started to wilt slowly after 10 breaths. It totally disappeared under everyone's gaze, but the shock and visual impact was deeply engraved in everyone's souls. Indeed, doing so would undoubtedly increase Divine Phoenix sect's desire for him to die, because they would never allow another Phoenix branch in the profound sky continent to appear and expand. Furthermore, a branch with Phoenix profound arts 2 entire stages above theirs. They would even strongly lust for his World Ode of the Phoenix as well. However, Yuan-Chi would rather Divine Phoenix sect increase their murderous intent by more than 100, even 1,000 times, than to allow them to chase and kill him as if it was proper and inevitable. He would even more not allow himself to be chased and killed in front of everyone as if it was proper and inevitable. That was his pride and arrogance. After the star-scorching Demon Lotus disappeared, the bodies of the 9 Phoenix disciples appeared in the area previously covered by the Fire Lotus. Having received heavy injuries, their entire bodies were dyed in blood, yet none were dead. Though they had drowned within the Fire Lotus, none of them were fatally harmed. This was evidently the face and leeway Yuan-Chi had left Divine Phoenix sect. It was even a favor, because if the 9 most gifted disciples of the young generation were buried, it would be an immense loss which Divine Phoenix sect would not even be able to evaluate. As to whether or not they felt grateful and whether or not they wanted face would be up to Divine Phoenix sect themselves. For the usually petty Yuan-Chi to give way to such an extent, it was already extremely benevolent. From within the silence, a sharp voice came from the seats, completely breaking the silence. "Wah, did you guys hear that? The 5th and 6th stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix. Didn't the Divine Phoenix sect's World Ode of the Phoenix only have 4 stages? What's going on?" The person who spoke was shockingly Ling Jai. He used his profound strength to shout his loudest, afraid that people would not be able to hear him. "Doesn't this clear things up?" Hua Minghai immediately continued, even louder than Ling Jai by several folds. "This proves that Yuan-Chi's Phoenix bloodline and World Ode of the Phoenix simply doesn't originate from Divine Phoenix sect. But aren't the Divine Phoenix sect the only ones in profound sky continent who possess the Phoenix bloodline and World Ode of the Phoenix? Are you a fool? Divine Phoenix sect's Phoenix bloodline originates from the legacy of the remnant Phoenix spirit. But who told you that there is only one Phoenix legacy in the profound sky continent? For the past 5,000 years, only Divine Phoenix sect possessed the Phoenix bloodline. This only proves that the Phoenix legacy was not discovered, but now it has been discovered by Yuan-Chi. Didn't Yuan-Chi clearly explain before that his Phoenix bloodline did not originate from Divine Phoenix sect, but from another Phoenix legacy? Before, I would definitely not believe it. However, Feng Ziluo, divine phoenix sect's most gifted, the one who possesses the strongest phoenix bloodline, was defeated by Yuan Qi, and now that he revealed the power of the fifth and sixth stages of the world ode of the phoenix. These 2 points are both ironclad proofs. If you don't even believe this, your head is probably full of dog shit. Rightly said, Yuan Qi's phoenix bloodline is definitely not from divine phoenix sect. The world ode of the phoenix is even more impossible. Whoa. Our profound sky continent actually has another phoenix legacy. My heart is starting to surge. After the ranking tournament, I will definitely risk my life to search for it. Don't restrain me. Ling Jai and Hua Minghai spoke hand in hand, every sentence affecting everyone's thinking. The arena gradually became flooded by the sounds of discussion. If Yuan Qi claimed that his phoenix bloodline did not originate from divine phoenix sect at the beginning of the 7-nation ranking tournament, not a single person in the entire arena would have believed him. But he had defeated Feng Ziluo and displayed an even higher level. In fact, 2 whole levels of the world ode of the phoenix. Everybody could not help but to believe it. The sounds of discussion in the arena was becoming increasingly loud. Almost every voice was saying, Yuan Qi's bloodline definitely did not originate from divine phoenix sect. The faces of the divine phoenix sect master, grand elder, and crown prince were as downcast as water. They had never thought that the situation would have such a development. Divine Phoenix sect originally only handled the situation of Yuan Qi simply as a matter of the leakage of bloodline. Characters the level of Feng Hengkang and Feng Feiyin would only ask about it occasionally, not putting the matter to heart at all. Because no matter who the person involved was, it was impossible to escape the fate of the tidying up of sectorial matters. So much so that they felt that it was beneath them to interfere during the 7-nation ranking tournament for Yuan Qi. Thus, during the tournament, they didn't take the initiative to bring up the matter of his phoenix bloodline. No one would have expected that under Yuan Qi's guidance and performance, the situation would develop into one which they could not even dream about. Now, even they themselves believed that Yuan Qi's bloodline did not originate from divine phoenix sect. The world ode of the phoenix even more so, however. They could never admit this fact. The moment they admitted in front of everyone, they would lose all rights to conduct the protection of bloodline and tidying up sectorial matters. And after today, Yuan Qi's name was bound to shake the world, and at that point they would not be able to do anything to him in the open. Even doing things under wraps would be difficult to the extreme. Divine Phoenix sect would probably be the first suspects, even if others wished harm upon Yuan Qi. If they acknowledged Yuan Qi's bloodline and allowed him to leave safely, then, in the profound sky continent, their divine phoenix sect would no longer be the only sect of a god. How could they allow this kind of matter to occur? Feng Ziming glanced at Feng Hengkang and noticed his unsightly expression. He took a deep breath, stood up, and shouted loudly, "A bunch of nonsense, completely a bunch of nonsense. All of you, don't be deceived by his nonsensical suggestions. In the profound sky continent, ever since ancient times, there has only been one phoenix god and only one phoenix legacy sect. Our divine phoenix sect's only phoenix god has said not only once that he is the only remnant phoenix spirit in profound sky continent. If there existed another remnant phoenix spirit, then how would his lordship, our phoenix god, not be able to notice? If any other phoenix legacy existed, then how would it not have been found by anyone in a whole 5,000 years? This Yuan Qi, no matter how he quibbles and conceals, it is impossible for his phoenix bloodline to originate from other phoenix legacies. Originating from our divine phoenix sect is the one and only possibility." Feng Ziming's every word sounded like clangs, spoken with righteousness. But no matter who heard it would feel that he was clearly trying to shove arguments into others' throats. Xia Yuanba suddenly turned his head and roared. "What utter rubbish! Your divine phoenix sect's top 10 disciples have been beaten worse than dogs by my brother-in-law. You still have the audacity to say that my brother-in-law's bloodline originates from your divine phoenix sect. Tui, this is simply humiliating my brother-in-law." The words spoken by Xia Yuanba were tyrannical to the extreme, and more so offensive. Its nastiness was simply not inferior to splashing a bucket of shit on the divine phoenix crown prince's face in front of everybody. Feng Ziming's face instantly became the color of a pig's liver. Yuan Qi also immediately opened his eyes wide. Holy cow! These words were actually from Xia Yuanba. "Yuanba, don't be rude." Spiritual Master Gukang laughed inwardly, obligingly berating him, then said, However, based on what this gu has seen, Yun Qi's bloodline indeed does not originate from your sect. His world ode of the Phoenix is enough to prove everything. Although spiritual master Gu Kang's words were mild, based on his strength, background, prestige, and status, he was undoubtedly the one whose words had the most credibility in the entire arena. The moment he said those words, he was undoubtedly supporting Yun Qi. What a joke. His last closed-door disciple would give his life for Yun Qi. He could not keep quiet even if he wanted to. Moreover, he felt surprise and an appreciation towards Yun Qi's talents. Even if he was not related to Xia Yuanba, he would have spoken up for Yun Qi too. Once spiritual master Gu Kang opened his mouth, it caused Feng Hengkang and the others to look even worse. Feng Ziming took a deep breath, saluted towards spiritual master Gu Kang and spoke forcefully. Senior Gu's words are naturally of enormous weight. However, this matter concerns my divine Phoenix sect's bloodline taboo, which cannot be compromised whatsoever. Him defeating my 14th royal brother only proves that he is extremely gifted. It has nothing to do with the purity of bloodline. His two moves from before, they were merely named by him as the 5th and 6th stages of the world ode of the Phoenix. In this world, who has actually seen even higher stages of the world ode of the Phoenix? My venerable Phoenix god is not even proficient in higher stages of the world ode of the Phoenix, so how can he be? That just proves that he was using other fire-profound skills to cover it up. The moment Feng Ziming's words were spoken, spiritual master Gu Kang lightly scrunched his eyebrows. The hairs on Xia Yuanba's skull immediately stood up. Just when he wanted to scold out fiercely, a sweet and cute voice was suddenly heard. Ayo, 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 after listening to Little Mingaming, you really don't have a sense of shame. This one has listened until it's too unbearable already. Little Mingaming, it's not that this one is criticizing you. But you're the little crown prince of divine Phoenix. Your father is little Kong Kong. How can you be so shameless? As a person, you should have a sense of shame. Even if you are shameless, divine Phoenix sect isn't. Even if the divine Phoenix sect is shameless, divine Phoenix Empire isn't. Little Mingaming, be obedient. Quickly stop being so shameless. This one hates shameless people the most. The moment this voice was heard, the hairs on Xia Yuanba's head, which had stood up, suddenly softened. He turned his gaze to Ji Qianrou, alarm flashing in his eyes. Ji Qianrou's half-closed eyes, twiddling fingers and peach blossom eyes that quivered like ripples in water could almost make one's bones melt. His words were even more so soft and gentle, as though a young lady was pouring her heart out. However, the contents of his speech was full of incomparably deep ridicule and contempt, not less than Xia Yuanba's verbal abuse. In the arena, half the people present were stupefied and the other half spat on the spot. Yun Qi glanced at Ji Qianrou in astonishment. Spiritual master Gu Kang speaking up for him did not surprise him, however. He had not expected that Ji Qianrou from Supreme Ocean Palace, who had an evil and demonic manner and a feminine gaze, which did not attach importance to anyone, would actually take the initiative to speak up for him. No. How was this just speaking up for him? It was simply the same as following after Xia Yuanba. To smash another basin of shit on Feng Ziming's skull without restraint with a smile, entirely unafraid of thoroughly offending this divine Phoenix Empire crown prince, and even the entire divine Phoenix sect. In front of Feng Hengkang, Yi Xinghen, Sun Moon Divine Hall's young hall master was domineering to the extreme, arrogant, and rude. Yet in front of Ji Qianrou, he was full of worry and fear. How could this kind of character even find a mere divine Phoenix crown prince to be important? Or perhaps in the entire profound sky continent, no one deserved any respect from him. The expressions of Feng Hengkang, Feng Feiyan, and the others changed again. Feng Ziming's face twitched, his entire face turning purple as if he had swallowed a pile of piping hot shit. He was oppressed to the point he almost vomited blood. However, even if he dared to retort against spiritual master Gu Kang, he would never have the guts to retort against Ji Qianrou, the one and only person in this world who could cause Feng Hengkang's expression to change immediately. A frightening character whom one would run away in fear from. People could only witness his wickedness, but he had heard from Feng Hengkang about his frightfulness and ruthlessness not just once. Ling Jai and Hua Minghai listened till their entire bodies were relaxed and refreshed. They regretted that they were unable to laugh heartily. This was not simply ridicule from any ordinary person, but from a person belonging to a sacred ground. They suddenly started to feel that this terrifying devil was actually rather cute. Their surroundings were even filled with the sounds of sniggering. Feng Ziming's words were indeed extremely funny and full of holes. Those two world-shocking flame skills were clearly blazing with phoenix flames, released phoenix pressure, and also far above the world ode of the phoenix. How could it be compared to some other random fire profound skill? Taking countless of steps back, even if there really was a fire profound skill which could surpass the world ode of the phoenix in this world, what enveloped Yun Qi's body earlier was clearly a phoenix silhouette which caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Only a blind person would not be able to see it clearly. As a result, even though Feng Hengkang, Feng Feiyan, and the others did not want to admit it, they still did not say anything, because in front of ironclad evidence, if they opened their mouths to deny, it would just be a joke to be looked down upon on. Feng Ziming had no choice but to brace himself to become cannon fodder, but in the end, he was clearly, miserably splashed with dog shit on his face by Xia Yuanba and Ji Qianrou. Feng Ziming could not say another word. Nobody in the entire Divine Phoenix sect could say a word for a period of time. The atmosphere declined into a deadlock where they were incomparably oppressed. And after spiritual master Gu Kang and Ji Qianrou had expressed their stands, it was fated that this deadlock would not be reversed. As a result, today, and the days after, they would not be able to openly chase and kill or control Yun Qi. Their legend of being undefeated would be thoroughly smashed. All their prodigies were defeated by a single person, causing the entire Divine Phoenix sect to lose face. Even their sect's 5,000-year-old pride, the Phoenix bloodline, would no longer be unique to them. Now, not even mentioning winning Yun Qi over, even tidying up the current situation, and defending Divine Phoenix sect's last bit of honor and prestige would be extremely difficult. Within the cold atmosphere, after Feng Hengkang's expression fluctuated violently again, he finally opened his mouth and said with an extremely calm voice, "Yun Qi, do you really believe that within the young generation of my Divine Phoenix sect, there is no one who can defeat you? In our Divine Phoenix sect's current young generation, there is one person, regardless of innate talent, strength, or even bloodline strength, completely surpasses you 1,000-fold." The moment Feng Hengkang opened his mouth, everybody was immediately stunned. Ling Kun looked pensive, smiled silently, then said, "Oh, within Divine Phoenix sect, there actually exists another genius. Could it be that Divine Phoenix sect master disdained letting this genius to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament? Or perhaps the 10 who battled are just considered ordinary disciples in Divine Phoenix sect?" The truth was naturally not as Ling Kun had stated. In Divine Phoenix sect's younger generation, Feng Ziluo was indeed the best of the best, whether in terms of talent or strength. But above Feng Ziluo, there was another trump card which surpassed him by miles. It was just that this trump card was simply too important to Divine Phoenix sect. Before today, Feng Hengkang had never thought about revealing it. The moment Feng Hengkang spoke, the expressions of several core members of Divine Phoenix sect immediately flickered. They were very clear about who Feng Hengkang was speaking of, but after their expressions flickered, no one expressed any objection. That was because today's matter looked as if it was just about the issue of Yun Qi's bloodline. However, behind the scenes, it concerned Divine Phoenix sect's face, prestige, and honor. It could even affect their influence, even threaten Divine Phoenix sect's future. Now that the situation had come to this point, it was by no means an exaggeration to say that this was Divine Phoenix sect's largest peril in 5,000 years. Therefore, even if it was fated that there was no way to thoroughly reverse today's situation, even if they had to reveal their trump card, they had to retrieve some face. At least they could let the whole world know that even if another Phoenix legacy appeared in this world, it would absolutely not be stronger than their Divine Phoenix sect. This was the last trump card of the 5,000-year-old Divine Phoenix sect, which would absolutely not be easy to trample upon. Feng Hengkang's eyebrows sunk as he turned around. His gaze landed on the body of Feng Zuer beside him. As he looked at his only daughter, his originally overcast expression unconsciously turned gentle. Even his frame of mind immediately became gentler. He sighed inwardly and softly said, "Zuer, Royal Father knows that you hate being in conflict with others. But the conclusion of today's matter is simply too important to our sect. It concerns our Divine Phoenix sect's entire 5,000 years of glory and pride. That's why. Please help your Royal Father this one time, okay?" Feng Hengkang's voice was a little abstruse, even more so unwilling and guilty. Perhaps in this whole world, only Feng Zuer could affect him in this manner. It was not only because Feng Zuer was his most precious daughter, she was the entire Divine Phoenix sect's, and even the entire Divine Phoenix Empire's soul. Feng Zuer did not say anything. After a momentary silence, she quietly stood up. Yet with this simple movement, the entire arena's gaze and attention was instantly attracted. Everyone stared blankly at her silhouette. After pausing their gazes on her, everyone uncontrollably went from an expression of shock to infatuation, as though their souls were absorbed onto her body, following every one of her slightest actions, swaying and trembling. "Yes, Royal Father," Feng Zuer gently replied. Every word from her lips were sweet-sounding and agile, as if sounds from a celestial from the heavens. The faces of spiritual master Gu Kang, Ling Kun, and Ji Qianrou flashed with surprise. Yi Xinghans firmly stared at Feng Zuer's body while releasing the aura of a hungry wolf. Everyone stared wide-eyed, staring dumbly at Feng Zuer move lightly and unhurriedly, quietly walking from the seats like a fairy that gracefully moved her snow lotus-like feet, stepping dreamlike misty clouds. The person Feng Henkang referred to, the one who was above Feng Ziluo, could it be her, Princess Snow? How could that be? As beautiful as a fantasy, like a fairy, the dreamlike Feng Zuer, how could the world powerful be associated to her? Although Feng Ziluo was defeated by Yun Qi, his strength was there for all to see, enough to let the top profound practitioners of the 5 nations feel thoroughly inferior. Princess Snow, who was as soft and white as snow, how was it possible for her strength to surpass Feng Ziluo? She was a girl, moreover. She was only 16 years old. There was not a bit of profound strength aura on Feng Zuer's body. In the entire arena, from the weakest 6 nations visitor to the strongest spiritual master Gu Kang, none of them could feel the slightest bit of profound energy on her body. She was completely a delicate young girl. In the midst of astonishment and distraction, Feng Zuer had already stood in front of Yun Qi, facing him directly. Only, she was able to clearly see Yun Qi's face, yet Yun Qi was unable to look at her brilliance, which was able to make the world lose its color. Yun Qi never thought that he would meet Feng Zuer again under these kinds of circumstances. He looked at Feng Zuer in bafflement, his lips trembling for quite some time before he was able to call out with difficulty. Zuer, facing the incomparably powerful Divine Phoenix sect, he could approach without fear and face them domineeringly. Yet in front of Feng Zuer, all of his overbearingness had completely disappeared. His expression, the look in his eyes and his heart was deep shame with a little terror. A terror that Zuer would be hurt or even cry because of his deceit. She had saved his life, allowed him to heal in the safest place, granted him the purest, most unadulterated of trust, and taught him the world ode of the Phoenix. Yet what he had granted her was endless deceit. A false identity, a false name, and a false aim. He used the life which she saved, the world ode of the Phoenix which she taught, to deal with her royal father and the Divine Phoenix sect which she grew up in. Yun Qi breathed in silently, looked at the beautiful figure in front of him, and used a gentler voice. "Zuer, I'm sorry." Feng Zuer still did not reply, but suddenly she reached out with her jade-like little hand, palm facing Yun Qi's chest. Yun Qi did not move even if Feng Zuer suddenly made a fatal attack. Perhaps he would resist, but he would definitely not retaliate. Whoosh, a gentle wind breezed past. Scarlet phoenix flames slowly ignited on her body. The flames were not berserk or blazing, yet they were incomparably deep. Deeper than any other phoenix flames that Yun Qi had ever seen by many times. The phoenix flames slowly ascended, gradually spreading across Feng Zuer's body. At this point, golden rays radiated on the area between her brows. A silky golden radiance permeated through phoenix jade glass, shining into Yun Qi's eyes, causing his mind to tremble violently. At the same time, the aura that Feng Zuer had always been concealing was completely released. In that instant, those from the 4 great sacred grounds all had faces of astonishment. What? Ling Kun stood up instantly. Oh, Ji Qianrou willow-like eyes instantly slanted. This, even spiritual Master Gu Kang's face was clearly shocked. Yi Xinghan's eyes opened wide, then opened even wider. Revealed within his eyes was a blazing, flame-like violent light. He gripped the armrests of his seat firmly and involuntarily growled. This mythical bloodline, this perfect body, this is simply the most perfect incubator in the world.